double-edged sword, right? Okay, let's forego the defense. Well, let's be the hunters instead.
Yeah.
If you're caught by surprise, Boom Esports actually gets blown up as well.
No, I like it, but then you're playing on the walking on a very, very thin line where if things just stumble a little bit to the left or to the right, you're going to fall.
And they have a lot of iframe skills. So iframes are invulnerability frames, where Yu Huan, when she activates her ultimate, she's invulnerable. You can't really damage her. Long, when he turns into a dragon, you can't damage him as well. So they might actually waste the efforts on the side of Blacklist International. So in this game, besides control, vision is so important. We talked about it yesterday, right? So T1 in the mid. We definitely need to see Blacklist International take this if they want to have an advantage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the coaches have already shaken hands. As the gentlemen they are, they're going back to the rooms, and it's now to the players to execute what the coaches came with the plans. The plans that the wind already set right over there, they're just paper. It's all going to come down to what their performance is going to be in the Gorge.
Yeah, and I love these drafts. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of them are on their signature heroes. We're talking like Chammy 1 on his Dharma. You're seeing, you know, Carl on the Ogren. You're seeing Joshi on the Pei. There's so much firework potential that could happen with all of these things. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams kind of navigate one another because, again, they understand how each other moves.
Exactly, and at this point, I'm very curious because, okay, as the Pei is picked up, one of the signature things you will do as a Pei is you will go to the clash lane, right, the top side of the map, and try to force some advantages there. I'm curious to see if Boom Esports, they're going to match that and say, hey, let me defend my clash laner, or are you going to counter-invade into the other side of the jungle?
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to stop Joshi from getting going as soon as possible. They're going to start to get a little bit onto damage onto Joshi. He has to actually back away. That's not a great start for him.
Just being pushed back immediately. Jump into the brush just to go back home with half of his health bar.
It's kind of like an introduction, right? So now he knows that, hey, there is a fighting force that comes with the lineup of Boom Esports. He needs to play more carefully this time.
I mean, it kind of felt like, you know, when the fighters are right about to fight and they shake hands, and then right as they shook hands, someone punched Joshi in the face? Like, immediately, right?
Just catching you out of your composure.
Yeah, and all hell breaks loose, right, at that point. But for now, right, we're keeping it calm. We want to play slow. No mistakes must be made today.
Yeah, but I think it's on Blacklist to be using that tempo, that Pei advantage to kind of force the issue as much as possible because, you know, he does kind of fall off and then later on when Tatsuri gets those items, he's just going to blow him up.
Can Boom Esports really just push the game that much? Just to kind of like just push the game, just to go into the, after the 10 minutes mark, the 12, 13, 14 minutes mark, Boom Esports is going to depend completely on these first engages. Look at that.
Yeah, I like this aggression coming in from Golden Kite here. Everyone making trades, right? And the best part is the roams are the one taking majority of the damage.
Very smart there by Golden Kite, even eating the Flaming Palm, jumping in front, saving Chaz from a potential even more damage on him. Golden Kite has that health bar, and again, health is super important as a resource.
Yes, exactly. It's a skill matchup, right? If Golden Kite gets his second skill, when he throws that frag grenade, it actually allows him to do more damage against Toshi. So Toshi needs to watch his positioning.
Look at the rotation is coming down. It's going to be 3v3.
Oh, he runs right into Dragon. He's taking so much damage, and Tatsuri will get first blood.
A big start for the side of Boom Esports. This is exactly what Boom fans want.
You saw that they came in, they knew that the rotation was there, they knew that they had a little bit of an advantage, and they snatched that first kill.
This is not something that we want to see on the side of Blacklist because it is a very greedy pick, right? Tatsuri, if you give him a lead, Dragon has no game to play at all.
Yeah. I mean, but look, I think it's just more about utility for him, just keeping him alive. I think even the farm will be funneled into Joshi. He just needs to get out of the way. He needs to stay alive and cycle those skills.
Oh, for sure. And also, I think we need to keep our eyes on the Chammy 1 as well as Miggy because the two of them will be the game changers in fights. They will start the flank. But straight away at the top, there is a potential play that Dragon is trying to open up.
Very close in the goal. There's no one that is actually building a gap nor anything right now. But you can see that Blacklist right now is just taking the resources that spawn only once, again and again and again.
Yes, and at this point, I think Dragon, look, even though he's trailing by a little bit, he's a Lady Chen. Lady Chen is a hero that doesn't need much.
Oh, they're going to go for the ambush, the Unending Sorrow, mitigating most of this. Carl finds him out and goes, hey, what are you doing to my brother?
Pushing him out.
Just imagine, Impressive comes in and then it's all allows him to go back alive because it was 4 people from Blacklist just waiting for him in the brush.
I think they can't really find an opening onto Toshi, so maybe Blacklist should try and put more efforts on that Clash lane instead. Maybe allow Champion 1 a little bit more
I agree.
advantage.
Yeah, they might want to do something because right now we're in a complete stalemate. Nothing has happened right now. There is no gap, and that is bad news for Joshi.
Yep, he has absolutely no control of the jungle, right? At this point, Joshi, hang on.
Here, look, they get the pullback. They're going to get a little serious. Here comes Carl. He goes for the Conductor of Souls. A little bit off on that one. Didn't really get too much value, but he will stick around, and of course, he will continue to contest the farm with Jussie there.
They're just walking around and throwing hands. They see each other, and then they just start to box. They do not want just to come, clean wave, and leave. No, they want to throw some punches.
And this is why it's so important, because now if you take a look at the rotations coming in, now Blacklist, they will be able to try and keep an eye out on this. Chaz doing a very good job. That's your job as a roam, right? You want to make sure you give information to the team.
They want to rush the Tyrant. They're going to be able, it's going to be a free Tyrant for Blacklist.
Yeah, no contest there. Boom, just kind of giving that one up. I mean, Carl was nearby, but he didn't have smite, so he knew he couldn't really contest. But now they find Golden Kite under the tower. They're looking to dive, and they do get the kill. The Seer State will execute him down. Nice two-man stun, and they've got even more. A double going the way of Carl, and Boom Esports looking to invade, taking out Dragon and Jamie one, going for the last hurrah. He's been stuck 1 versus 5, and he will go down as well. And Carl with a triple, make it a quadra.
Kill! Look at that! Amazing! And it's going to be an ace, and Boom Esports right now take the conductor seat.
Yeah, and this is why you don't give a aggressive draft, a greedy draft to the side of Boom, and don't play aggressive, right? Look at Tatsuri, he's level 8 now. The killing potential from this mid laner is so big. The moment his ultimate locks on you, he will shoot it. You cannot escape. Someone has to block it for you.
This is a nightmare for Blacklist. Holler, right now, Blacklist right now already down, and they're supposed to have the composition for the early game.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a wake-up moment, right? They're like, oh, crap, we're down. So far, I mean, 2.6K at the 5-minute mark. We haven't gotten a single kill.
Good, man.
And, I mean, Jussie has not been able to kind of be that invasive pay jungler and taking things. The fight has been going to him. And now this Crimson Golem under siege. Jussie will smite that for good measure. Blacklist still on the defensive. And they find Chammy 1. Here comes the winning strategy and snipes him out.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. They have to back off. And for Boom, this is like, you know, in the checklist of all objectives in the game, that's what you want. You get an ace in the first few minutes of the game. You get a T1 at the bottom. You get so many kills.
They know that they have control of the game, and right now they're just stepping on the gas, and they're not going to lift up their foot.
I mean, very smartly played, right, by Boom Esports. This is one where you constantly need to put that pressure on, and that pressure is in the top. They want to at least go for one. They find Tatsuri, and they get their first kill, and that will be a shutdown.
That's very important. The fact that the shutdown went into the hands of Golden Kite means he recovers more gold and EXP. So this is something that is going to help them with their recovery on the side of Blacklist Esports. But the rotations are coming in. They are trying to catch them out.
I mean, but they still have the numbers advantage. It's not the worst thing in the world. The health bars are kind of robust. It's not too much of an issue. Boom Esports probably not going to be able to find a kill, and Blacklist International rightly retreat.
It is 7 minutes almost in this game, and we have seen Blacklist trying again and again to try to take control back. But right now, Boom Esports is not allowing them. What do they need to change in order to tilt it?
Blacklist needs to rely on Dragon. Okay, Dragon as Lady Chen, you're actually able to check the pressures with your skills as well. And, you know, allow Chaz not to take that big of a risk, because unless your teammates are around, Chaz actually can't get out of sticky situations.
Look at how much pressure they're putting in the bottom lane. This is going to be free for Boom. They take the bottom T2. Blacklist International understand that, hey, the fights right now are not going to be worth taking. We need to get Golden Kite online.
Yes, and Blacklist, every fight they avoid is a good situation. So Blacklist, I think, just need to be patient. Look for an opening here.
They do not have the items yet. That is the issue right now. They were supposed to have an item advantage, and they do not have it. And right now, Boom Esports composition is starting to get online.
And they don't have a tank, so just see they have to back off.
Yeah, Chaz going in, being a little cheeky. Chammy 1 is a little on the low end. He does need to be careful, but Boom Esports, look at this lead. This is the perfect way you play in a game that you have an advantage. You're in the enemy jungle, making it very uncomfortable for them to even leave out.
Exactly. And take a look at Tatsuri's damage, 22,000 at the 8-minute mark.
Oh, they find him. Oh, they find impressive. The unending sorrow, though, but not enough. I mean, it's going to mostly shake that one off. They want to go even more. They're going to look to turn this. The conductor of souls onto 3, but it looks like Carl went in too deep. Joshi gets the shutdown, turns it around. Dragon is down for the count, and now they're looking to run, staying alive as they go. The infinite fastness. Tatsuri's going to be killed. They find impressive. He gets picked off by Golden Kite nonetheless.
It's a 3-1 trade for Blacklist. This is good news for them because this might be the opportunity that they were looking for.
Yeah, they're coming back. Golden Kite, he gets a couple of important kills. The most important thing is he did not take a fall, level 11. He has to be careful around Miggy though.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Golden Kite at this point. I mean, he's going to get gone on. He does dodge most of that with that rolling raid. He ultimate shells him and goes in, and he says, "You're going to go at me? Come at me, bro."
Yep, and important now, Joshi taking away the Azure Golem, reducing that mana regeneration for the side of Carl. At the same time, also denies Tatsuri a potential to be even stronger.
That might just control the tempo back for Blacklist, right? Because right now that they've got the Azure Golem, that's going to put Ogren in a very difficult position.
And Miggy, he knows about the existence of Chaz and Dragon. Chaz gonna check them out.
I mean, look at the fact that Joshi actually had the level advantage. He's 13-12, has a gold advantage as well. That was a great team fight, really giving themselves a chance. They've bounced back as his lead has dwindled.
Okay.
Only 2,000 gold right now. It was actually a very good position for them. Look at that. One more time. Impressive. He's going to proc his ulti just to try to get away from that.
And this is what you want from Boom, right? It doesn't matter whether you lose a couple of bucks, you can steal it away on the opposite end. Just make sure you keep yourself safe.
I mean, staying alive is the biggest thing, right? I think that, I mean, if the game is looking bad, yeah, you're giving up some kills and you're losing, the biggest thing is staying alive, and this is why KDA is important.
Okay, KDA is important for this particular moment, but I want to point something out. Look, Carl doesn't exactly have too much magical defense, so Dragon could actually catch him out.
They're looking to go. The winning strategy on the champ. He eats the Hadouken. Miggy finds Golden Kite and shuts him down under the tower. He trades his life away. Impressive and Miggy both down for the count, and now they want to go for Carl, who's still up in front with 4 members, and with that damage, it looks like they're going to back off. It's a 2-for-1 in favor, but Joshi wants something.
Boom Esports get way onto Golden Kite, but they had to pay with Miggy's and Impress's lives. Is that a fair trade, Ken?
I think it's okay, because at the end of the day, this provides room for Toshi to farm, right? Golden Kite being taken down is a very important marker, but at this 10-minute mark, if Joshi can take this away from the side of Boom, it's going to help them a lot. They can actually stop that attempt on the top.
They might have enough time just to rush the Tyrant and just go and try to contest that Overlord as well.
Oh, Chammy won with the solo play. Carl solo. This is very precarious, and he does take the Overlord, but Carl does trade his life away. Dragon finds him out. The infinite fastness on for Toshi. He gets back to safety, but man, Carl trading his life for the Overlord.
It's not a good trade at all for the side of Boom. Yes, they get that Overlord, but at the cost of both Tatsuri and Carl's life, the 2 main damage dealers as well. Now, Toshi does make it out, but Toshi has to go and heal. There's a lot of pressure on the map now from Blacklist.
Look at Joshi. Joshi does not want to do anything with these battles because he is cleaning wave at the bottom, cleaning wave at the top, and right now Blacklist got control of the map.
Yes, Golden Kite, level 13. A great progress into the game, 11.5 minutes in. Similar to Toshi as well, but right now it really is dependent. Golden Kite and Toshi, whoever takes a fall first means their team loses the fight.
Oh, Chammy won, finding them, and there's a reason why he's a maestro on this Dharma, going in, setting up the initiation. He had that solo kill against Tatsuri. He almost gets another, but impressive with it on Unending Sorrow, stays alive.
Okay, so both teams, they're still pretty much healthy, but let's take a look at the replay here. They did get that Tyrant buff, so they wanted to stop that attempt. Unfortunately, there was no one to stop that and take that last hit. Look at, I think it was 13 health points on that, or 24 health points. Nobody got a last hit. They got the kill though. So, you know what? If they had taken that Overlord, it would have been a horrible situation for Boom.
And look at how, Blacklist International have just bounced back in this game. They actually have the lead. You can feel the momentum. Yes, the Vanguards will be pushing in the outside lanes, but this is a great opportunity. Chaz looking to go. He hardlings back. He's going to eat a winning strategy, but for his troubles. But here's the Destined Encounter slowing things back. Boom Esports looking to go on the defensive at this point. They are looking to retreat. Blacklist International slowly and creeping. No, they're going to back off.
Okay, so if you're a new player, if you want to play the hero that Chaz is playing, look at what he's going for. He's actually latching onto Tatsuri Tatsuri. Like I said, if you're latched on, you can't use your skills, you can't escape. And this provides the opportunity for Golden Kite and Joshi to get the burst damage in. So if you're looking to play the idea, this is the way.
Oh, the winning strategy right onto Chammy. He's looking to go. He goes with the truth, setting it up for 2. Infinite fastness. Toshi will stay alive, but he's going to stick around. Carl is a little on the lower end, needs to be careful. They're looking to turn. Dragon has to go best defensive, and Toshi is down for the count. Tatsuri on the run, but Carl is traded away. 2 members down. Blacklist International are fighting. They find impressive, but with that lockdown from Chaz, they have a 3rd kill.
Beautiful play. This is teamwork at its best. And now with Tatsuri and Migi, sure, they have a bit of damage, but they don't exactly have a lot of life.
It is a 3-0 trade, and right now Blacklist is going to go for the high ground. They want to take a little bit more than that, and it might be the crystal.
I mean, this is it. The creeps are slowly creeping their way in. They actually find it. They get the jump on Migi, and they take him out, and they get a team ace. And Blacklist International says, "We're here, baby. We will take game 1."
Yeah, Carl, he will try, but there is no more time. Game number 1 goes to Blacklist International. What a way to start this game.
This was an amazing performance of how to throw punches, how to put your fist up and just go and battle it out. Boom Esports had the advantage. Blacklist comes in and takes the dub at the end.
Yep, that's a beautiful shimmy, right? The one step back to avoid that big punch coming in from the side of Boom Esports and to slap them back in the face. That return was a big one.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to feel great for Blacklist International, right? I mean,
to be.
Boom Esports throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them, having that lead, and they're truly testing them. They're like, "Are you ready for me?" And Blacklist International responds.
This is why we say champions are made of stuff of resilience. You need to have grit, right? They had the absolute worst possible start to this game. They gave a full ace to the side of Boom. They lost a T1, and it was trailing by 2,000 gold at a 5-minute mark.
I think that that's the best part about this. The fact that they had a terrible start. And I mean, even in your ranked games, you're kind of like, we did not have a great one. And then people are like, we'll just give up. GG, go next. But this one, they're like, no. We're still in this. We have ways to get back in. We know how they play. And it starts, I mean, this is that moment where the things kind of get a little shaky for Boom as they're looking to dive. They went all in for Golden Kite. Probably not a great trade in the end.
That's right. That's right. We want this. We want you guys to understand that this is a team game. One person can fall. 2 people can fall, but if you are able to cover each other's gaps, you make a big fortress that is unbreakable in Honor of Kings.
I mean, this is pretty much the end, right? This moment. I mean, yeah, they found it, but once Toshi went down, I mean, this is why that infinite fastness, you can't really be aggressive. I hate when I see that because you're always in a bad spot and you're like a sitting duck.
So 4 different things. Chairs number 1, great lockdown. Number 2, we have Chammy 1, slams people against the wall. They get that opening. Golden Kite busy shooting people. But that last engagement where Dragon caught 3 people with his knockup, that was what really changed that fight. So when you're playing Lady Chen, don't be afraid to get close because you have ways to escape, but always get the knockup as a Lady Chen. It helps the team out so much.
I mean, it just sets it up, right? The rest of your damage dealers can kind of go in. And that's just why, like, the items and that net worth was really not a problem because all you need to do is stay alive, get your stuns off.
Yeah, it really came down to Golden Kite or Toshi's survival.
No, I agree with you in terms of that. I feel like both teams came in and they just wanted to fight. There was not that much of the management of the wave. There was not that main management of resources. Clearly, the whole strat for Blacklist was just thrown to the garbage can in the first 3 minutes of the game. They did not have already the early advantage, and they had to go back and try to find their way. And the way that they found was just to throw punches.
Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, I think that was the biggest thing, is they actually took fights, but they had a numbers advantage. Their target prioritization was very good. Like, they knew Toshi had to have died, and make him use his dragon so that we have a numbers advantage even in that moment.
And I love Chaz's performance in this game because he had a target onto Tatsuri, right? This called me, hi, I'm going to lock you here. I love you so much, buddy. And then with the overflowing love from the side of Blacklist International, it was too much for Boom Esports.
I think that Boom sometimes just kind of just overstepped. They jumped in trying to find Golden Kite, and it was going to be like amazing just to get that kill. But then after that, they just paid with 2 kills for the side. Ogren started just kind of like falling as well. It did not feel like they had a very good strategy on how to jump in.
I mean, the biggest thing was that the fact that they had that Ogren. I mean, it was just a matter of time. There's no reason to take any sort of bad team fight, and it seemed like the team was more bloodthirsty than anything. They were willing to go all in on these 5-on-5 fights,
yes,
which was not great. It was like, I have a lead. How do I play with it? I slowly choke them out. I get slowly bigger and stronger so that you can't even fight into me.
No, talking to your point, Holler, I like the way that they tried to go in and finish the game early. But the problem is that you need to finish the game early, or else you're going to allow your opponents just to turn things around.
I disagree, because the reason being is that Boom Esports, they have a late game lineup.
Yeah.
There is no pressure on them to end. Blacklist International will have to get back in. They have to win those team fights, and that's the reason they were able to bounce back, because they were able to get some kills. They basically goaded them into fights. Boom had no reason to do that when you have a late game hero that can just dominate the game later.
And they have multiple late game heroes, right? They
Yeah,
have
go ahead.
True. They have Toshi. They have Carl as well. Like these three heroes benefit off of late game fights, but they didn't play to their strengths. I think that was the difference here, right? Look, we all love bloodbaths. We love people fighting in the middle of the gorge. But sometimes, you know, you have to take one step back and say, what is our winning strategy here? What is our winning condition? And we need to fulfill that.
And I think that the winning condition at the beginning of the game was, okay, let's push for the late game, because we can survive for the late game. The problem is just when you're lured down, it's just saying, just like, okay, the other team dropped the ball early in the game. Do we want to just finish it right now? Or do we want to push to the late game, knowing that that was our first strat? I don't know about that.
Okay, I want to point this out because I think this was a major mistake on the side of Boom Esports. Look,
Go ahead.
The Magic defense coming in from the side of Carl, he had absolutely zero, okay, not really zero because he does have the boots of resistance, but it was not enough. And when Dragon is consistently able to land those skill shots on you, Carl is not as survivable as he needs to be. He's the front liner for Boom. And when it's no tank, they don't survive.
And then when was Boom Esports like able to kind of slow siege, using Carl as that frontliner, that you know, that magnet, that bullet magnet with all that magic damage? I mean, yes, he wasn't built that way, but they were, if they were able to kind of use the Ogren playstyle of just up front, everybody in the back, and let him kind of shield everyone, I think they would have had a much better chance. It seemed like everything was all over the place, and Carl was just like, I'll just attack it, whoever, right?
Exactly.
I
like
agree with that.
Too much damage.
It just felt like in some moment they were just fighting for the sake of fighting.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just kind of like, things are going our way, let's just go to it.
Exactly.
And you cannot just jump in. Carl jumps in multiple times and he's able to get the one kill, but then there's no follow to actually finish everything. It worked once when they got that ace over there in the farm lane. It worked once, it did not work the second time.
But this one brings us back into knowing your opponents, right? And I think both PKL teams know that they love to fight. So Blacklist kind of like, okay, since you love to fight, let's fight. And I think using that strategy, that's how they kind of edge over Boom Esports' draft. And of course, the team fight, the way that the fight was structured, Blacklist, I think just a little bit more synchronized compared to Boom Esports for this game number one.
Blacklist took the victory right over here, and Chami is going to take the MVP. The MVP is going to be for Chami, for Blacklist on that Dharma, for the initiation, for being able to zone out the opponents and to be able to start the fights that turn things around.
I love it because it's always Chami with the jammy. He comes in from the sidelines, slams you against the wall. And you know what? I really love his performance on Dharma. This is one of the signature heroes that Chami 1 has always played. So if you want to learn how to play Dharma, Chami 1, one of the strongest players in the region, you need to watch this guy.
Yeah, always. And it's hard to kind of like draw a beat on him and to find him. Chami 1 is very, he's like a cockroach always in the dark alleys. You know what I mean? And he jumps out of the bushes and then he surprises you and takes you out. I mean, he did it multiple times to Tatsuri, found everybody, multi-man truths. Oh, Chami 1, so good.
The specialty about his Dharma is, look, as a Dharma, it's actually easy to flank people, but it's the amount of people that you catch. And if you take a look at what Chami 1 does, he catches more than 3 people with every truth mantra. And in a team fight, that's a big marker because suddenly it becomes a 2v5. How do you win a 2v5?
And the amount of damage that the Dharma can deal right now in this meta is something to have in mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about that setup, that control, everything that you want from a Clash laner, and it kind of dictates the pace. I mean, he stayed alive, and it's one of those things where even if we're taking a team fight, you're like, wait, where's Chammy? Why are we going in? What is going on? Why are we grouping up? There's got to be a lot of questions, and they didn't really answer those, and they got caught out.
And that communication that you're mentioning, right? Like someone needs to go out and try to find the vision. Where is Chammy? If we don't know where Chammy is, you cannot start the fight.
Yeah.
If you don't know, if you don't have the vision on their initiator, just push back and then just kind of like just go and just farm, get your resources. That's something that Boom Esports is going to have to change if they want to still stay alive after this game 2. Now, coming to game 2, what do you think is going to be the winning conditions for both teams?
I mean, to be honest, Boom Esports right now, they need to find out where Chammy 1 is at all moments.
Yeah.
Not only in the game, but also on stage to find him out because he could be anywhere, right? I think that that's the biggest thing. I mean, but Boom Esports, to your point, Ken, earlier about the fact that these teams are so willing to fight, I think they need to just settle down, calm down, understand that, hey, we need to be looking this mid to late game and close the games out.
I think I would like to pick on Isaac's points here,
Go ahead.
which is your win condition, right? Look, if you have the early game draft, you have an early game lead, hold on to that lead, right? I understand that, yes, you want them to press further, especially when you have a golden itemization lead, but don't let go, right? If you recognize that you have a lead, make sure you keep pressing, maintain, and don't allow your opponent to take and steal back resources.
That's going to have to be their next step forward. How do I maintain my lead and how do I get to snowball on that?
Yes, so most of the times, if you're looking, even in ranked games, look, if you want to maintain the lead, it's not just about stopping people from stealing your buffs. You steal theirs as well, because it is not enough that I win, you must lose. You lose your resources, and then we hold the lead.
I don't like the fact that every time you're saying you lose, you're pointing at me, and I'm kind of feeling a little offended, and I don't know how to respond to that. But I felt it a bit, no? Yeah, exactly.
I find it difficult because yesterday you lost as well with your predictions, so I can't help but point at you, you know?
Okay, you want to go to predictions. All right, you want to go there, my friend, okay? You were 1 for 3 on day 1, okay? I'm keeping score for all of these predictions. But back into this game, look, I like the fact that Blacklist International has started with the Mai. I believe Dragon is one of the best in that. We haven't seen too much success on the KWC stage thus far, but Dragon is willing to bring it, and I think he's more than up to the task.
I think Boom also has a big pick here, and that comes in the form of the Dolia. Dolia, like we mentioned over the past few days, she's one hero that's able to refresh any skill of her choice that's on cooldown on her teammates' end. And right now with the Agudo, Agudo is also known as a tank shredder, but also a turret shredder. So Boom, maybe this game they have learned their lesson. Let's not fight too much. Let's just go for the turrets instead.
Dolia, one of the most picked heroes in the last 2 days, 8 times out of the 20 games that we had in day 1 and day 2, only behind Long and Yuhuan.
And this one, look, Blacklist, they're saving their jungle as the last pick so that they can counter pick whatever Boom Esports has shown them so far.
What's the biggest counter to Agudo then?
Heino jungle.
Okay.
Heino jungle.
Heino, when he goes into a melee form, he actually benefits off of the critters that Agudo summons. He gets even more lifesteal, and it's really hard to kill. Every time he uses his second skill to kind of move a short distance, if he's within range of any hero, he gets health back. And that's really hard to do because as an Agudo, you're supposed to melt down structures and heroes. And what happens when you can't melt down a hero? The rest of the lineup on Blacklist has freedom to move around.
Why haven't we seen so much of Heino in these last 2 days, though?
Okay, like you said, yes, we have. We haven't really seen Heino. So, you know what, Blacklist, they go for the one hero we all love, the Ogren, the ultimate tank with the instant execution as well.
I love that Ogre, man. And again, it just feels so fun to play. Like, it just feels like one of those heroes, like, mobile, deals damage, can get so many kills. It's one of those heroes that everyone at home should go and give it a try. You should go, get Ogren, go on to rank, well, go first into normal games, practice, and then after that, go on to rank with your friends, right, Holler?
Thank you so much. I was getting palpitations right there with that one because I was like, are you going to go into your ranked games? But this last pick here?
Zhou, I love this pick. Okay, so to me, the way that Boom Esports is looking at this, Zhou is an insurance policy because he has absolutely beautiful wave clear. In the mid lane, level 1, he's one of the fastest wave clearers. At the same time, late game, if you're losing, you're actually able to hold the fort for quite a bit of time with your flames as well.
Well, it's going to come down to the micro in here, right? Like what is going to be the mechanics, the way that the players can use those heroes to try to build that little advantage. We're going to jump into this game 2. Blacklist now is going to be on the blue side and Boom Esports is going to be on the red.
Okay, I think this game, for me personally, for Boom Esports, if they're looking for success, that success is going to come from Miggy. Miggy with the flash, Storm Strike, that skill that stuns people. If he manages to catch more than 3 people on the side of Blacklist, they lose the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they might have a tough time. But I'm going to go the opposite way in the sense, but stay in the same lane. I think Chamie won with the Sun Tzu. How is he going to counter-initiate? Is he able to just kind of disrupt the team fights and make things very uncomfortable and pretty much cover the retreat of Joshi, which he's going to need at times?
I think they have an easier time because if you take a look at the lineup of Blacklist, right, a lot of them have initiation skills, right? Chamie can use the boat to get in, Dragon can use his Real Engine to jump in, get a knockup, and Chess can use his ultimate as well to slam them against the wall.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Golden Kite's Flowborn here. This is one of the newer heroes in terms of the marksman. Walk me through this in terms of a draft strategy.
Okay, so Golden Kite actually, with his skill set, he's actually able to pierce through targets, which enables fast wave clear.
Oh, Miggy with the flash, staying alive. Chamie 1 does as well. Tatsuri's like, boys, break it up.
Yeah, so wave clear actually is one of the strengths of Golden Kite. And as the game goes later, he's actually able to melt down the tanky heroes.
Oh, they find Chaz with that fur ball. He's being chased, and he's going to give up first blood to Carl.
Carl's going to take that first blood, and they want to just chip a little bit out of this turret as well.
Once again, it's a healthy start from Boom, right? And Golden Kite, I think he has learned from game number 1. Please do not die here.
Just needs to stay alive. But look at this. Potential ambush. And Dragon, again, I think he needs to be aggressive. He wants to be ambushing, putting pressure in the outside lanes as much as possible in the early game.
Yeah, I want to talk about Tatsuri here, right? I think he needs to increase his rotation speed because he's able to clear the lane so much faster in comparison to Dragon.
It should give them an advantage on this laning stage, right? Like
Yeah.
if you are able to clean up the wave, then you should be able to move in. But look at that. They're going to try to push Miggy one more time under his turret. Miggy having a horrible start right now. They won't let him catch breath.
Do you know why they go on him, right? So as Miggy, as a hero, when you don't have access to flash, it's actually a very vulnerable position. So if you're playing a rank, you've managed to force out a flash onto your opponents, try to get your team to gank that guy because it's almost an easy kill.
I'm telling you, sometimes just making an opponent just to use their flash, sometimes it's a lot better than just having them dead.
Yes, because you might have to sacrifice your own life for that kill.
Yes, exactly.
So take a look at this rotation speed, a little bit faster coming out from Blacklist. So this is a good situation for them, but goalie slightly in favor of Boom.
Looking in the bottom lane, Boom Esports, a little bit of pressure here. They're kind of starting to group up a little bit for this bottom potential into the Tyrant here. It's going to be blocked, but it looks like the rotation. Dragon goes in, finds him with the Kachusen, gets the knockup, but not enough. The boat will be sailing around, and he says, all right, I'll catch you next time.
Yep, they forced out the flash from Tatsuri. They were expecting that knockup coming out from Dragon as well. So there's a trade of flashes, which is decent for both teams, but the pressure coming in on this T1 is so heavy from Boom.
They want to come in and try to chip down that turret. Ogren's coming in from
on
behind.
the 2, they go right back into it. The stampede onto Carl. He's going to be at half. Impressive over the wall, but Dragon gets stunned, and the Kachusen will be body blocked. He doesn't have alive, but Dragon goes down. Tatsuri finds it, but now Miggy looking for that flank, not able to find anybody.
This is one of the strengths of Tatsuri as a Zhou. He actually has absolutely insane damage over time. If you're stepping in his rings of fire, you're going to be burnt to death if you stay there too long. So Boom, this is great pressure coming in.
This is great pressure. And I mean, look, it was all, why is everyone moving to the bottom lane? It's because they're trying to kind of set things up, get a potential kill to start the Tyrant, which is happening right now by Blacklist.
Yep, they should be able to settle this.
Yeah, no real chance for them to actually defend Boom Esports. That is, Blacklist International take that and make their way on out. But they want to go for more. They're looking to go for the set sail. Actually connects on to Toshi, and they find him. They blow him up with Dragon's damage. The Unbridled Outburst to control the damage, and they find Miggy. Over the wall he goes with a Stampede, and they have 3 members, and they want to go for Miggy, at least for now. They've gotten 2. Dragon on the run. He's going to pay for everyone else's sins, but Carl finds him out.
It was going to be a 2-0 trade, but at the end, Dragon falls to make it a 2-1 trade for Blacklist.
Oh, but Carl, he was trying to get cheeky, wanted to go for the steal, not able to do it in time, and now Carl is in a bad spot. Jamie 1 is like, what are you doing on this side of the neighborhood,
It's
my
gonna
friend?
give it to the turret, man.
Yeah, but still, because the last hit came from Joshi before he died, Joshi gets that kill. And you know what? That's a very painful experience for Boom Esports. I feel like they are feeling the pressure, the tension coming in from Blacklist.
Has destroyed
And for going back in this one, Blacklist International, like Joshi doing his work. I mean, this is the scary Ogren, right? Slow and steady. Get that farm going. Yes, Toshi's got that damage, but I mean, if you're putting a little bit of pressure on, and that early kill against Toshi was actually quite beneficial for Blacklist.
And you can see what Blacklist is doing, right? As a new player, this is what I mean by holding your advantage. So they disallow Boom Esports from stealing their camps, and they go and steal Boom Esports' camps instead.
Just taking the resources from them, just allow them just to keep that gap. Just allow them just to try to snowball early on as Chano's going to move to the top lane and try to rotate.
Yeah, this is why supports pick up the smite sometimes, right? It's to help you with that aggression, but to keep that line so that there's no comeback factor from the opponent team.
Yeah, but it looks like the boat is going to connect onto Toshi, but the rest of Boom Esports are there. They have 4 members. This is quite a commitment of resources, but with no real waves, the push isn't able to kind of proceed.
They're actually dividing them at this point. They have to defend the mid T1 as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Jamie 1 is there. The Furball actually connects on his Jussie. They're doing a decent amount. The Conductor of Souls, and return the Ruin Genetic pushing him back. Carl is getting low himself, but Blacklist International are like actually too scary. The rotations have happened, and that's going to be the end of it.
I love the restraint coming in from Blacklist. It feels like they have learned the lesson from game number 1, right? Yes, we love to fight, but there are fights that we do not need to take. Even though there were a couple of members that were low on Boom, they knew that, hey, it's a risk. Let's not risk that now.
We might take the 1 kill, but we might end up paying with 3.
Yes, exactly. So very good understanding. And the boat as an escape mechanism, very good on this Sun Ce pick.
Yeah, very good. And he's going to continue to farm and again, just rotate his way top. I mean, you're seeing what exactly Miggy and Carl are doing. They're looking to put pressure on that bottom lane, and it looks like Jamie 1 has to rotate to defend.
Okay, I love this movement as well. So they actually try to force them out. Hang on.
They find the Furball. Jamie 1 dashes away, and he gets knocked up, but it looks like only Furball is going to look to chase. They want Jamie 1, but Furball, does he actually have it? No, he's going to give up on it.
He actually gets a life steal.
All the way to home.
And this is what we mean. They might get punished.
Yeah, they might get punished. The rotation dragging a little bit low, but Joshi with that Conductor of Souls finding it. The Umbrella Outburst pushing him back. Miggy's in a bad spot. Continuing on, the Seer State will execute him.
And this is so bad for the side of Boom. If you notice just now, even though Miggy had quite a bit of shielding, he still was taken down by the passive of Joshi. And this is why Ogren is so scary. We don't care about your shield values. It's based on your total health percentage.
Yeah, and look at how the fact that Joshi has just made him pay, stolen the buff away. I mean, that was a big thing where you're going to commit for that 1 kill, didn't get it, and now you're in no man's land, and they made him pay. This is a slight disadvantage for them, but Blacklist International still on top.
They don't seem to have learned from that first game. They're making the exact same mistakes this second time, and they need to stop right now or they're going to get themselves in a plane back home.
But this is the champion mentality, right? It's about how well can you adapt to the changing circumstances. And Blacklist, I think they've proven themselves to be worthy of this lead that they have.
I mean, worthy of a lead, right? It's just 1 game at the end of the day. I mean, look, it's a great opportunity for Blacklist International there, and Boom Esports need to do things that are a little unconventional to kind of claw their way back in this one.
Oh, Chammy, baiting skills out from the side of Boom Esports. A beautiful movement here.
I just love the way that he can just go around and try to keep that boat alive for so long time. Just trying to see if there's a way how to use that and not actually just waste it.
Okay, so playing to their strengths, Carl going to use the Wild Growth. This is why they want to take the T1, right? He's able to take the T1 because the critters actually help to tank the tower.
Oh, they're going in. The Ruined Engine with the Umbrella Outburst. The fight was perfect. They find him, and Miggy's down, and it's a double going the way of Joshi. And they want potentially more. Joshi's being very aggressive, wants to continue on. Impressive, and Carl in bad spot. And Dragon looking for the side. Joshi goes over the wall. They have 3 different members here. How are Boom Esports going to survive? Carl is going to be there, but Dragon gets killed. He gets picked up by Toshi, but Carl dies as well. Impressive, no chance. He will be killed as well, and it's a team ace going the way of Blacklist International.
A 5 one trade for Blacklist. Ladies and gentlemen, this is coming to an end because Blacklist is not going to let this go.
Yeah, favor return, and this is what we talked about, right? When you have a lead, know when to push that advantage. Do not give it away, and Blacklist has just shown you how to do it. Take the good fights, not the bad ones.
5,000 gold advantage right now as we move into the 10-minute mark. Look at that replay.
Yep, Chaz, this one I have to commend him. Chaz has this habit of actually running to the back lines to try and push people back into his team with his ultimate, and this time he was not called out, not scouted. We talked about, hey, where is Chammy? Where is Chaz?
I mean, look, he's on the back end, and he gets the perfect umbrella outburst and just sets it up for the rest of Blacklist International to just, like, feast on the bodies that were coming into that one. And now it's completely opened it up. Blacklist International with a sizable 6K lead, and they want the first Shadow Tyrant of the game.
Yep, so to all the roam players here playing Zhang Fei operates as both a support. He is someone who shields you, but he can turn into a beast. That's why his ultimate is called the Unbridled Outburst. You can kill people as a Zhang Fei.
Okay, all right. I was going to make some sort of ex-girlfriend joke about the, you know, the two sides of the story, protection and then a beast on the other end, but
I think that we're just going to let that one go.
Yeah, we're going to let it go. We're going to pretend like I didn't say that. But Blacklist International take the bottom T2. Now they want to siege these T3s.
Okay, that's a lot of vision restricted on the side of Boom Esports. And this is the power spike. This is what we're talking about for Golden Kite, right? The amount of shots, the machine gun coming in. Boom Esports is going to suffer, but they still have a little bit of a silver lining because Tatsuri should be able to protect them with the wave clear.
It is going to be 10 seconds until those waves are going to come in, both on the farm lane and the clash lane, and that's going to be the time for Boom Esports to make a decision what to let go.
I mean, Boom Esports have a lot of wave clear. That's going to slow this game down more than anything.
Yeah, but oh, hang on, Josh. He actually gets very low, Miggy. Yeah, it's not enough at this point, but T3 on the top side, open up, and Blacklist, this is a position that's perfect for them.
I mean, this is what they need to do of just like closing this game out, being aggressive. Look at how Boom Esports are just huddling in their base. They're not able to get out. Chaz, that frontline scout that's providing all the vision of where everybody is. This is a tough ask of Boom Esports to hold.
More waves coming in. Sunsa already has the flank. He might want to initiate. The boat comes in.
Oh, it connects only onto Impressive though, but the jump in didn't happen. The T3 is probably more important. It's the right play. They take the mid one and they're looking to just regroup and go for the potential bottom here.
Every single wave is one more decision that puts Blacklist closer and closer to the Crystal Kin.
Exactly, and with a T3 left on the bottom side only, Boom Esports, this is a horrible position to be in.
I mean, look at how they're huddling, right? They're fighting for scraps. They can't get Toshi any sort of farm, and he's starting to fall behind, not only in levels, but also definitely the net worth.
And Chammy won. Look, he's being so sneaky. This time they send Miggy to try and stop him, but the T3.
Oh, looks like they've got the top line, at least with Miggy, but he's tanky enough. He's a big boy. He's on his own, but they're not able to take this bottom T3. The wave clear from Boom is still good.
Chill out, guys. We want the objectives, and right now, Shadow Overlord is available for the taking. Boom Esports, they're allowed to take a step out of their base, but they might get baited. They have to be really careful.
It is all gonna be the 13 minutes mark. This Shadow Overlord might be the next goal. The turrets have already fallen in the mid and in the clash lane, and let's see what's going to be. And the Shadow Overlord is gonna be the next target.
Look, Dragon stole away the Crimson buff away from Carl again, and this means there's no fight available. They have to give this away, so Blacklist International, a perfect way to start their onslaught of what may be the final fight of the game.
I mean, this is the perfect, play style of the Ogren, and why Blacklist International are so good with Jussie on him is because he just stays alive, and now he's this raid boss that Boom Esports have zero answers for, and they've been pushed back into their base because they're so scared of him.
The rotations one more time, set sail, the boat is coming.
It's
the waves
coming
come
here.
against the high ground, and the high ground is going to fall.
Oh, but it's just space created. It's going to open things up. They're going to take the bottom T3. The base is wide open. Boom Esports looking to hold.
Yeah, a barren wasteland for the side of Boom Esports. Crystal stands alone at this point. Chaz still has his ultimate, and all of their equipment is still on.
Yeah, I mean, this Shadow Vanguard looking to push on the bottom lane. That's going to be a tough defend on that one. But it looks like Blacklist International slowly poking and prodding, and they're going to start to siege at some point.
This might be the last battle, and it might start in any second as we have Blacklist just trying to knock at the doors of victory.
Yeah, but the Crystal, they've done a great job. Like Zoe with those fire patches have done such a great job of just taking things out. If Boom Esports somehow holding on by a thread.
It's all due to Tatsui, right? All those flame portals and flaming paths. It's what's keeping Boom alive at this point. But it's a very thin line of a lifeline to say. So Boom Esports, they need to watch their positioning, because if they get caught out, Black instantly win this.
I mean, look, Boom Esports right now, tournament lives at stake. They're going to do everything. They're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink to try to hold in this game. But man, the options of doing so and coming back, very difficult.
Very, very, very slim, man. Like, look at that. Easy, free Dark Tyrant is going to go for Blacklist. Right now, they've got the buff for the damage. They've got the buff for reheal. What is there on Boom Esports more than their hopes just to try to keep the Crystal standing for a little longer more?
Hopes and dreams. I mean, at this point, right, they need to just stay alive. They need to figure out a way, again, Zoe, with those wildfires, just slow the game down, deal with the minions, potentially just try to stay alive. But Justy's going in. The Umbrella Hopper's not going to connect onto much, but Justy's still up in front, doing a decent amount. Impressive is looking to trade. Dragon is on the low end. He's going to get picked off. They get a 3-man stun. They find Golden Kite, and they want to get even more. They're finding Justy. He's not able to out-heal this. That Sage's Sanctuary, it looks like he's going to be down for a second time, and a shutdown goes the way of Toshi, and with 3-0, Boom Esports finding ways.
What is going on? Boom, boom, let's go! Boom Esports defended the Crystal, and they're right now pushing forward. This might be the turn back.
This is kind of on me. I was complimenting the playstyle of Blacklist International, Justy just being slow and steady, and then that fight happened. My gosh, what are you doing?
I mean, look, they missed so many skills. The boat did not land. Dragon did not hit his Kochosens as well. He overdove, and this was the one mistake they did not make the entire game. And it may be the pressure of wanting to force this game to an end that's costing Blacklist International.
Niggy stood up on business, and look at that. The ball goes out on the other side, and right now it's going to be the Crystal from Blacklist, the one that's going to be in danger.
Oh, it's a potential. The Umbrella Outburst just pushing that fur ball. They're looking to go, but Jamie wanted a bad spot. He's going to get picked off first. Mickey's still up in front. They do have the wild growth that they want to go, but they turn their attention on the bottom lane. They're going to look to just play this in the late game.
This is all going to be a long run unless they can get this T3 as well.
I mean, but ults are on cooldown. I mean, Chaz doesn't have the Umbrella Outburst. They're looking to potentially go. They have the minion wave, and that was a big opening for them. They find Chaz. They do a decent amount. The Arrow Storm, but the Justy, he's fighting 1 versus 5. The Conductor of Souls is really not a lot of damage. It looks like Justy getting picked off, and Boom Esports looking to end the game, and they bounce back, and they will take game 2.
Oh, they come back. What a comeback. I mean, look, this is why in Honor of Kings, you do not give up. My goodness, Boom Esports, what an explosive comeback.
We knew this was going to be a good match. We thought it was going to be a short one. And Boom Esports stand up and they say, not yet, baby, not yet. Take this air ticket back because we don't want to go home yet.
Yep, your signature is voided. Let's take a look at the entire game. I mean, once again, this time with the reverse, right? Blacklist, they actually had a bad start, right? Boom Esports manages to get that advantage at the early game, but then Black kind of punished their greed.
It is insane. Just the moment, the decisions, in one split second, the whole game can turn around. And that's what makes Honor of Kings such a lovely game to play.
All right, it looks like the coaches need to tell their teams to be like, hey, actually, we just lose the early game because then we'll win the game. That's all that matters.
Maybe, but that's the call. But I need to highlight Tatsui in this game. Tatsui was doing so well. The Zoe pick, I feel, was one that was extremely smart. Because like I said, that was the late game insurance, right? If you're losing a game, all you need to do is to be able to handle the waves that are crashing against your crystal.
Was there ever a doubt that this game was going to go to a third game? I mean, every single time. The upper bracket finals, it went to 3-2. The grand finals went 4-3. Like, these are two teams that know each other, but even at the end, when you're thinking, Blacklist International have such a huge lead, how can Boom come back? Well, this is how.
And look, it's about the positioning, right? So if you're playing the mid lane, you're playing the farm lane, you want to make sure that you're at the back of your entire positioning. And this is where Toshi and Tatsui really shine. The flame portals actually coming down, and then Toshi actually getting so many free shots. This is one of the strengths of the channel because he's actually able to attack from so far away.
But even that last siege, that mid T3, yes, it goes down, but it looked like Blacklist International were panicking, right? Chamey was like, oh, gotta make a play, gotta go in. He gets caught out, and then now the game is completely lost.
They became individuals instead of a team. That is the one thing that was very apparent in that last fight for Blacklist, right? Everyone was trying to win and defend the game on their own accord. No coordination at all.
This is like our ranked game yesterday, where you're trying to be an individual and not a team player. This is specific to you.
Wait, we won. Okay, I'll be honest here. I did not have a good KDA, but we won.
That is true. But thanks to Saji.
Thank you very much for carrying us. Thank you very much, Sandy. Let's analyze a little bit of the numbers of the game because it was such an enjoyable game. I loved watching this. I'm telling you, I thought that Chammy was the one that was really doing really well. But at the end, it was Miggy, the one that stood up and turned everything around with his own personal mechanics.
Actually, my MVP with this one is Dolia. The fact that he was MVP in the game, but he's 0-1-9, still made an impact with those Celestial Melodies, made it very difficult. The perfect cycling of that spell to ensure who had that right ult.
In a rare turn of events, I actually agree with you. I have to say Impressive was doing very good. Because one of the things that Impressive was very focused on was actually refreshing the ultimate of Carl, the God mobilization. So that's the skill where you throw a ball down onto everyone else. And that gives you, as an Agudo, the ability to attack even faster, right? You have lightning charges, and you now have mini stuns with your basic attacks. So that was what really changed the fight, with the help of Miggy going onto the backlines, getting the stuns, and pulling attention away.
Look at that. The gold was never, ever in the whole game for Boom Esports. But at the end of the day, they just were able to take the victory. What an amazing performance by Boom Esports, showing us that when the macro is not working, work on your mechanics. The mechanics can really just stand up and just deal that. And mechanics were shown, but our MVP by this game is Carl. Carl is going to be the MVP for our first game, well, for our second game or our first match of the day.
Redemption for Carl. We were waiting for his A-star performance, and this time he really showed up, right? So using the Wild Growth, the one where he summons critters on the floor, he manages to put Blacklist International in very tight and difficult spots, which then led to the bad decisions coming out from Blacklist International. And when you make bad decisions in front of Carl, Carl has a lot of experience. He just took the wins one by one until the crystal was the final objective.
I mean, it was like mistake after mistake for Blacklist International.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like whiffing, like you're trying to hit a standstill target. Like you had that opportunity to close it out, but they were missing everything. And then it was a situation where you're like, hey, why don't we just back off one more time?
I'm telling you, this is going to be one of those games that we want to go back home and analyze. We want to watch the replays and find what was that moment that turned things around. We're going to do that while all of you have a little break, and we'll be back right now.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Ladies and gentlemen, that was amazing. I am so happy to be here. I am so glad, energized. You can see it in my face. I am just ready to go. Game 1, Game 2, amazing stuff. What is gonna Game 3 bring to us?
I think more of the same, right? Comeback potential, never say die attitude. Everything is at stake in this final game. One of these teams is going to go home.
Yes, but you never give up, right? We don't give up until the last moment. Until the crystal is broken, you think of a way to win the game and at this point, win the series.
I know that a lot of the people at home are just looking at our game. You're watching live. We appreciate you so much. I was checking in the chat and people are asking, what are they talking about? Micro, macro, what are all these things? What about we talk a little bit about those two terms that we talk about every single cast?
All right, so I'm gonna start. This is
Go,
one
go.
line that I always tell everyone in my ranked games. We play the map, and that is macro, right? Controlling the waves, taking objectives. This is a way that you can actually exert pressure or relieve pressure away from your team and put pressure onto the opponents as well.
Let me talk about the other side, which is going to be the micro side, right? If we're looking at this one, I mean, I think the final assault from Blacklist International, when they're trying to hit those skills and missing them, we're having a problem, right? Your micro, not so great, right? If you're able to hit everything, you're able to combo well with one another, and you're able to make those, again, micro plays, then you're going to kind of just compound on that and really take advantage of those skills.
When we're talking about micro, we're talking about just what you do with your fingers, your dexterity, your ability to land those skills. That's the micro. And when we talk about macro, we're talking about the composition. We're talking about the map, the vision, the resources, the strategy to win the game.
Yeah,
Right?
and if we're looking at this, I mean, let's look at this more of like a teacher perspective. If you're
Go
thinking
ahead.
micro, you're thinking skinnier, which would probably be Kin, and then you're talking to the macro because I'm a little bit heavier in the midsection, right? That's probably an easy way to do it.
Yeah, so I think we can explore certain things. Example, I think one of the questions was on Byron, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And this is where, look, micro means the little things that can change moments for you as well, right? So example, learning about Byron's passive. When his bar is full, that red little line underneath his name, when it's full, you actually get to regenerate health or shield. And this is where you make certain decisions based on your understanding of the skill set. So there was one moment, I think if you take a look at the replay, where they were actually chasing the Byron at the bottom side of the
Shouldn't
map.
do that.
That's one. But he actually used his first skill to swing his, what's that called, a mace? Yeah, swing his mace at the critters on the side of Agudo. So that actually allowed him to lifesteal a little bit, so he didn't get killed off by that final hit that Agudo was trying to land on him, which was from Carl. So these are the micro plays, learning about how to use your advantages, your skill set, to either win or not lose big moments.
All right, so we go back to the game. We have Blacklist just pushing in, and then we had Byron just trying to defend. In that moment, since there's so many enemies around him, does that benefit him?
Of course, right? And this is also where his ultimate, also known as the false field suppression, it actually gains extra shields when there's more people around. So he is the tank that is unexpectedly tanky, because most people see his lifeline as like something that's really small, and suddenly the shield values come up and you can't heal him anymore.
So for everyone at home, if you have a Byron, this might be counterintuitive. You want to be surrounded by enemies. The more enemies that you have surrounding you, the more shield that you're going to be able to recover.
Exactly, and right now, Blacklist International, they are also taking a look at trying to play that maximum micro advantage, right? So the Long picked up. We all have seen this over the past 2 days and today on the third day. That big burst mechanic coming in. This is where your distancing needs to be really clean. Understanding where is that limit of distance so you can get that final shot and get the burst without actually being touched by your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, a really smart pickup here. I mean, Blacklist International looking to prioritize this as much as possible. Golden Kite, an absolute beast on it. 10-1 in the PKL. He's an absolute maestro, just being able to stay alive. They wanted to prioritize this, especially first.
Okay, so Blacklist International, to complement that pick, they also have the Liang and Princess Frost combination. This is one of the most controlling duos you will see in this game. But Boom Esports, they return the favor with some control of their own as well. If you remember, we did see the Mozi come out and the Dharma come out yesterday. Plenty of stuns available.
That Liang, since day 1 and day 2, already has 75% win rate. It wins 3 out of 4 times that he's been over there in the Gorge.
That's a big win percentage.
Of course.
But right now, Boom Esports, they actually have the Gun and Mo, which is one of the hard counters against both Liang and Princess Frost, because they are people that will tend to stay stationary for a little bit. And Gun and Mo is a hero that is able to shoot blades out, and the amount of burst damage that Gun and Mo offers is one that can insta-kill you. I'm not talking about damaging you, I'm talking about insta-kill. You are deleted out of the game.
I mean, I like that pick because of the fact that like the Liang is just going to be like this static guy when he gets that control. He's a very easy target. Those Reforged blades will just literally insta-give him like you're talking about.
Yep.
I think it's a great hero pick, and plus it matches up well against Princess Frost in that laning phase as well.
Exactly. The wave clear is pretty strong by Gun and Mo as well. But of course, if you're on Boom Esports side, you would very much prefer that the blades land onto the heroes of Blacklist International.
Yes, of course. Like we need to just be accurate, and the accuracy coming from Gan and Mo needs to follow the accuracy coming from Mozi, and the accuracy that Ho-E can bring to the table as well.
Yep, this is a setup composition. For those of you that are new to Boom Esports, a setup composition means you actually create situations which allow your teammates to be at their best form. So, Ho-E, his ultimate, the Burning Sun arrow, it's a global ultimate. It allows you to stun people from afar. The longer that arrow travels, the longer stun duration.
It's going to be so interesting to watch as Ho-E makes it to level 4. Immediately, the vision for Ho-E is not over there in the lane, it's just all over the map just to see how he can initiate any kind of fight.
Yes, and with that, Ho-E is also one of the heroes that actually is able to melt down tanks pretty fast. In professional settings, right, if you build the right itemization, you can do percentage damage, you can do lightning damage, magic damage, and you have your physical damage as well. So he is a well-rounded, he just doesn't have mobility.
I love Ho-E because of that, right? Depending on the itemization, you can build a lot of different strategies. But that means you need money. That means that you need to have a good bodyguard that can help you stay alive.
Yep, he's an expensive pick for sure on the side of Boom Esports. And you know what? The cost of Blacklist International's draft, not too expensive. As a Liang and a Princess Frost, you don't really need that much gold because your strength of these two heroes come in the form of your skills, the micro plays, right? The stuns, the lockdowns. That is what Blacklist International are hoping to achieve so that they can get the burst damage of Golden Kite down onto the members of Boom Esports.
You're going to look at this and you're not going to say anything about Carl's Lam. Last pick, everything on the line, and he's going with the Lam. I love this last pick.
Oh, this is going to be a good match, man. I'm looking forward for this. This is going to be Blacklist on the blue, and it's going to be Boom Esports on the red. What is it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Which of these two teams is going to go back home? After this match, we will have an answer.
I mean, wow. Impressive. It's actually going to flash forward. Does a lot of damage onto Dragon, and he's continuing to just run it down. 3 members of Blacklist International limp away.
Yes, and Joshi wanted to go for the potential steal, right? Actually checking vision onto the Boom Esports jungle camp, and that kind of delayed his first take, actually.
Yeah, Miggy here just in a bit of a duel with Chamee1. Look, we know the strength of Chamee1's Dharma, but Miggy's Dharma bringing it to the table, I think that he is also very good on this hero.
Oh, for sure. And now it really is, can you find out the position of the Clash laners? And to make matters more difficult, look, Boom Esports, let's finally talk about Carl, right? This Lam pick. Why is it so good? It's because he actually has iframes as well. Invulnerability frames. When he's dashing in between people, you can't actually damage him.
I mean, but he needs time to obviously get online, like most junglers do, right? But I think that if going into this one, there's going to be a lot of juicy targets. If we're talking about, Dragon, Golden Kite to a certain degree, yes, he has that Dragon, but Chaz is probably one of those targets that you want to just lock down. He needs to be careful, though, that he doesn't get controlled.
So let me present you a situation. Blacklist, you might feel very good with the Liang pick, right? Because you're able to get a suppression down onto any one of the members. But ideally, you want it on the Carl. And who's the backup for the side of Boom Esports? It is Miggy on the Dharma, which means, look, you can suppress one, you can't suppress all. And I think Miggy's going to have a fantastic game here if they don't play their positions right on the side of Blacklist International.
I mean, it's one of those things where even if Lam were to get locked down, you're talking about Dharma, Miggy, but you also have the Hou Yi and the Moza. You have stuns to kind of stop that, right? So that's you have ways to kind of deal with this potential combination.
So it's kind of like, look, you have a lot of pocket money. Please watch how you spend it, right? Do not spend your resources. Keep your stuns available for interactions where you expect the Liang to show up, right? You can create a situation where you want the Liang to catch someone on your team, but you instantly cancel it with the stun that comes out from the Mo. So it could even be an insta-kill coming out from the Garden Mo.
I mean, the biggest thing about that, though, is that, yes, you might be baiting it out, but you got to bring friends, right? If you're all by yourself, you're going to get isolated. So it's going to be more of a playstyle thing more than anything else, ensuring that, hey, if we walk in this dark alleyway, we're going hand in hand and we're going together.
Exactly. So Boom Esports, I think, like you said, they have to group up together. There should not be a singular target that's walking around alone. I mean, except for Miggy. Miggy is probably going to try and go for the flank. So he is the #1 prio to not be caught by the Liang. You do not want to be in the dark alley with him one-on-one.
If you had to pick one player that is just like, this is the guy that needs to carry the team, who are you putting the onus on?
Which team?
No, any team. You tell me. You have the world is your oyster. Go.
The world is my oyster, and my oyster is Carl. I think Lam is the carry for the side of Boom Esports. Look, if he makes those very spectacular plays, actually gets into the backline on the side of Blacklist International, they will falter again, they will make mistakes again, because Lam is so hard to catch. And with his ultimate, that death from below, where he turns into a shark, he is CC immune.
Yeah, I mean, the potential for that. I mean, the damage. But, it's looking at the other side. If we're looking at Blacklist International, I'm just kind of like, man, obviously, if I can get that pick off, I would have a great time. But they just want a death ball. You're not going to find somebody that's isolated where Carl can kind of just feast on them.
That's true, but at the same time, this is situations where you can beat out fights, right? Both teams love to fight. And I think because Boom Esports understand that, hey, we are two teams that love to fight, let's survive that first engagement, save a couple of our skills, and then turn the tables around.
Yeah. Obviously, that initiation, how the fight goes about is going to be super key for both of these squads. It's basically like who blinks first, right? Because I think that the slow siege from Blacklist International, we see how Justy wants to play this Agudo. It's going to be slow and steady. They're not going to want to push things. They're going to just go, again, just slow sieging things.
Exactly. And you know what's the main difference in this particular game for this series? Even if you take out Toshi on the side of Boom Esports, you take out the Hou Yi, so what? They have a lot of control and damage coming out from the rest of the members. So Toshi is less of an important objective on the side of Boom Esports. In fact, he is just an addition, right? He's a plus sign. If he gets the damage off, that's a perk. But even if he dies, it's still a pretty decent fight coming out from Boom Esports.
Yeah. And I mean, the damage potential, I mean, even if we're looking at the other end, like Blacklist International, Golden Kite on this Loong, obviously I love him on the Loong. I think it's definitely his signature hero. He's amazing on it. He's very flashy. But if he were to ever go down, because they have a plethora of stuns on the Boom Esports sides, and then the Lam gets the jump without your ult on, they might be in a world of hurt.
My main concern actually isn't Golden Kite. My main concern is Justy.
Okay.
Look, Justy playing the Agudo, he is the tank for the team. And if he falls, the whole backline is exposed. There's nobody else that's going to be able to get you out of jail per se, right? And even though, yes, Chami won, he does have the Byron, the whole team can actually just bypass Chami and just go for the backlines.
Yeah, potentially going for the backlines, but it looks like we're underway. We're still in less than 2 minutes at this stage. But again, Justy will continue to just keep his farm on, but Boom Esports being aggressive.
Yeah, aggression is definitely important. It's more the fact that get some information, right? So we know what we're working with. And information is very important for Boom Esports because they have very long-reaching arms. Tatsuri actually can snipe you down without even being close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. His kiting, but the Burning Sun arrow connecting the reinforced blades, and that's first blood just like that.
Exactly what we were talking about. This is what needs to happen if Boom Esports wants to win the game. They need the control chains to be on point.
Yes, and right away they see the next objective to steal here. Carl, a brilliant job, takes away the Crimson Golem.
Just a smart play. I mean, turning that one kill into just, the steal, yes, and he walks away because cool guys don't look at explosions, right? And Carl will take that on his way out. But this is the big thing. The biggest question mark is how much space is Carl going to have? Going aggressive like that, key.
They actually committed a flash from Chaz and they didn't have anything to return. I mean, you do get the flash from Miggy, but it's not a good trade at all for Blacklist.
Yeah, not a good trade. Not a good start. And maybe this is the strategy we saw throughout this entire series where you play poorly in the first 5 to 10 minutes and then you just win the game.
It might be just a strat. Please don't try it at home. Try to play well.
But here's the box. They've got him locked, but the infinite vastness, and it looks like he's going to get on his dragon and get on out of this.
That would have been great, and this is something that you need to take note of, right? So once he lands, actually Impressive still has to catch.
Oh, Miggy taking a lot of damage. He's going to use the truth, but Chammy1 right back in the action. He goes under the tower, but Miggy will survive.
Yep, they don't get it, but here comes the aggression, and this is where I think Carl, look, level 7, the important thing is not that he's matching Jashi's level. The important thing is that he's far ahead of Dragon, Golden Kite, and Chess. So these are 3 free targets if Carl gets his hands on them.
I mean, look, Carl wasn't he was invading, he was taking a lot of the farm, but he's actually just neck and neck with Justy. But here's the control, that's the first one, the Flaming Palm on top, and Carl, no way to get out of that.
There's no way to survive that.
Finding Dragon, but he does have the shield, he does stay alive.
Okay, so this is one small interaction, but Dragon, as a Princess Frost, when you land your ultimate down or use your ultimate, you actually get an extra shield. That is 4 physical damage. So that is why Dragon actually made it out.
All right, it looks like the Tyrant's going to be picked up. The first one of the game going the way of Boom Esports. A slight net worth lead, that's going to help them grow. But with Carl down for that, 30 or so seconds, it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth battle here.
Isn't this game so difficult for Blacklist? Like, look, Tatsuri, this is the most comfortable I've ever seen him.
I mean, look, he's just going to stay far away from everybody, use those blades to his advantage. His positioning needs to be on key because, I mean, look, here's the connection on the Golden Kite at half-life, and they're going to do a decent amount of work on that bottom T1.
They have perfect setup, right? If you miss that arrow from Toshi, never mind. We have the stun from Impressive. And if they do manage to get that Mega Truth...
Here's the jump, the ride, the win. They're going to look to go. They find Chaz, and they turn this around. The blades are there, but they don't have enough. And Impressive is going to be killed. Toshi has to flash away. And Blacklist International, even with the jump, and Boom was potentially ready for it, they didn't have enough.
How did they miss that kill? Chaz was so low.
Very low, unfortunate for them, and it looks like Impressive going down there. Huge for Blacklist International, being able to bounce back. This net worth lead is next to nothing.
Yep, next to nothing. And at this point, Carl, okay, great job at hitting level 9. Another arrow, but this one does not hit. And Tatsuri, he needs to do more for the team. Clear the wave early. See if there's any way you can use to speed up the jungling speed of Carl.
Yeah, and look at the bottom lane. I mean, Toshi will continue to farm. He's outclassing Golden Kite just by a little bit in the laning phase. Yes, it's still very early, but you want any sort of advantage you can get against Golden Kite. You gotta limit his farm, but here we go. Miggy going in, finds Dragon, gets the insta-deletion with that truth, setting him up.
This is why combinations are so important.
The Storm Strike onto Miggy, but it looks like he's just gonna shake that one off. Again, Clash Laners doing Clash Lane things. And if we're looking in the mid lane, Toshi now rotating here, putting pressure on. The Burning Sun arrow is going to miss again. With that wild growth, though, Jussie will just prevent this assault from continuing on.
This performance by Boom is nothing short of spectacular, right? So many nice setups in Chammy1.
Oh, here's the rotation, the teleport. They find Chammy1, but he's largely taking 0 damage. And with that Cannon Blast missing, they're trying to throw everything at Chammy1, who Storm Strikes. He gets back under the tower and a huge rotation, and they did not convert.
Maximum value extracted by Chammy1, right? Wasting so much time and skills.
Oh, the Storm Strike with that control. That should be enough, and that boom goes down onto Toshi as he's down for the count.
This is not something that I expect Boom to do, right? They wanted to get the wave clear. They wanted to set up the stuns. They have done.
The gorge mobilization onto Tatsuri. He flashes over the wall. He stays alive, but pressure is being put on. Jushi's here looking for that steal. Does not have smite, something to take note of. Carl with the pushback. Looks like he's going to take the Crimson again.
This is something that Lams love to do, right? Get the buff away, you still have time, use your ultimate to push it away and get the smite. So they disallow the steal, so that's a very smart move coming out from Boom.
Yeah, another Burning Sun arrow. I feel like Toshi's throwing them out like I throw them out when I play Hou Yi, and I'm like 0 for like 5.
Yep. Arrows for you, arrows for you, arrows for everyone.
Yeah, but
and
oh, Justy barely staying alive. Oh my. Okay, he's gonna stay alive for now, but that was very close.
Very. And it's going to get even closer. Now, Blacklist, I think they have done very well in the macro sense, right? They are able to kind of get this T1 for free. And look, for all the efforts that Boom has done, gotten a couple of nice kills, they have no turrets to reward themselves from it.
Yeah, and this is gonna be great for Blacklist International. Taking those towers, but the Burning Sun arrow, this one will connect, but there's no follow-up. Carl looking to potentially go, sees the rest of them, and is like, okay, I can't go into that one. But Boom Esports finding ways. Again, gotta go slow and steady, gotta get that pick off.
Yep, they need the vision here. They know that it's unsafe. Will they make the mistake of actually walking in that direction?
I don't think anyone will. Nobody, it's just too obvious. Miggy finds Justy though, but he's just too tanky at this stage. Mickey, now he's going to be controlled. Do they have the damage? And it looks like they do, but Chaz will die eventually. He dies for the cause. He sacrifices his life. It's a 1-for-1.
But you get Miggy.
Yeah, you get Miggy. The Storm Strike onto Impressive. He Peacebringers back under that tower. The Flaming Palm eaten up by Toshi, but here's the arrow, the dragon on out of there, and he says goodbye.
Okay, so that's a nice save coming out from the side of Blacklist International, as well as for Boom. But they have to give away this Tyrant for the game, so it's one apiece in neutral objectives for both teams.
And look at that. Blacklist International is up about 1K at this point. They've done a great job of just playing the macro game, right? Let's just say, hey, we don't need to worry about it. We don't need to worry about those kills. Yes, Chaz has gotten those controls off, and they've kind of converted on them, but we don't need to kind of rush things at this stage.
Yeah, I think definitely patience is key at this point, right? They just need good setup. I think that's the only win condition that Boom needs to achieve here. Have a nice stun and let Tatsuri get the damage in, because he was at the top of the damage chart, right? And I know I talked about Kao being that winning condition, but based on how Boom is playing, if Tatsuri gets those very nice snipes, Blacklist, there's no game to play.
Yeah, no game to play. But I think it really comes back to Boom Esports. Like those Cannon Blasts, it sets it up, but here we go. Miggy with the truth on it too. And Carl is not scared. They want to go. Miggy sacrifices his life, but it looks like Carl has got too far. They make him pay. You should not be diving on the tower at this stage.
Yep, you definitely should not. And here comes the punishment as well. T2 on the bottom side being pressured. And we talked about the macro game, right? You need to control your waves.
Yeah, I mean, just looking to take this one out. Chammy 1 is free all by himself, and it looks like with that 2-kill advantage, Boom Esports, they tried to go all in. They're trying to force the issue, but that was a bit of a mistake.
Oh, stun does not hit the mark. This is a dangerous position.
Oh, Chammy 1 on the back, trying to find it out. But DJ Kin, please break it down.
This was a nice stun. And this is the question that we wanted to answer, right? Who is supposed to tank for the team on that Liang ultimate? And when that happens, you need someone to back you up. And nobody on the side of Boom backed him up.
Yeah, nobody was there. I mean, but nobody wants to dive under the tower. Plus, if you're looking at the Blacklist International time, you have the Wild Growth, you have the winner is here, you have these giant zones that makes it very difficult. Plus, you have, what, Chaz's, the barriers. It makes it very difficult to kind of siege into this.
Yes, and right now, Blacklist International, they're in a very good spot. With the Tyrant buff, they can actually also deny Boom from taking the Overlord. This is a very important marker. Why macro gameplay is so important, right? Taking neutral objectives, taking turrets, you have to use them to your advantage, and Blacklist doing a perfect job of it right now.
Yeah, look it, and the slow sieges, John, Justy with that Wild Growth. This is going to be very tough for Boom Esports to defend. It looks like it's going to be for free, but this is why Agudo is as strong as he is.
And this is one of the rare weaknesses, but look, they have a very nice setup team, but when you are forced into melee range, then Boom Esports does not do well.
Yeah, does not do well at all. All of the T2s have been down. Boom Esports, though, not unfamiliar territory on being on the losing side at this stage, and they will have that never say die attitude as they bounce back in game 2. But man, you don't want to be in these situations on game in and game out.
Nobody wants to be, right? Right now, once again, I'm just looking at Boom Esports. Can you just get the setups, right? Impressive. Every cannon blast is so important. Every arrow coming out from Toshi is also important as well. If they get that setup, like I said, Blacklist, they're not going to have a good time.
All right, you're saying that nobody wants to be in that situation? Personally, yes, but as a viewer, I want it every time, especially with that comeback potential. It just makes the game so much more fun.
Oh, for sure. We are all having fun right here in the space of capital of Saudi Arabia, KWC 2025. Now 6-3. Blacklist International having a sizable lead, close to 3,000 at this point.
Yeah, okay, look, Blacklist International need to fix the mistakes that they made in Game 2. Again, they can't be throwing the game. The Burning Sun Arrow connecting onto Justy. Chammy 1 is to help his brother back off. If they need to go for this one, it looks like they're going to slowly go the Gorge of Mobilization right on top, connecting onto 2, but it doesn't look like they're going to get that bottom T3.
Not for now, right? And look, Tatsuri's damage, I think it has been stifled quite a bit. Joshi has gotten his magic defense up, and that's not a good sign for Boom. So Blacklist, all they have to do now is to try and bait out the players on the side of Boom Esports, and they should be able to take a good fight.
They should be, but Joshi, he spots out somebody. He's going to look at to fight Toshi. He's in a bad spot to control, but Carl, on the return, they do fight Toshi, and Dragon takes him down. Golden Kite is still there. Carl is all by himself trying to fight this 1 versus 5. He goes for that one last play. He does take out Dragon, so he trades his life away, but not a great trade at all for Boom.
Because Toshi fell as well. You get a mid laner, but what good does that do? You still have Joshi, who's able to take, look, he's just working the towers down.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, Toshi, why are you so far up? You should not be there, right? You obviously, you need to stay alive. You want to be on the far end where nobody sees you. You do that damage from afar.
Yes, and look, another T3 for the taking.
Gorge Mobilization finding impressive yet again, but they want the mid T3. That's going to be the second one of the game for them. Super minions in that mid lane.
Now, this is where, look, the existence of Carl not being here is one that is very painful for Boom Esports. Wait, Burning Sun Arrow.
No, that's not going to connect onto anything, but they find impressive. The Storm Strike right on with the control of the Flaming Palm, slicing him down. Miggy's now half-life. He dashes over the wall. The chase is on. Jamie 1 looking to go for that all-in play. Carl is here. Those reforged plays, not enough. Miggy gets picked off. It looks like Joshi just barely staying on. Carl doing some serious work, but the control, the Frigid Prison, and Golden Kite with the double.
Big saves from the team, and Blacklist. This is more like the Blacklist we were expecting. Cover the gaps, cover all the weakness that you have shown, and they are now leading 12-6, a 4,000 goal lead. Crystal wide open.
I mean, impressive is up in about 10 seconds. This is a small window of opportunity. Golden Kite had already been picked up. Tatsuri finds it with the reforged play, but Justice is like, actually, let's just try to end the game. Tatsuri's so low, not really much. They have the next minion wave if they want to go, but with the respawns, I think that's going to be the end of it.
Yep, 5 seconds. That was so close. Boom, I think they have their hearts in their mouth at this point, but it's going to be even more difficult because both the neutral objectives are open for the taking. Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, this is going to be that moment. Joshi backing off. He has the smite. It looks like he's going to just kind of slow the game down. Doesn't need to do anything. We don't need to force it out. All teams are going to be back up in full strength, but here's the Burning Sun Arrow. They find Jamie 1 with that reforged blade. The Gorge Mobilization is unreal. Winter is here, slowing it down. Nobody wants to fight in that.
They have to find better ways to poke. Boom Esports, look, the moment you lose impressive, that cancel out mechanic is no longer available. Nobody is there to stop Chaz without being at risk.
Yeah, no chance at that point. I mean, Chaz has been doing a great job, I mean, with these controls. Finding the right target that needs to die, and it usually is Carl. His control has been on point for the rest of the team to get those kills.
Okay, so they secure that Shadow Tyrant, and at this point, this means the window for Boom to take that Shadow Overlord is closed. Shadow Overlord is the purple objective on the map, and now Boom, this is a tight situation to be in.
Oh, Boom Esports. I mean, look, game after game, just being in this situation on the defensive. They did it last time. They pulled a rabbit out of a hat, but are there 2 rabbits in this hat?
Hopefully so for Boom Esports fans. This one is a tight one. And look, Toshi actually went for the full damage. He didn't go for the tank build.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that one, though? Should he have gone for the tank build?
I think it's a risk. Look, there's many ways to play this game. We reward creativity, but it needs you to be in a perfect position.
Yeah, I think they need a little bit more damage to deal with some of the tankiness. They find impressive. They get the Flaming Palm. He's going to be the first to go. They have a power play. 5 versus 4. Jamie 1 still up in front. The minions are going to be largely vanquished, but Carl with the pullback, he decides to go depths from the hell, but here's the truth. On to 3. He's got the nice little play, but Miggy now all by himself. He gets the pick off. It's a 1-for-1 thus far, and they get the secondary one on the return. And Tatsuri gets a and dicing onto chess.
So once again, they buy a lot more time, and they have survived. But Boom Esports, this is still very shaky from them. They can't exactly go for this Shadow Overlord. They might get punished here. Count, really?
Oh, they're going to look to force this one. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to do something slightly risky. Yes, he sees Justy. Carl is going to be there. It's just all the bars that he finds. Dragon, he gets the pick off, and now Blacklist International have to run. There's no way they take this Overlord. They have only 2 members left. This is another window of opportunity for Boom Esports.
We have seen this time and time and again. One game, game 1, game 2, Boom have survived. They have come back. Blacklist have done the same. But Boom, Tatsuri is carrying this game. Those plays are making the difference in this game.
I mean, Tatsuri's been on point, but also I think we're getting to the point where critical mass of Carl. He's able to find those people and find Dragon and blow him up.
Yes, exactly. And they have an answer for Chaz, right? So at this point, I feel like if the combination of Carl, Tatsuri, and Migi are well done, like this, they might be shocked with their performance.
I mean, look, momentum, net worth, all of these things are kind of in favor of Boom Esports. Blacklist International, though, they do have their mid T2s, or sorry, all of the T2s at this stage. They still have a chance. They need to stem the bleeding, but this assault, this death ball is so difficult to deal with from Boom.
Everything falls on to Impressive and Tatsuri. If they get the stun, Tatsuri gets his blaze, they can instantly wipe out almost any single member on the sort of Blacklist.
I mean, Dragon and Golden Kite, Chaz, these 3 guys are very squishy, all of those. At a single moment, if Tatsuri finds you out with those Reforged Blades, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to be 6 feet under.
Okay, so yes, that's a strength, but also weakness. If they take out Tatsuri, it might be a horrible situation for the side of Boom Esports. Here comes that Shadow Overlord flying down on the top side. What can he do, Boom Esports?
Yeah, but Tatsuri is positioning. Oh, arrow, not going to connect on this one. Carl looking to go for this one. They find Chammy, not able to get the pullback. They have the barrier on this. They get the top T2, and look at Chammy 1 continuing on. He's going to go with that force field suppression, just trying to stay alive. Dragon's on the side, the thick inside the box, the infinite fastness, and it looks like Golden Kite gets on out of this one, but they're continuing to fight. No, the retreat call has been made. Carl getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. Goes in for the pushback, and not enough to kill Chammy 1. He stays alive. That was an epic battle a la Marvel movie. Everybody fighting, nobody dying.
Exactly, and they're playing to their strength, right? They want to push it to the absolute limit, and this is a clean gameplay from both sides. But macro-wise, the map is naturally in advantage to Blacklist because they have taken 2 tier 3s in the mid and the bottom.
What could be better at this stage? 2 teams, last game. Everything is at stake. Loser goes home. We're into game 3 right now. Tempest Dragon up in about 40 seconds, and the teams are continuing on.
Yep, they're going to try and take that Tyrant buff for themselves on the side of Boom. Can they secure it, or will it be stolen?
It looks like it's going to be taken by Carl. They take this one. Joshy's a little on the lower end. Blacklist International all-out retreat. 25 more seconds for that Tempest Dragon.
And 80 seconds worth of Tyrant buffs. Extra damage, extra movement speed for the side of Boom.
I mean, the base is a little bit open on the Boom Esports side, but they've done such a great job of ensuring that the mid and the bottom lane are being shoved in constantly by Boom. They want to put the pressure on. The super minions are going to be there, so Blacklist International have to defend, but this Tempest Dragon up.
Yep, okay, so Toshi and Carl, both of them have the Sage's Sanctuary. That's the item that allows you to get a second life. And this fight might be determined by the amount of Sage's Sanctuaries you have.
I mean, the Shadow Tyrant buff has been in favor of, it's already been picked up by Boom. Now you have the red buff onto Toshi. They're rotating towards the mid lane right now. They're going to just try to fortify the area, push out the waves first, create a little bit of space so that we can start this Tempest.
Yes, it's more ideal for Boom because they have vision of and control of the pit. They can actually start just poking them down.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of a feint in terms of just assault at this point. Blacklist International will know that, hey, they cannot give this up. Nothing is for free at this stage.
Oh, Chammy, he's getting caught.
He's getting caught out. He dashes over the wall, but ride the wind on the side. It looks like Chammy 1 continuing on. The Sage's Sanctuary, the infinite fastness, and it looks like Golden Kite will get on back. Chammy 1, though, is not as lucky. He's going to be killed, and here's the Sage's Sanctuary on the Golden Kite. Still there. He gets deleted. Tatsuri finds him out, and now Carl on the back line looking to continue on with the cleanup. Dragon just trying to pull them away to slow them down. He tries to flash, but he's been slowed. No chance. Chaz is going to be down as well. Dragon just trying to stay alive, but Joshi, this is it, and it looks like Boom Esports. It took them 21 minutes. It took them all the time in the world to come back in this game. They will march it down the mid lane. They take the T3, and it looks like Boom Esports will move on.
They explode in your faces, and all the screaming is worth it. Here we go. Welcome into the next stage of KWC Honor of Kings.
I mean, Boomy Sports, to the MO of the every single game strategy, lose early game, win game. And that's how they play this one out. Being able to dig in deep, finding ways to come back in, and really stuck it to Blacklist International in an amazing series.
They've really dug super deep for this one. And this one, signed, sealed, delivered. The ticket is delivered personally from the Boom Esports boys.
I mean, what an amazing series, and just another one into the KWC. How many great series have we seen thus far?
Almost every single series has been perfect from all the teams playing, and of course, unfortunately for Blacklist, this means their journey is spelt to an end here. Early exit for Blacklist International.
Yeah, heartbreaking for them. I mean, there were high expectations, looking to be very strong, but Boom Esports, just with their number, just time after time, it seems like there's a new king in the PKL. I mean, yes, they were already champions, but to see this consistently and to just strike back in the KWC, the group stage of just saying, hey, we are still the kings here.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what position you're in now. It matters what position you want to be in, right? And the strategy coming in from side of Boom Esports, just making the control the absolute nightmare on the side of Blacklist, right? The stuns coming in from Miggy, the stuns coming in from Impressive, and the burst damage coming from Tatsuri was immensely scary coming for the Blacklist International squad.
I mean, you could just kind of feel it, right? Where Boomy Sports are like, actually, once we were able to survive Chaz's control and just kind of turn things around, you were thinking that, hey, we have opportunities. This is that one moment where Carl was kind of like, yeah, he got picked off, and you're thinking, we got this chance to end the game. Look at this base. This is a potential siege, and Boomy Sports with an amazing hold to just extend the game to give themselves a chance, even off of the back of Miggy's truth here.
Exactly. So this was the first question we posed earlier when this game started, right? So who's going to take that first suppression coming up from Chaz? And whoever it is, as long as it's not Miggy, he's able to turn the whole thing around. He slams them against the wall. But of course, you know what? Before they even show this, MVP for me this game, Tatsuri. I love a good gun and mo, and his gun and mo was so special this game.
I mean, he was constantly tenderizing the enemy, right? And it just made it very difficult for Blacklist International to get anything going. They have 3 squishy guys. Any of those guys get hit by even the normal blades, they're going to have a tough time. And you're seeing just the fire that you see from Boomy Sports, the ecstatic, the yelling. I mean, these guys are jumping for joy because they survived to see yet another day.
Of course, and this is a beautiful day for the side of Boom Esports, and we will have it no other way, right? We want the best out of the best, and for this particular series, Boom Esports have proved that they are the better team.
Well, Boom Esports is going to make it through. We are extremely happy for the boys. Blacklist, sadly for them, this is going to be the end of the road. But it's not going to be the end of the road for them, because I know that they're going to be very happy for Boom Esports. There's one very interesting thing about PKL that I want to talk to you guys about right after we hear from the players. Let's see what Mara has for us for the interview.
Here we are with Carl. Congratulations. That was an intense back and forth. But you know what? What we got from this match is that your team is able to make such a huge comeback. What message does this give to the rest of the teams here in KWC who's aiming to take Boom down?
I think nag-stay lang kami na compose kami yung team namin kahit may nagkakamali, tuloy-tuloy pa rin, move on na sa next, and yun, parang pinusuan lang namin talaga.
Every time they make a mistake, they're well composed, and the main thing out of all of it is that they show their heart in this game, and that was the key. Now, you eliminated your fellow Filipino team. We know that you guys are friends, close friends, rivals, but really close even outside the game. How is it like coming for you guys into this game knowing that you're aiming to take down your friends and your rivals?
Unang-una, syempre, kahit sino yung manalo, panalo tayo. And yun, medyo nakakalungkot kasi nakalaban namin sila sa gantong situation. And yun, nagain din namin yung confidence namin, like na-boost kami na kayang-kaya namin talaga. So magagamit siguro namin for the next match.
Carl saying that, first of all, even though they lost, we're still winning because it is still the Filipino team. And this is, of course, they're really sad that they are the ones to eliminate them. But at the end of the day, it boosts their confidence, and they're gonna take this confidence for the next match, knowing that they have this winning attitude. Congratulations. You have been so spectacular, and I'm so sure that the other teams are watching out with what you guys are capable of doing. So now we're gonna talk about that a little bit more. So we're gonna head back to our desk. Lead the gorge.
I love how great minds think alike. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about one of the interesting things about the PKL. The PKL is a group of people that love the game, and they do not have enemies around. They only have opponents. You see them all the time in the hotels when they're preparing here. They might be wearing different jerseys, they might be representing different clubs, but at the end of the day, they're a big family, and I love that from them. They might have been teammates before, they might be opponents right now, they will be always adversaries, but they will never be enemies.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part about this Honor of Kings community, right? Everybody's like a family in that sense. Everybody's just so together, right? We're playing really well together. I mean, jokes aside, we have some great games ranked, and we do yell at each other like a family would. We love each other
Like
at the
good
end of the day,
families,
right?
right?
Yep. It's like sibling rivalry at times. We like to kind of disturb each other every now and then. But end of the day, we all love each other as a whole family, right? We want to support, we want to see their growth, and that's more important, right? As long as we're able to take a step ahead, even if it's a tiny one, it's very important to each and every one of us in Honor of Kings.
Even though right now Blacklist is going to say goodbye, but we know that Boom Esports is going to move forward, not only with the energy of those 5 members, but the energy of the whole PKL.
Yeah, definitely not easy, right? At the end of the day, I think that Boom Esports had to get a lot right to ensure that they didn't just lose the game. But the fact that, they were trying to buy time for Carl to really get online, Tatsuri was just like holding them off with that wave clear, just slowing it down, making things difficult. Miggy with those perfect truths. I mean, just Toshi with that damage and impressive, just kind of stun locking as when required. Boom Esports right now just played like a team.
Yes, exactly. If you take a look at the stats here, this is exactly what you want out of the composition. Tatsuri as the burst, having the highest damage dealt, but also one of the least damage taken, right? And at the same time, Carl, Miggy, and Impressive, they were tanking it up for the entire team, allowing Toshi to really just be at the backline shooting his arrows, but Tatsuri to finish the job off as well. So this is true team play. One of the highest engagers. Tatsuri was almost at every moment, at every place where he should have been.
I agree with you, Ken, because Tatsuri, for me, should be the MVP. And I know that for everyone at home, in your hearts, Tatsuri needs to go home with the most valuable player for this exact game.
Look, you didn't die a single time, and you're doing 33% of your team's damage. You're 6-0-7. Chances are you had a really good game, and he was the well-deserved MVP, slowing the pace of the game down. Blacklist International was not able to make any sort of siege because Tatsuri just kept constantly just weathering them down.
He was a stamp, right? He stamped that ticket to go into the next stage of KWC for Boom Esports, and he did it with such style as well. Every single snipe was on point. I rarely seen him miss in that particular series itself. For him, I mean, as a gun and more, you want to be scarily accurate, but you also want to have a lot of burst damage. And that's exactly what he brought to the table. And boom, this is a well-deserved chance and an entry into the next stage of the competition.
Now, Boom Esports keeps their dream alive. For Blacklist is going to be the end. But let's talk Boom Esports. We gotta admit that in the 3 games that we've seen today, yes, they took the victory, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Yeah, this is never over, right? I think that it's a constant evolving learning process. I mean, Boom Esports did a great job, but Blacklist International, they'll bounce back even stronger.
Well, match 1 is done and match 2 is going to be getting ready as we are speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a little break and we'll be back.
We Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combine. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
All right. Game 1 is done. Now we move into Game 2. Pause Gaming against Gen G Esports. This is going to be amazing. If it is going to be at least half as interesting and amazing as it was the first one, this is going to be such a feast.
It is, right? Pause Gaming, also known as one of the strongest contenders so far. We've seen their performance yesterday, and I have to say, they really impressed me. But Gen G is also known, their tagline, team tag, is also known as Game Changers. They have come up with really interesting strats, of which we enjoyed in the Major East Pro League. So I want to see them bring some spicy, interesting flavors today.
I mean, they're always going to keep a team off guard. I think that's the biggest MO of Gen G.
Yeah.
And sometimes they steal away wins, especially in a best of 3. They can come out with something cheeky. I think Pause Gaming, though, are going to be well prepared for this.
I remember when we were talking about Gen G in the past, we've always talked about the fact that they can come up with unorthodox picks. They can come up with different just positioning swaps. Do you think that that's going to be part of their strategy for today against Pulse?
It's the biggest thing, right? They love to catch teams off guard. They have a lot of fun with it, and they're very good with it. And so this is why Gen G is kind of like one of those things where sometimes you don't really want to face them because you don't know what they're going to bring.
For sure. They did one strategy where they had no marksman. They had an Yixing, they had a Fu Zhi Da Qiao, they had a Kaiser. So they just lock you in a box and they force you to fight. And there's no way you win late game Fu Zhi, so...
I'm completely sure that Pulse Gaming had already think about this. They know how they want to just work this out. You can see them coming in. They're chill. They're calm. Ice through their veins.
Exactly. Pulse Gaming, I think, is one of those teams where you expect a certain caliber of performance from them. They have players that are well-versed in the Honor of Kings world, and they have a lot of proficiency with a lot of different heroes. So look, this is just a best of 3, but I'm pretty sure they will be looking to run rampant throughout the Gorge.
Yeah, and there were some question marks for this team, right? The fact that they rolled through the WKS, Fearless Esports Hong Kong, it definitely gave them a run for their money, but it was they were able to just kind of outlast teams and just prove that they were actually very strong. And so going into this one, we're kind of like, yeah, but how do they kind of, you know, stand up against some of these other teams? They've done well thus far, and they've just been steamrolling here.
Yeah, of course. The upper bracket final is going to have Pulse Gaming against Gen G Esports. Gen G Esports, as we just mentioned, at the beginning, we did not have a clear idea of what they were going to bring to the table. But after their performance 2 days ago, they might mean business.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 2-1, yes, once again, like, the score lines don't really show you how close those games are. And I think regardless of who's going up against who, there's always this slight chance that, hey, maybe Gen G can win it out against any of their opponents.
I don't think you could ever count out Gen G.
Yeah.
They've been able to find ways to just, like, represent and just kind of make a name for themselves. I love the fact that they've been very flexible at times, even letting Rock kind of just slide into the jungle. He's been mainly playing jungle at this tournament, but he normally plays farm. So it's very interesting, the dynamics of this team.
That's got to be such a nightmare for the coaches. Just not only for the coaches of the opponent team, for your own coach, just like kind of thinking like, do I want to play him farm? Do I want to play him jungle? And then just talking to the player and the player just being like, what about if I play mid this time?
But that's Honor of Kings, right? You actually have to have a deep hero pool, proficiency with multiple heroes as well. So this is, I think Gen G represents to me what Honor of Kings is truly like. You can relearn many different roles, many different heroes, and you can perform well enough to make it into KWC.
And it's actually not a rare thing to see, just players moving through the different lanes, right? Like just going, we've seen junglers going into roamer. That's very, very, very common. But for Rock, that is still like kind of like at the top of his career, just to be like that MOBA, that's not very that's not very common as well.
Yeah, it's not easy to do, right? The skill set, I mean, you're talking about the players, I mean, the heroes that you have to learn, but also kind of the role is very different. And that's what makes things very unique. Everybody has specific roles and understanding just like how to play the map, what you need to do, if you need to farm or just kind of bunker down and just farm, or is it more like jungle and roam to make those plays?
And to be clear, we're not just talking about this. We do this in our ranked games as well. We actually, we swapped our roles yesterday. I think you went into...
was farm lane yesterday.
Yeah, farm lane.
True. No, I thought, I was like, where are we going to go? We played like that yesterday, but we didn't play well. I mean, I'm personally, I did play another role. That was interesting. Farm lane, didn't do so great. Everyone else helped carry me. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, he couldn't even secure his Crimson Golem, so I helped him out as a mid laner.
It was just us there.
It's fine. Teamwork, right? Teamwork makes the dream work. As long as we win the game, everything is good.
Oh, I love this. I love this. If you have friends right over there, tell them just to get online and just go and play a match. Do not just start from rank, just get a normal match. If you have no one around you that plays the game, invite them. And if no one in there that wants to be invited, or you have too many friends that want to be invited, just get in there, get online. There's a lot of people from all over the world just waiting to go in the Gorge and just to enjoy the game with you.
Exactly. Get creative. Pick whatever hero you want. Learn them well, of course, right? And learn how to build items, how to position yourself. Micro, macro plays, as we have just explained in series number 1, and you should be able to do well, right?
I think the biggest thing is just like the learning process. Even if you're not great at just starting out, get your games in. Just give it a shot.
Yeah.
See how it is. And because I'm learning things every single game that I play with. Most of them is just like my hatred for you guys. But that's a whole other story.
Yeah, true. Same as well. I am learning how to be patient when I play with you, as my farm lane, as my roam, whatsoever. Doesn't matter. But then you also learn how to carry, and you start to learn about little things that matter, right? Taking camps away, or making sure that your camps are not stolen. Those little things that you do actually do make a difference in your games.
Just going back to Pulse Gaming against Gen G Esports, the winner of this upper bracket final is going to go make it immediately directly into the Group Kings. And that is going to mean that they can just have a longer rest. Whoever that loses in here is going to go down to the lower bracket to battle with Boom Esports for one ticket to the last chance.
Yeah, that's going to be too much at stake at this point. I think, again, getting that second win would be gravy, and it would be amazing for either of these teams. But to drop in, and then the pressure is on. Like, if you lose that secondary from the lower bracket, then you're out.
That's it.
Once again.
No more extra lives.
Exactly. And yes, we kind of like to have extra chances as well. But KWC, we're looking for the best team in the world. We're not just looking at particular pro leagues. We're looking at across the board, who is the best team. And you have to perform consistently, but also perfectly as well.
Of course, $3 million are right over there at the table. 750,000 USD for the first place. And that's going to be an amazing bag that if you give me that kind of money, I don't even know how we'd start just spending it.
Yeah, I think we would never see you again. Like, we would not be friends anymore. You'd be off grid.
Retired.
You'd be gone. But I think that for these teams, obviously life-changing money, very important for the scene, right? I think it's a huge, impressive prize pool that we have. All of these teams obviously vying for it. They want the lion's share, of course.
For sure, lion's share is very important. And of course, to do that, you have to make sure your performance is good. And sometimes you need to spring surprises onto your opponents. And that's actually what I'm super curious about. Will Gen G surprise not just Pulse Gaming, but us as well? Because I enjoy watching Gen G a lot because I don't know what they're thinking.
Of course, and just for everyone at home, like we do a lot of prep, a lot of research for every game. And every time that we have Gen G Esports over there, like we need to do double of the research because we never know what's going to happen.
That's why this team is so exciting to watch. I love it, right? I mean, I think it adds a lot of versatility. That's the biggest thing. Because some teams are very much in a box, and they become very predictable in terms of draft and how other teams like to ban against them and play against them with all that. But Gen G keeping you on your toes.
Exactly. You don't know what to ban, and you have to then revert into a stock standard. You know what? Maybe let's take out the Arlie because she's one of the favorite in the farm lane.
Yes.
And then once you ban a hero, Gen G is like, oh, hang on, this is an opening, and this is a chance to go funky, and then you have such a hard time handling them in-game.
Yeah, but that's why the drafts are so key, right? I mean, this is why you have a coach that's doing the research to not only, study the opponent, to figure out what their kind of prio picks are, but also for yourself to get yourself in a best position to win the game.
Exactly. And this also affects your confidence, right? So with every game that you win in a series, it's going to be a big marker for you because you get more confident. You're like, oh, you know what? This strat, maybe we weren't so sure, but it worked. And now you have one step ahead. You're one scoreline, 1-0. And maybe one more game is going to help you win the entire series. You just need to do that one extra step. That's it.
Before we jump into Pulse Gaming against Gen G Esports, let's analyze what the meta has been for this day 1 and day 2. Because we can analyze the BP, we can just check on what have been the most banned, the most picked heroes, and we can know exactly, okay, this is what the teams have already realized, and this is what they want us to look for. Arlie, 200% BP. It has been either picked or it has been banned. What makes Arlie such a strong hero?
I mean, the damage, I mean, the mobility, it has everything that you want in terms of a farm laner. You have that survivability of just staying, you're able to basically outclass other people. Because you can outmaneuver them and you can just outplay.
There's many options to explore the Arlie, right? This is one of the main things why she's so good. At the same time, her movement ability allows her to traverse the map quite fast. So she's able to take multiple camps really quickly. That amplifies her farm. And then you don't expect to be able to fight against, like the MM to be able to come out and fight within the first 5 minutes, but Arlie can do that.
Arlie and Dharma have been like the two heroes that have been participated most in the ban pick stage of it. Another hero that we need to pay attention to has been Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui only with a 20% win rate. it's been one of the heroes that we've talked. It's meta.
Yeah,
it is
well-
an important hero, but hasn't been just delivering the results.
It's definitely a meta pick, and it's kind of carried over from the
Yeah.
individual respective leagues. But the thing is that all of these teams are so well prepared against it. It is a glass cannon at the end of the day. You have to play it a certain way. You have to go high tempo, and if you're not hitting your Kachusins and you're not able to make that impact,
Yes.
you're going to really struggle.
It's a difficult hero to play, that's for sure, right? So if you're looking to pick up Mai, just be careful because you really have to learn about your combinations, maintain your energy bars as a hero, and it really is an expensive hero. I think that's one of the main reasons why Mai hasn't really worked out for a lot of teams, because we know you need gold on his hero, you need items, and in order to do that, you need to win your lane. And now everyone just pushes pressure against Mai, and it's so hard to play against.
I'm telling you, that is one of the things that when you analyze the data, like things start getting a little bit more clear, right? Lung and Yuhuan, those the heroes that have been the most picked clearly for the results, right? Like they come in, they deliver what they need to do, 50% win rates on both of them, highly picked, highly favored from all the teams.
Yes, look, stats are very important, but I think comfort of the players is also equally important as well, right? You can have a strong hero, but if you aren't proficient enough with it, it might cost you the game.
Yeah, it might cost you the game, which is the most important thing. I mean, going back to this matchup, though, I mean, Pause Gaming, they've had a lot of history. They've definitely leveled up through WKS, but this is a team that we've seen some before, right? You know, Snow, Masotis, Qingling as well. They were all formerly AGG. If we're looking at the Gen G side, these guys, I'm sure you guys have seen this from Team Falcons. If you have any sort of Honor of Kings esports history in mind, these are guys that have been playing well together. They've leveled up. They are here now to represent their individual regions for the KWC.
And they have a lot of synergy, right? If you take a look at both teams, they have this great communication going on both sides. So this also is like a battle of communication. Whose comms are clearer, whose comms are cleaner, and whose comms are better, right? Do they make that same decision as a team, and is that decision correct?
Well, I mean, of those decisions and like the whole interactions of what we've seen thus far at the KWC when they played in their earlier series, is that Pause Gaming absolutely clean. This is a very strong lineup. When they're hitting their marks, everybody's on point and very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Pause Gaming, I think they are the touted #1 team or the favorite team amongst the matchup for this game of Pause Gaming against Gen G.
And going into this one, I mean, Pause Gaming, we had some questions. How good were they going to be? They absolutely styled earlier, and going into this one where Gen G kind of stumbled at times, there were definitely some weaknesses. I hate to point out some of the misplays, but it didn't seem like Ray, who is now playing farm laners, didn't seem as comfortable on.
For sure. I think comfort is one of the things that Ray has been trying to learn, and this points to the proficiency of the heroes, right? Yes, we love the fact that Rock is able to transition between roles here, either being a jungle or a farm lane, but at the same time, it means that Ray must be able to keep pace, and we've seen the result of teams that are unable to keep pace with each other. But Pause Gaming, they start off strong with the Dharma and the Algrim ban as well. This is going to be a big start for Pause Gaming.
Yeah, a huge moment, right? I think just a lot of respect. I mean, just kind of make Ray or Rock potentially. Rock had previously run the Ogren in that last series. Just kind of limit what he does and brings. But Pause Gaming going with their heavy hand forward, very strong pick in this pay to start off the early game.
So does this mean you pick up the Byron, right? Do you want to spoil that composition? And if you don't, then why not consider the Fatih on the side of Gen G Esports, right?
So this is why Gen G can be like, actually, we're kind of forced into picking up the Byron. It's still available. Pause will definitely gobble it up if they don't.
Yeah, and it's a risk that they're taking. Oh, they actually take the risk. So they don't pick up the Byron. They take up Mayin for themselves along the D-Rans here, both who have quite fabulous control. But then you're kind of giving Pause Gaming comfort picks here.
Yeah, definitely comfort picks. But, you know, what is a comfort pick for Gen G? This D-Renjay. Ray likes to play him. It's a very tried and true. I mean, as a farm laner, you're kind of thinking it definitely has more play in like a best of 5, best of 7, where you don't have access to like the Arlie or the Loom, right? But going into this one, it's the old, dare I say, Toyota Camry of the hero pool. It's very stock standard. It's stable.
Okay, oh, Genji, I love this. This is one of the specialty picks coming out from Genji, the Nerza jungle. Now, it does well in this matchup because he's quite hard to catch. And when you have a Princess Frost who's so reliant on her second skill to be able to maximize her damage or to get control down, I think Nerza is a smart pick here.
Smart pick. I mean, a lot of access to get on, but it's coming back to the laning phase, the early game. How are they going to deal with this Myosotis pay, right? Is the Neza the right pick to really counter that?
I mean, he is able to tank quite a lot and able to deal consistent damage over time with his first skill, right? That's one of the main markers of a Nerza player. But Genji Esports, they recognize that, hey, we need to be able to burn them down, and they're quite squishy at this point. They ban out the Liang, number one, stopping the combination of the Princess Frost, and they also ban out the Zhang Fei. So there's no shield values and no second part of the fight available.
Yeah, very smart bans there going into this one. There was a lot of potential. Like, it was one of those things where you're, you know, dare I say, Sophie's choice with Pause Gaming. You either pick the Princess Frost Liang or you go with the Byron Pei. Like, what is the combination that you're looking to prioritize more? It looks like they want to go with Byron Pei to kind of just solidify that top part of the map.
So this means Pause Gaming, right, with this pick on Pei and this Byron, look, they have very early game advantage. Pei, number one, is able to switch between stances. He's able to go melee or go range. And there's a lot of burst potential for Byron in the early parts of the game. And because of Byron's passive, he actually can sustain in the lane pretty well.
Yeah, I think that will definitely be something that he wants to do. Just stay alive. Again, you just stick in the lane. But let's talk a little bit more about Byron in this top lane. Obviously, you say it's a strong laner. We've heard this time and time again. It is strong. But lane matchup against Mayin, are you like, is that still comfortable for you?
I think it's okay, right? End of the day, it doesn't really matter that much whether I can win the lane. It's really about that space right at the top, right? Who gets that faster rotation? Because I believe in order for you to die in a clash lane, 1v1, a pure 1v1, it really is a skill matchup. Like, how much understanding do you have of your own and your opponent's hero?
All right. Okay. No, I totally agree with that. And it's going to come back to just like how these players want to play. Snow's absolutely amazing. Wawa is very good as well. But the last two picks from Pause Gaming, Marco Polo, Yarria, the tried and true. This is what made Pause Gaming pick these two here?
It's the insane amount of control that they have. They have Princess Frost, they have Byron, and okay, a lot of people don't expect it, but Yarria as a support, here's the list of skills that she has. She's able to throw out a Wandering Beam. That's the name of her first skill. It actually gets a stun that is tracking. It follows you until it hits you. So you're able to stop multiple people on the side of Genji. Secondly, the more important skill is the Verdant Protector. This is where she actually gets on top of you, provides you a healthy amount of shield. So, not only do you have stuns, you also provide extra help for this Marco. He can play a little bit more risky.
Yeah, all right. This is a family show. Nobody's getting on top of anybody else. Let's just be very clear with this. But we're going to be going into this one. It's going to be game one. I'm very impressed with these drafts. I like both of these squads, but Kin, who are you giving the edge to?
I prefer the stats of Pause Gaming, but I'm really hoping Genji shows up today with some unorthodox playstyles.
Yes, same. Likewise. I think that that's going to be key. How does Genji kind of respond? They know that they have a giant juggernaut to deal with in Pause Gaming. Are they able to just stymie this growth of this team here?
I think, you know what, if I'm on Genji, the first person I'm looking at is, let's stop that Byron, right? Or we stop the Pei. That is the winning formula that allows them to snowball, because early game Marco doesn't really do much.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to need that space and time just to get going, right, with the farm.
Yeah, for sure. And even though they have a Yarria, until she hits level 4, the extra shield value does not come online.
Yeah, it's not too much to begin with, but, you know, that Yarria can be super annoying in lane, has definitely a lot of impact, and it looks like he's going to be more, you know, roaming around. But you were talking about putting pressure onto Snow. It looks like they're going to do that. Chloe and Wawa just hammering it down onto Snow.
He is taking risk only because he has his passive.
Yeah, he has the passive, but he's actually going to go into the brush. He's going to give up first blood, I believe. No, he's looking to turn this. Clue's like, buddy, Wawa, help me out, brother. And Wawa, oh, the flash away. Snow trying to style on him. He tries to dodge this one, and he eventually gives up first blood to Clue.
Of all the people to get it, Clue gets the first blood. This is a great start for the side of Genji, but it's not something that is too detrimental to Pause Gaming.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world. I mean, it is your Clash laners, and yes, Clash laners, Clash lane lives matter, but I think it was a great great start for Gen G, really trying to prioritize it. You're talking about a vulnerable lane, that's it.
Exactly, and this also then makes Myosotis' life a little bit difficult, but Myosotis, as a pay, he is one hero that is great at farming, taking camps. He's very mobile, he's very fast. So Myosotis already hitting level 4 before Rock, so this is a good sign for the side of Pulse Gaming.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for, you know, Gen G to kind of keep on pace. I'm not a huge fan of the Neza jungle in terms of just like how they're able to kind of keep on with this, but it looks like Myosotis leaps away, does get the safety, Gen G putting the pressure on, and it looks like Gen G backing off at this point, but in the bottom lane, you know, it looks like Ray all by himself. And if we're going back into this mid lane here, look at Rock continuing to just take whatever, you know, he is your win condition, right? And they're funneling a lot of the farm into him.
Yep, it's very important to kind of funnel farm into your farm laners. I mean, that's why they call farm laners, right? But this first interaction, if Snow falls again, it's going to be disastrous.
Oh, he's going to get whatever. He pulls him back, but the Fridge of Prison, it was a trap in mind, and now Rock has to stay alive. Here's Inua looking to go for this one. Xiao Yang will get on out of this. The Fridge of Prison is going to be missed on this one, but Snow at half-life.
That was a beautiful bait by Snow, and look at the space he has bought. Myosotis now, Clue cannot stop him.
Yeah, no chance at this. Myosotis is looking to just take this, and Clue, you said he couldn't, and Clue was like, no, bet.
How do you win against a pay? Oh my goodness, Clue, you're such a good player.
Yeah, it's such a good player. Being able to snipe that one away and take it away, and that's got to be frustrating for Myosotis because he was like, okay, this is a freebie, I'm going to take this one away and make it difficult for Rock to even get going.
But it's a small win, it's a consolation prize because Rock is still unable to keep pace with this Myosotis pay.
Yeah, but Fengji here backing off with Qinglin attached to him, not on top of him.
Well, kind of inside him, right? He's like providing him that space, the immune system.
That might have been worse, I'm not sure. But still, we're going to be here. Level 4, hitting that mark and having that ult and having that potential for the Verdant Protector. I think he could go even more aggressive, kind of putting a little bit more pressure onto Ray.
It really then comes down to when he hits that first critical item, which is a Spark Force Dagger for this Feng Jie Marco Polo.
Yeah, Feng Jie's on point right now. Oh, the leap forward, he finds him, the Unending Sorrow, and he's looking to go in return, the Skyfall on, but now Rock just pushing them away. They're going to back off.
Okay, a decent start, 1-1. It's not the biggest gap between the both teams, but as expected, Pulse Gaming going to have a small lead here.
Yeah, small lead, but Wawa waiting patiently, waiting for something to happen. 4 minutes is about to happen. The Tyrant will be spawning. People will be making a beeline towards that bottom area, but they want potentially a bit of a pick-off before they go. Fengji doing a great job on this Marco Polo, has the lead in the farm lane.
Okay, so this is going to be the start of the Tyrant take, but it looks like Gen G, they want to get the information first. They cannot rush into this situation.
Cannot force it down. Qinglin a little bit on the low side. Verdant Protector, he will connect. And it looks like Myosotis easily takes the Tyrant. Gen G not in position to contest.
I'm just curious, on the Gen G side, right? Like, what moment are they waiting for? Like, where is this turnaround condition going to appear?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's more of them just kind of like hold the line more than anything else, not to lose too poorly, because again, Myosotis, he will put that pressure on. You're already starting to feel the effects of this bottom T1 even almost going down, but Inua has to use the Unending Sorrow. Myosotis leaping away, the Storm Strike in, and Snow finds him out. Here's the Skyfall, they want that return, but Myosotis dashes over the wall, he gets the safety, and now Rock is in trouble. Snow is looking to go for that one. The Fridge of Prison is not going to connect.
That shows you how well Snow knows about what Inua is trying to do, right? He actually saved the flash for that perfect moment to get the kill as well. And now, the map pressure is just insane. Pause, the players are shouting as well. They see an opening. Mid T1 immediately opened up with the T1 at the bottom taken down as well. So Pulse Gaming playing the macro game so well.
Yeah, I mean, they took down Inua and they were like, okay, this is an opening. We have the numbers advantage. We have everybody congregating in mid lane, and we're able to take that mid T1 down very smooth. A huge win for Pause Gaming, and again, why they're so strong.
Yeah, 1v1 though. Wawa as well as Snow. This is a pillow fight, but no stones. This is all feather.
Yeah, all feather. No chance. I mean, it's a better love story than Twilight at the end of the day. Nobody's going to be actually killed, but Rock in that top lane, now he's going to make things happen, and now we have a bit of a tryst with 3 members here. He gets a little bit serious, gets the pull back, and Snow doesn't look like he's going to survive on this one, and Rock will pick it up.
But is it really a win for the side of Genji? Look, the T2 at the bottom now being pressured by the side of Ray.
Ray all by himself, the flash away. He does get to safety, but here's a Skyfall coming in like a thunderbolt, and he goes in. The Fengji tries to stay alive. He's going to be killed, and this is looking bad, but they want revenge. Clue trying to run for his life. Miles Otis gets the pickoff, and now Rock trying to fight this one. It's 1 versus 2 technically. Miles Otis, the leap away. Wawa looking to cut off the angle of retreat. Chinglin will be killed, and they find Miles Otis as well, and Genji make them pay as they come out with a trade 3-2.
This is why Genji is so scary. Look, we have seen Pause Gaming dominate from the Pro League all the way into KWC for their first few games. But Rock is making them look like, hey, this is an even fight.
Yeah, this is definitely an even fight, but what is the numbers advantage in favor? And Genji, Rock is in a bad spot, stuck around and found out.
But he did force that the Azure Golem to go into the hands of Feng Jie instead. Miles Otis needs this pretty badly though.
Yeah, he definitely needs that one. It would definitely help, but I mean, look, you've gotten the kill and you've gotten the buff, so I guess there's, you kind of came out on top.
Yeah, I guess so, right? End of the day, look, I think based on the performance here, Genji is very reliant on Rock. His Nerza needs to stay alive because he is a true problem to the side of Pause Gaming because number one, he's so tanky, but he's also burning them with damage over time from his fire tip spear.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Genji will pick up almost any sort of heroes. They'll kind of play some crazy strats, but at the end of the day, their strategy is the same. Let Rock cook. In this one, he's only, what, 3rd place in terms of the net worth on his own team. He hasn't really had that impact. He needs to just, like, as you were saying earlier, he needs to stay alive and farm.
Okay, even though he is 3rd in terms of farm, but they have a good chance. They have quite a lot of disable on the side of Genji, right? They have the stun coming out from Inua. They also have a stun coming out from Ray and Wawa. So this is a situation where it could turn really ugly for Pause Gaming.
Yeah, it could be, assuming that they were able to kind of stack that. But look at how Pause Gaming, they're like, okay, we have this lead. Let's be aggressive. Miles Otis waiting in the wings. Who's going to spot themselves first?
I think Ray is a little bit too far forward. This is one trait of Ray that I'm actually quite scared of.
Yeah, he tends to do this. It's like his old jungle, roll play style. Oh, but here's Skyfall. They find Zhao Yang. He's going to look to get blown up, and Wawa came in and destroys him. And now this is Azure Golem under siege. Miles Otis flashes away with that. He uses his smite. He gets stuck on the wall, and it looks like Genji can't get any more.
Okay, so Miles Otis did secure that Azure Golem, and at the same time, Feng Jie actually secures a Tyrant for the team. So even though they're kind of losing around the map for certain control, they have taken very significant objectives.
Yeah, actually, Zhao Yang was actually sacrificed for technically that buff as well as the Tyrant. It created a lot of space. Genji were looking to make something happen, and they tried to go for that, at least that buff, not able to get it, but Pause and making them pay.
Yep, so I think Genji needs to play the map a little bit better because no one on the side of Genji is going to be able to match pace with Rock. Look, he has dealt the most amount of damage in this game, mostly by himself, obviously. But because of his global presence, this also opens up space around the map. Genji, they can actually push this macro gameplay to its absolute limit.
Yeah, and look, Pause Gaming previously, it's been steamrolling. This is not a steamroll. Genji definitely have the ability to strike back. They have that a chance to get really a jump on top of Miles Otis with that Skyfall.
Yes, if they can take out Miles Otis in between fights, I think that's going to be a big marker here. Ray actually catches eye on Miles Otis. And for now, as long as Rock is healthy, they get the split push going in. Look at the wave at the bottom, right? Yep. Wawa doing a very good job of supplementing this additional pressure.
I mean, the bottom is being pushed, but look at the top. The top is being pushed as well. Feng Jie and Chinglin are both there. It looks like they're going to take this one down. I mean, it's space given where space is being taken.
Yeah, but Pause Gaming, they're doing a better job at this point, right? It's a 1,000 goalie going to the side of Pause Gaming, but they do take the T2 at the top.
Yeah, and so back to kind of what we were talking about in the pregame, it's the macro play that you're seeing by Pause Gaming, able to kind of out-macro Genji, taking more off the map, being smarter with their movements, and they're being rewarded for it.
Yes, this reward is well worth it. 10-minute mark. They have to steal this away from the side of Pause Gaming, though.
Yeah, the Resplendent Revolver from Feng Jie. He has to roaming gun away. The Tyrant is going to reset here, but they're looking to go. Snow is in the bottom. They find this one. Wawa in a bad spot. He gets a little bit serious onto Miles Otis. He tried to go in. He actually is going to have to just stay alive, but Miles Otis back on the side. Clue a little bit on the low. Wawa looking for that pull. Snow and Zhao Yan looking for their target. They find Clue, who dashes over that wall. They get the Storm Strike right onto Ray. They're going to continue it on. They're bashing it on. Snow is all fighting 1 versus 3. Miles Otis and Rock, and they're trying to kite Rock out. They get the pick off, but Xiaoyang is being traded. Ray has been picked off as well. Make that with Inua, 3 members down, but they finally get Miles Otis, and it looks like it's going to be a 4-for-2 trade in favor of Pause.
So both teams had to abandon that Tyrant for now, but in terms of team fight, as long as they're able to kill off Rock and split the team fight, Gen G can't exactly fight well against Pause Gaming.
Yeah, no real chance, but Feng Shi will make quick work of this Tyrant here. They're completely isolated, but break this replay down.
Yep, so they actually split the fight here, and the control coming in from Xiaoyang was really what changed that fight, right? The Frigid Prison actually locked a couple of members, allowing Inua and Ray to be taken down from the side of Gen G. Now, Gen G, yes, I think Rock did a brilliant job of trying to push the other members away from on the side of Pause Gaming away so that they couldn't get the damage in. But nonetheless, I don't think he has enough farm. He's only level 13. He did have the Blood Rage, but you need more support from the team.
Yeah, I mean, and dying earlier kind of, compounded that mistake, right? He should have way more farm now, and this is at the point where Feng Shi's hitting that critical mass. He is going to carry this game. He's doing the most damage with 43,000 thus far, and he's only going to do more as this game goes on.
And this is the issue that Gen G needs to fix, right? In that particular engagement, who is going on Feng Jie for them side of Gen G? Nobody,
True.
right? They still have to deal with Snow, who's on the back lines trying to get the mace slaps in. And in the middle of this, because of the chaos, Xiaoyang as this Princess Frost is able to get the stun in.
Oh, they're going to have to use Unending Sorrow to stay alive, but they don't have any answers to get on top of the Feng Shi. It's either you choose the Miles Otis or the Feng Shi. Which one do you want? But Feng Shi with that damage, it's being spread throughout, doing so much work, even a little bit of pressure on that bottom T3.
It's just a perfect drop here. Rock has been pulled out.
Rock getting pulled away, just dragged out. He's going to go back to his base and say, abort mission. That was not a good one.
Yep. Now, for those of you that don't know, Rock has a ultimate called Skyfall. This one allows him to traverse to any target he wants across the map. But because of the life bars, they don't have enough damage.
Oh, the Unending Sorrow being used by Inua, just being cheeky. He had to actually flash just to stay alive. And they're trying to keep this T3 alive, but it's tough because they can't get onto the minion, and they take that one down. Clue at half-life. This is a potential for Pause and taking out the top T3. And now they're going to focus their attention on this bottom. They don't really have a chance to defend. Gen G struggling to just keep their base alive.
There is no dive available from Gen G. This is why they're struggling, right? Rock can go into the heart of Pause Gaming, but he's always going in alone. And look, the rest of the members, maybe Wawa can catch up in pacing with regards to the way that Rock engages, but everyone else can't follow suit, so they're always in a 2v5.
Yeah, and the craziest part about that siege was that they were doing it 4 versus 5. Miles Otis was actually in the enemy jungle just farming. They were able to just take everything and understood that we don't take a team fight, we keep everybody at arm's reach, and we're still going to loot and pillage everything.
And look, Feng Jie, this Spark Force Dagger build, a stock standard for all Marco Polo players. Look at the damage he's able to lay onto the side of Gen G, even before the actual fight starts.
Yeah, now Gen G in a world of hurt. They have to defend the Shadow Vanguard being pushed in the bottom lane. Feng Shi's just been up front, being such a menace with his damage. Gen G have no answers.
Yep, Rock, he's gonna try.
He's gonna try for this one. He actually finds Xiaoyang. That's a great start, but Rock trades his life away. No real chance, and it looks like they've gotten Clue. This is a huge window of opportunity for Pause to go in. Wawa tries to get serious, but it looks like Pause, like Gaming, are the ones that are serious as they go in with a Fever Barrage just to flex, and Feng Shi will survive, and Pause Gaming just on a cleanup. They're looking to take down Inua for the triple Miles Otis, and Pause Gaming will take the ace, and of course, they will take game 1.
Simple game, straightforward for the side of Pause Gaming. Gen G had a decent start, but it's not about how you start, it's how you finish the game. And Pause Gaming were on top of this one.
Yeah, very clean. I mean, look, we thought that Gen G were going to strike back, and there were moments that were good, but this is, for me, it's more of a draft issue more than anything else.
Agreed.
I didn't really see the impact of the Neza.
I saw it, but I think the follow-up was so difficult, right? Because you need someone who's able to match pace. Maybe get the Liu Bang instead. You know, you can actually heal and continue to dive along with Rock as well. But once again, you don't want to burn all your cards, even though it is a best of 3. So I think Gen G, they did give a good try. But once again, it's a draft difference here.
Yeah, definitely a draft difference. But you have to have the perfect draft and then the play style to just lock it down. They really couldn't lock it down anyone from Pause Gaming at a certain point. There were moments that you're like, this 50-50. Gen G's really striking it to him. But Pause Gaming is like, actually, we're fine. We got Feng Shi. We're surviving. We're going to do the damage and just get all the kills that we need.
Yeah, in the fights, you actually in rare moments that you see Feng Jie gets taken down. But you know what? Throughout the entire match, Feng Jie is free to roam, free to get just those free shots. And for the Feng Jie Marco Polo, for every shot he gets you, he actually deals a set marker with his passive. Hits you 10 times, you are actually having your armor broken. He's able to deal true damage to you.
Yeah, just way too much damage. And that was perfectly what you needed. I mean, like, wow, with that Get Serious, it was an amazing 3-man stun, but everybody had died. Ray is, there's no damage. Rock had already been killed as well. So it's like, yes, those moments of just like the initiation, the team fight of when you need to go in, get those kills, they were not really able to do it in Pause Gaming. Look at how they're grouped up and they're just focusing on the right guy.
Exactly. And Xiao Yang, I think they already did this communication to him early, very much early in the game. You're going to fall a lot of times in this game. But what we want you to do is to pull Rock away into our heart. 1v5, he does not survive that.
Yeah, and I mean, Rock being pulled into anybody's heart. I mean, he's in my heart already because I love Rock. But I think that was a tough game to watch for Gen G. I mean, look, I think that they're going to bounce back, but they had their moments. But I think it comes back to the draft diff.
Oh, for sure. I think they definitely need to kind of work into this next set of progression for game number 2, right? How do we fix this problem? Because based on the gameplay, Pause Gaming do have some gaps.
Yeah.
They can be taken down.
Yeah. And actually, Gen G was trying to expose them, right? They had some opportunities, but it was just like Pause Gaming was like, okay, yep, we made a mistake, but we're going to fix it. And they solved it right away.
Instantaneously.
Exactly.
And that's what's so scary about Pause Gaming.
I want to jump in there because Pause Gaming at the beginning of the game did not have such a clear advantage. Up until like about 8 minutes, it was actually pretty leveled. Gen G and Pause Gaming, they were like kind of like throwing one to the other. But then it was just after the 10-minute mark that Pause Gaming just completely took control of the game.
Yeah, and that's kind of where Feng Jie just really turned it on, right? He hit his critical moments. He was definitely winning in the lane, and this is why Feng Jie is one of the best players out there, right? The fact that he's able to carry it, even when the rest of the team is doing well, but Feng Jie will just take you over the top.
Okay, so hindsight bias. We talked about, hey, Gen G, maybe the first thing they want to do is kind of stop Snow, right?
Yeah.
But it feels like after watching this game, maybe they should have gone to a Feng Jie instead, because Feng Jie was one of the person that dealt quite a lot of damage, 78.7 thousand worth of hero damage dealt to Gen G. Also because he was left alone in the fights, nobody was looking for him.
Yeah, I want to just say to everybody that the Byron pick and the focus was actually your idea, not mine, okay? I just want to be very clear, Kindo.
Okay.
Kin, come on, man, like we talked about this.
Guys, I'm part of the team. Why are you attacking me?
It's totally fine. You know what? Like, the players came in and they made decisions, and those decisions at the end of the day just end up in the result that we just observed. You can see that Pause Gaming is going to take the victory. Gen G sadly is going to have to revert this if they don't want to be sent back to the lower bracket.
For sure. I think this is really truly a synergy issue, right? Based on the draft, because nobody can catch up with Rock. But if you take a look at the itemization here, the fact that, they understood, it's very clear as you look at the gameplay on the side of Pause Gaming. The win condition they wanted was for Feng Jie, and they kept him extremely safe. Heals coming from Qingling. They also had the redemption as that support item to give him the extra shield. And to be honest, as a Marco, when you take stun, it is very greedy because there's quite a lot of stuns available on Gen G.
Yeah, and you don't have cleanse to kind of deal with that. Yeah, I mean, he was playing a very high risk, high reward type of build. I love it. And he knew that he was going to be supported by his teammates, which he did. And so that's exactly all you want. It's a team game, and he knew his buddies were there to help him.
Could we agree that Feng Jie had an amazing game?
For sure. He had one of the best games possible. I mean, if you're looking at Marco Polo performance, right? The fact that you're going greedy with the stun, hoping that your team's going to cover you, and the way that he pulled off that game, nobody was able to pay attention to Feng Jie. I think that's the most impressive thing. Sure, when left untouched, Marco is a beast, and that's why he is also going to be MVP.
If we agree, they have to agree, and the most valuable player for this game is going to be Feng Jie on that Marco Polo. 713 of KDA, that is lovely. One of the things that I loved about his performance is that everyone is thinking about, okay, that most of the resources are going to go to the Pei, and Pei is going to be the one that's going to set the pace. But it was Marco Polo at the end that the one that stood up.
I mean, the biggest thing about Miles Otis's pay is that it's about putting an impact in, being aggressive, so that it attracts a lot of attention to deal with that. That space created for Fengji to really get going, and they understand how they play this one out, because again, Marco Polo needs time and space, and he was given all of that.
Exactly, and you know what? We're human. We have one pair of eyes, right? So we're looking at one target. Maybe if you have the skill set, you can look at another target. But at the same time, Gen.G tried to focus on the Xiaoyang. There's 3 different people to look at, and if you're not all focused on one target, you kind of get messed up. That there's a split in your attack and your catch, and Pause Gaming really took advantage of that chaos.
Yeah, I think the biggest mistake by Gen.G, obviously you were talking about the Byron, that mistake or whatever, but it doesn't really matter about the hero, it's about the player. It's find Fengji. Where is he across the map? Always ensure that you're out farming him or making his life difficult. He is definitely the win condition of this team. You gotta stymie his growth.
I love the Yarya pick with that Marco Polo as well, right? Because of the Yarya just being with Marco Polo all the time, that allowed Marco Polo just to completely take control of the lane, take control of the resources, and after his snowball, he was just too big for Gen.G to control.
Exactly, and he's already quite difficult to kill because he has skills like his second skill, the roaming gun. He's actually able to move a short distance away, so he's able to reposition. So besides having to deal with his mobility, now you add on that Verdant Protector from Yarya, her ultimate, where she gives him the extra shield, and he also has stun, and it suddenly becomes like mission impossible. You cannot kill this man.
Yeah, I'm actually, I want to kind of be challenged later. When we play our ranked games, I want our farm laner to be Marco Polo. I'm going to be Yarya. I'm just going to be Verdant Protector. And I'm just going to be AFK.
I'm going to talk to Blam about that, man. I'm telling you, Blam is going to have to be in there because I don't think that I can take the farming.
I can do a Marco Polo.
Yes.
My win rate is higher than 25%.
Yeah, it's actually improved.
I need to go and see your stats, man. Like, your win rate on every single hero is just so high.
Yes, high it is. And that's what we want from Pause Gaming at this point. One step higher as they look to close this series against Gen.G.
Just very clean, right? I think that this is something that we've learned to come to expect from Pause Gaming and just being able to close it out. Because even when Gen.G was striking back, especially in that tumultuous early game, it was like 2-2 in terms of kills. But Pause Gaming were like, hey, don't panic. We're still good. This is our game. We understand how to close this game out.
Okay, not to say that Gen.G are so much lower than Pause Gaming. That's not the case. Right now, for Gen.G, based on the performance, I think you can understand that they have a decent understanding of this game. Just the draft didn't go well for them. So this BP is super important. If they can get a good BP out of this second game, they could potentially tie up this series.
Yeah, and look, it wasn't like a complete stomp. Gen.G had avenues of attack. They had opportunities to get back in this game, but unfortunately, just Pause Gaming just too strong in the end. It was closer than the scoreline showed, but I think that this is still an opportunity for Gen.G to strike back in game 2.
I think they just hit their timing is much faster. Right? The winning condition coming out from Pause Gaming was fulfilled much earlier compared to what Gen.G wanted to do. They wanted to give more time for the DRNGF for raid, right? But of course, the way that Pause Gaming plays, they don't just stop you from growing. They start growing monstrously fast in that early game.
Yeah. They take away the resources and they keep them for themselves, right?
Exactly. They're hoarding all the gold and EXP.
Yeah, taking everything, right? But look, Gen.G, at the end of the day, they need to stick to their tried and true, which is get rock farm. You were talking about how Fengji was largely off the map. He was quiet in the early game, but then he was hit that critical mass and just blew everyone up. They need to do the same strategy with Rock. He's protect the president. He is the guy. He should not be playing Neza or these sort of initiator types. He needs to be taking the farm lane or some sort of hero that can like an assassin style that can just take over the game.
Exactly. Maybe just ramp up the pace even more, right? Because they did manage to keep pace with Pause Gaming.
Yeah.
And if second game they pick a draft that is unable to keep pace with Pause Gaming, I fear for their lives because Miles Otis is one of the fastest junglers in KWC.
Look, it's not going to be an easy task. If I said it was, easy, any team could have done it. And there's a reason why Pause Gaming are the Titans that they are, is because they're so good. The players understand how to play it. They know exactly what they need to do. They are a very well-coached team, and they're starting to gel well with one another.
Exactly. As the days go by, right, every single team is improving. They're actually watching and learning from all the other series as well, similar to you guys watching at home with us. This is the time, pay attention to Pause Gaming. I want to see what kind of draft they're going to start with.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I want to see how Genji bounce back. I don't know if this is the right time to be kind of throwing something crazy out. I don't think, like, nothing is really risky, but you might want to try something, especially at this moment. I mean, technically, like, you're not out of the tournament. Obviously, this GSL format makes things a little bit more risky because nobody wants to be in the lower bracket and you want to win one of your games. But this could be an opportunity. Pause Gaming is not going away.
I agree. You know what? Maybe Genji should try out Clue's favorite hero, the Zhang Fei. And also, one of the most spectacular performances from Inoue in the Pro Leagues was his Mo. Of which we have seen in the previous series what a good Mo can do.
Yeah, actually, that's been the biggest thing from Genji. It's been mainly the rock show, and that's usually their MO. But Inoue had really been stepping up. We'd seen him, you know, doing very well in the KME as well, with like the Mai, the Yixing, Lady Zhun. Like there was definitely heroes that he's very good with. They haven't let him kind of hit that mark yet. I think that largely he's been kind of, you know, hidden away.
It's a bait. This is a bait. They're trying to get Genji Esports to pick up the early, and maybe they'll secure that Lady Sun Ming combination. Similar style to that Yaria and Marco Polo combination. And that is one of the most deadly combinations that Pulse Gaming has shown us since the start of their team.
Yeah, I love that combination. I'm a Ming player myself. I'm always just looking for my Lady Sun.
And there we go. Genji, they take it. So in a way, they kind of take the bait. Do they respond with the Ming and Lady Sun? Arlie is great, right? And the probable buddy that they're going to give this Arlie is either the Zhang Fei or the Diadea, both of which give her shields or heals depending on who you pick.
Yeah, but also the Arlie pick kind of showcases the fact that Rock will be shifting back into the farm lane. I tend to find that Ray doesn't really play as mechanical of heroes, and so they're going to do a little bit of a shift. Basically, they're saying that Ray will be picking more of a tanky jungler, which is more of his playstyle.
But there's no Ogren. Ray does well with the Ogren, and this time it is not allowed from the side of Pulse Gaming. And likewise, they actually pick up the Mai, Shiranui, and Dun. As we know, right, the stats for Mai so far in KWC, not the best, but we're talking about Xiaoyang here.
Yeah, he has that potential, right? He's, look, I think the tank meta has largely passed. It's definitely not as much prevalent as it used to be, especially last year in Championship and all of that. And things have kind of changed a bit where things are more high-flying, definitely assassin-style heroes like the Fade, right? So it's a bit of a mix-up, but I still feel like Pause Gaming, if you've got a strategy in mind and you're that tanky, beefy guy up front, you're protecting the damage dealers, which it looks like they're trying to do in this draft here.
Yes. Now, one of the weaknesses on the side of Pulse Gaming's draft for Mai is the fact that if you have tanky heroes, it's going to be very difficult to burst heroes down on Genji's side. But for now, there isn't much option. I don't think you want to pick a Lianpo into the lineup of Genji Esports. Maybe as a jungler, you want to consider the Menki, provide that room so that both the Arlie and Fatih can really just go ham and go crazy with the skill shots and basic attacks.
So for me, if they go with the Menki, like I understand it, but I kind of feel like you're really lacking in the damage department, right? I think that you need to kind of help support. Fatih can be that frontliner as well. He's not the most beefy of frontliners, but you probably need to add some damage to this lineup.
My main concern here for Genji Esports is the fact that this is a very late composition, right? You need a lot of gold for Fadi, you need a lot of gold for Artie as well, which means you need a lot of time. But for Pause, right off the bat, level 2 for Mai, she's already a danger.
Yeah, they might struggle with this. And again, it really comes back to Zhao Yang, his rotations. It all, like we were talking about earlier about the fact that Mai has a 20% win rate in the KWC, hasn't been great, but we just haven't seen the impact because, again, those rotations haven't been on point.
Exactly. I think most of the times they don't actually get that space right at the top, which kind of impacts that rotation speed, right? So Pulse Gaming, they already have the jungler. That's going to be coming in the form of Dun. For those of you that are new, Dun is one of those heroes you can definitely pick up as an introduction to jungling or even in the clash lane, right? He's one of the most tanky heroes in the game.
Yeah, with Tanky, he's got a stun, he has the grappling hook, which gets him to safety. I mean, he has pretty much everything you want, plus he's incredibly good looking.
Yes. To the stats. Good looking, I don't know.
Okay, all right. But it looks like Secure, this is going to be a nice little 1-2 combination with the Dune. Same idea, you have your Wind Slash from Dune, which is like this AoE slam dunk. And then you have Secure with the Mulberry Power. Literally, I mean, obviously different skills, but they're pretty much the same in terms of just how they work.
Yeah, so Sakir, the king of the brushes, will be able to reposition himself or herself into the brushes across the court, right? At the same time, he can also summon the fields and relocate there, and the fields will actually damage you or heal your teammates depending on who's inside.
So, pause gaming, I mean, look, these stuns are great and all, but they're kind of like telegraphed, and yes, they are AoE, but they can be dodged. They can be avoided, and it looks like Gen G finishing out their draft, Gan and Mo in the Flowborn tank.
I like this. So Gan and Mo, like we said, is one of Inua's specials, right? If they can actually get the lockdown. And this is a soft combination that you can explore in your ranked games as well. Dia and Gan and Mo. So Dia's second skill, like we say, that Bitter Farewell, the latch. She will actually stop you in your tracks, which is a perfect synergy with Gan and Mo to get those blades in.
Yeah, I mean, potential instigate. We just saw the power of the Gan and Mo in the earlier series, right? With Tatsuri, the potential for the damage and just the blow up is incredible. But let's talk a little bit about the Flowborn. This is a newer hero on the Gorge. This is the tank variant. Walk me through a little bit about this hero.
So the tank variant actually has a myriad of skills as well. Actually goes into a triple jump, allowing to get very good stuns onto the opponent team on the side of Pause Gaming. This is one of his strengths, right? The ability to actually relocate himself or reposition himself with the slams on the floors. But the more important thing is to be able to tank up for the team.
Yeah, definitely. And just staying alive and keeping everyone alive, because Ray is going to do, okay, it looks like Ray is on the Arlie. It's going to be interesting. They're going to let him play on this one. But look, Fengji on the Shoyu, they last picked it for Pause Gaming. Walk me through this last pick in.
I am very concerned for this because it's a great pick. Now, Inua, yes, he has great burst, but very squishy as well. And you can be sure Fengjie will be looking for that instant snipe onto Inua. At the same time, late game insurance, very few people can actually win the damage output against Fengjie's Shoyu.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. And Xiaoyang looking to go in front. Wawa with a flash on out. He gets a little bit low. He's going to give up first for blood. Qingling finds him out. Clue a little bit low, but they've gotten what they wanted, which is that kill.
Very early game, right? Qingling on this Sakir. He's one of those.
He gets gone on. He has to actually flash away. He throws out the Kachusen, almost sniping out Clue, but he does get back to safety. Xiaoyang with an already impressive early game.
Which is why I said game one, there was comms that, hey, you're not going to have a good game. We are going to use you as bait. And right now, Fengjie going one-on-one against Ray, though.
Ooh, Ray getting the better of him, so to speak. But Fengjie under the tower, he will be fine. But again, it's all about that pressure. The presence of Xiaoyang, the flash away from Fengjie, saw that Ray was looking to go.
Yeah, Fengjie doesn't know that the rotation was coming in from the side of Inua here, but he should be able to go in against Ray. Can he get the snipe?
He's trying to load it up. He didn't actually fire the shot, potentially going in for the next one. But look at how Ray is going back and forth. They get the farewell onto him, but Fengjie's down for the count. Ray finds him.
Perfect movement here, but here comes the rest of the team.
Oh, the Mulberry Power just going to be a little off the mark. The wind slash as well, and I guess, you know, it's okay when both of them miss like that.
Exactly, and right now it's really about the resource protection, right? Because early game, they actually have a good advantage on the side of Pause Gaming, right? If you get slammed on by
They're looking to go. Wawa, the flash forward. Snow finds him out, finds Wawa, gets the kill.
Gen G, I feel like taking too many risks here.
Too many risks, but they're trying to force the issue, right? They don't want to play defensive. You kind of saw what happened in the last game because they were doing the same play style.
Okay, agree. I think you definitely want to put pressure onto your opponents, right? Don't give them that full confidence, because when a team like Pause Gaming is confident, they play extremely well. Now, let's take a look at Xiaoyang. He's going to assist that movement into the mid lane, get the clear mind stories, and jump out as well.
Yeah, Rock not really scared, just eating the wind slashes and just kind of going in. Again, he is your win condition, funneling a lot of that farm. Is that a mistake, though? Do you want Inua to get that farm, or do you want Rock?
I think Rock needs to get the farm. He needs to be tanky enough for the team to survive. And then you can kind of use that aggression or defensive aggression. Hang on.
Okay, it looks like they're going to go in. Qinglin backing off on this one. Clue and Qinglin, these guys are going to be skirmishing quite a bit. Ray putting a little bit of pressure on, having a much better game than he did in the last one.
Yeah, Clue now getting a little bit. Oh, Wawa.
Oh, they find Wawa. The flash back. He does get to safety. And they were potentially looking to go. But again, this is the Mai, the power of the Mai.
You have the rotation speed and the burst damage. And so far, Xiaoyang has not taken a fall, I believe. So this is a tough situation to be in for Gen G.
Yeah, and looks like they want to go for the steal here. The Spike Tail will be picked up. Ray is on the back side of this one. But Rock going in. Masotis just again, wind slashing, taking whatever the farm he can get.
I think the synergy is a little bit difficult here. This Rock and Inua combination, it's really hard for Inua to aim.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest, right? Especially with that knockback. But Ray, look, he needs to do a much better job. Put the pressure on to Fengji, make him play your game, and make it go. But here's the 4-minute mark. Zhao Yang has to dash away, and this could be a potential opening for Gen G to take a Tyrant here.
Yeah, they actually push him away, which is great. But there is heal values coming out from Qingling, and look, oh no, please do not get the steal like that. Rock does secure it. So this is a great start for the side of Gen G.
Great start at this point. I mean, the kills say otherwise, but it's all about the big neutral items as well as getting that your gold going, right? It's about the farm at this point, and Rock taking that one is really going to help out this team.
Yep, and right now, Wawa actually suffering quite a bit against Snow in the Clash lane. And the freezing and the neutral objectives like the Space Sprite, all going into the hands of Snow.
Yeah, taking everything right now. And Pause Gaming, this is why they're strong. They understand how to play the macro game, extracting whatever they can off the map, being aggressive as well. But I think Gen G, oh, here's the flash forward. They're going to look to go for Feng Ji. And you were talking about the strategy of just making his life a little bit more difficult. It seems like they're going to put the pressure on.
Yeah, but you're not putting pressure on the Xiaoyang, and here comes the flank.
Yes, Snow looking to go for this one. He's been thwarted in that sense. Rock and Ray dodging this one. They're going to take the bottom T1. The Mulberry Power does actually connect, but they're looking to go. Xiaoyang actually flashes. He gets knocked around, and Rock finds him and makes him pay.
There's an opening that they have searched for the past 5 minutes, a beautiful ending. So Gen G, they recover some of the farm. It's pretty much even Stevens at this point.
Even Steven, and it looks like they're going to, Wawa will be there. They've made the rotation. They've kind of, just gotten what they've wanted, which is that bottom T1. Now Fengji, less space to farm freely.
Okay, but look, end of the day, Fengji on this Soya, he's a late game hero. Having a bad start isn't that detrimental because they expect this game to go for at least, 15, 16 minutes if the game doesn't go well.
Yeah, but I mean, look, like, you're still, up against a Ray, which is Ray Arlie, and it's not the worst thing in the world to have an Arlie in the late game, right?
That's true, that's true. I mean, he could potentially jump at the Fengji, burst him up. But then at the same time, you have to pay attention to your own backlines because there's healing factors coming from Qingling too.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. I mean, the sustain, and I like the secure pick because of that. It really adds quite a bit to what Pause wants to do. I mean, the Wind Slash, Mulberry Power, that combination could just be team fight winning.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Inua will perform this game because I think if there's anyone that's going to change this game for the side of Gen G, it has to come in the form of either Inua or Wawa. They are the two that will change the fights even before it starts.
Yeah, and I mean, he's doing a great job in terms of the laning phase. Zhao Yang is actually 500 gold behind Inua, but Zhao Yang's presence, he's been moving, he's been trying to gank on the different outside lanes, hasn't always been successful, but he's definitely made that presence felt.
Yeah, look, Inua looking on the Myosotis, he will not be able to melt Myosotis down until the next 10-minute mark or maybe 15.
Yeah, Rock decides to get the leap in. The Wind Slash, Myosotis, both trading blow for blow, but the Unruly Blade keeping him alive. They will be backing off. Pause Gaming understanding, hey, this is not going to be an easy game. They're actually just really neck and neck with Gen G.
He's going to die. He's going to die. Wawa now calling a 1v2. The TP was great, but he still gives away the T1 on the bottom.
Yeah, Wawa just gets back to safety. Ray will take the top T1, but the bottom T1 has been traded away by Feng Shi. Space for space, tower for tower.
Yep, a lot of potential for both teams now, but the defense comes through for Pause on the top side. But Wawa can't deal with the 2v1.
Yeah, it doesn't. He's not able to deal with it. And look, Fengji just munching on those towers in the bottom lane and getting away without any sort of repercussions for that. That is not great if you're a Gen G fan.
Yes, absolutely no punishment. And they get out scot-free. So this is a big concern, because if you take a look at the gold, even though he died once, Fengji is at 5,500 gold. He's about 500 gold ahead of Ray.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was a little bit behind. Fengji was not having the greatest of times, but then you give him space. This is one of those things where it's like, hey, if the pressure's going to be on, we're going to go on top of him. We're going to ensure that he has a bad game, and it seems like they took the foot off the gas.
Yeah, and you can't fight into a lineup that has Qingling here, already putting the Mulberry Fuse and Mulberry Power to good use. He has not really missed any of the strikes he's been trying. Already it's a Radiance as well. So it's a difficult fight for Gen G if they're caught unawares.
Yeah, but they need to catch somebody out. They need to ensure that they get some sort of kill at this point because right now they're losing the macro game. Paused Gaming just doing what they can, and they've so much pressure in that bottom lane that they're kind of able to kind of exert their pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, the only thing that's silver lining for now is that Inuwa has not been caught. I can assure you, if Paused Gaming get their hands onto Inuwa bursting down, there is very little chance of a comeback for the side of Gen G.
Yeah, Inuwa has not died a single time here, and it looks like Paused Gaming picking up the Tyrants as well. So a little bit more gold in the pockets of Paused Gaming. They will put the pressure on. Gen G need to respond. They need to strike back. They need to do something here.
Yep, they need to. They're trying to call for that middle catch. Rock, is this the place you want to be?
Oh, he tries to go all in. He goes under the tower. Mouse Otis is looking to go for this one, but with that Mulberry Power onto Rock, he limps away. Clue is very low as well, but here come the reinforcements. They have the Wind Slash onto Wawa, who went in, tried to get it, does trade his life away with Xiao Yang. It's a 1-for-1, and that's going to be it.
Okay, so Wawa for Xiaoyang, I think this is a decent trade because at the end of the day, take a look at that. They actually burnt out the Pure Sky from Wawa, right? So even though he took that damage reduction for his itemization, it did not help him survive. So there is a lot of damage potential from Pause, and this is due to Feng Jie. He's already at 6.8, already so close towards that Daybreaker.
Yeah, look, Feng Jie is just an absolute beast, and Rock not in a great spot. He makes him pay. He was just trying to push them away, and Pause Game is like, you're coming at me?
This was the worst time to take a fight for Gen G, but they had to because they couldn't allow this for free. But because of the mistake, this 10-minute Shadow Tyrant will go into the hands of Pause Gaming.
I don't think that you make that sort of play. Rock, I mean, I know he was just trying to clear the wave, but dying there was absolutely monumental. Shadow Tyrant, the first one of the game, going the way of Pause Gaming, and you're giving it up for free. Disaster there.
Yeah, not ideal for the side of Gen G. Gen G fans now, I think it's a little bit stressful. But for Pause, let's take a look at the goal difference here. Majority of the goal difference actually between Myosotis and Rock, which is a huge concern because Rock needs to be the tank for the team. And so far, he has not been tanking too much.
Yeah, he's been falling behind. I mean, he's about 1.3k. Dying that one time was actually pretty huge for them. But now Gen G, like if you're behind, you got to force the issue a bit. You got to make a play. And it looks like it's putting more pressure on Gen G to do something. But they're not able to find anything because Pause have great vision and their positioning game is on point.
Oh no, they're wrapping around. They know that they're here. Pause Gaming. This could be a big win for them. All they have to do is get some important kills on the Inuwa or Ray.
Yeah, but they just slow siege. I mean, Mouse Otis Qingling on the sides. If you want to go for them, they have that potential jump in with that stun. Gen G throwing everything in this defense.
Yeah, but they can't catch it. You can see Inuwa is trying his best to catch his hands on the Feng Jie, but it's not working out because Soye is one of the longest range marksmen in the game as well.
Yeah, longest range. And again, his positioning is on point if they want to go. But Snow gets a two-man stun, finds Ray, catches him out. They get a double kill going the way of Xiao Yang.
Yeah, and instantly they make the pressure work for themselves. 2 turrets taken, 3 in fact, as they open up the T3s for the taking on the side of Gen G's base.
Oh, like it's the noose that's slowly tightening. They're going to find Rock. They're going to get the Wind Slash. Rock is tanky, but not enough. Feng Jie with that damage. And Pause Gaming, how they were moving across the map, it was very slow. It was almost like, you know, are they really going in for these things? And they slowly tighten that noose, and Gen G left caught breathing.
Okay, so 2 seconds before Ray comes out, but the damage has been done. Structural damage completed from the side of Pause Gaming. They have taken the T3s on the top and the middle. Now all they have to do is to back off and secure the Shadow Overlord, of which Feng Jie is already starting.
Yeah, starting it up. I mean, they're putting in pressure in every single lane on their way out as well, but break this fight down.
It really was just capping them in. A beautiful flash gets serious from the side of Snow, catching the 2 most important members, the support as well as the farm laner Ray taking a fall there was why it was so hard to defend for the side of Gen G.
Yeah, just almost impossible at this stage. I mean, Pause Gaming in the driver's seat, about to close this one out. The Shadow Vanguard making an appearance in the bottom lane. They will be continuing to push and put the pressure on Pause Gaming. Gaming doing everything well.
Yep. Well, one of the only things that has to work in favor is Clue needs to get his ultimate down.
Oh, the wind slash not going to connect. Rock does get back to safety. He needs to stay alive. Vanguard being pushed in the top lane, something to take note of. The bottom T3 is what Pause Gaming wants, though. With this Shadow Vanguard, it's going to be tough. Miles Otis misses the wind slash. Here we go. Rock looking to go all in. He wants to go for Feng Ji, but he pays for his sins. Feng Ji, he's going to get the kill onto Rock, and now they're going to take the bottom T3.
Yep, this is the beginning of the end for the side of Pause Gaming. This could be huge. They don't have any tank. Rock is down. They're going in. They're going to slam down as well.
Yeah, they get the two-man stun on this one. They've already gotten raid. It looks like Pause Gaming have gotten this game. It's a matter of time. Wawa's down. They get the crystal, and Pause Gaming take game 2 and the series.
This is a big win for the side of Pause Gaming and a monumental start to their series as well.
Yeah, okay, so great game there. I mean, look, Gen G was trying to bounce back. They were trying to do whatever they could, but Pause Gaming just too strong, too powerful. What a great series by them, and they are confident as ever.
Okay, so of course, great news for the side of Pause Gaming, but it's not all bad news for Gen G. They still have another chance going into this later part of KWC.
Yeah, so look, it's still a race to 2. It doesn't really matter. I think that they will be fine in that regard. But Gen G, look, there's a lot to learn from that series. I mean, even if we're breaking this one down, Pause Gaming didn't have the most flawless of games. They had a great game, don't get me wrong, and they were in full control. But again, Gen G had moments. It was just a matter of time before Feng Ji just got going.
Exactly. I mean, they did not manage to fulfill that win condition too early. Also due to the combination coming out from Ray and Clue, right? This is why Idea is one of the most picked hero in the Gorge. Because, look, Clue setting up the stun, the latch on, allows Ray to get the damage in as well.
Yeah, just all that damage, everything that you wanted to have done. And this is kind of the beginning of the end, right? When Rock was just attempting to go, no, sorry, this is the fight, right? Where he goes 1 versus 3, he's like trying to go for the minions, but like, bro, you're out of position. They make you pay. That turned into the Shadow Tyrant, and it was pretty much that snowball that got out of control.
Yep, Snow, a beautiful catch at this moment here. Taking out Ray and Clue. Why was it so important? Was the fact that Clue had to use his ultimate for very little value. There was no debuffs going on to the other members on the side of Pause Gaming. And when you are so strong and so far ahead, they have a 6,000 goal lead at this point. Feng Jie already hitting critical mass. I feel there was nothing much they could do.
There was nothing much they could do, and Rock knew that, hey, Feng Ji was still getting out of control, and he went all in on that bottom lane at that last, the last highlight right there. He was trying to go for the kill just to give their team a chance, because again, Feng Ji just was doing so much damage, and unfortunately for the rest of Gen G, they were not there to help support him.
They can't. I mean, can't even find Feng Jie. I think that was a huge problem for them, but you can't blame him because end of the day, Feng Jie, like we said, his range is immensely far.
Yeah, always in the back line, making things very difficult. Like, his positioning is so good. Feng Ji, man, you gotta watch out for this guy. He's amazing.
Yeah.
It was a good performance by the whole team. I do believe that Pause Gaming just showing us why they belong to that group Kings. They belong to just going here on the top bracket, winning that. The upper bracket is going to give them a ticket straight forward. Now, for Gen G, it's not the end of the road because they're going to be dropped down to the lower bracket, and they're going to have to play again against Boom Esports.
It's going to be a fun one. To be honest, I don't have a favorite going into this one. I think that it's going to be exciting to see exactly what Gen G pull out on that one. I think Boom Esports are going to be fired up as ever. Seeing some of the weaknesses, and because maybe they adopt some of the strategies that Pause Gaming had.
I just want to see Gen G play those unorthodox drafts. Come on, give us more interesting drafts. Because
entertain us, please.
Yes, entertain us. Because Gen G, I felt like they did not play to the strength today. I understand the draft. I think it worked well. But end of the day, the control coming in from Pause Gaming was just a bit too much. That last catch by Snow, that was so beautiful.
So beautiful, and this is exactly what you wanted from Pause Gaming. Just being able to play as well as they did as a team. Everybody understanding what they needed to have done. And again, look, Xiao Yang on the Mai. I know that it's definitely higher than 20% after that game, but he just had such a presence, and the early game was just on fire because of it.
It's 21% now.
No, I'm pretty sure that's not how stats work and the percentages, but we'll figure out what the exact stats are after this one.
Okay, but nonetheless, this composition by Pause, I think is something that's very impressive. You can take a look and try to learn from their threats as well. This very early game, I know we don't really see a lot of secures coming into the pro roleplay just yet.
Yes.
But I think he will actually appear a little bit more because Sakir is one of those heroes that has a very strong early game presence. When she gets that Mulberry Power Slam, I think it takes half your life for most of the squishy heroes.
Yeah, of course, it's a very good way to initiate, right? And that's one of the things that you want to do right now at the beginning of the game. You want to go initiate, just try to get as much gold or resources as you can. What about we move to the MVP? Who do you guys think is going to be?
It's got to be Feng Shi. For
You
me.
think so?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Well, we might have to disagree on that. The MVP for this game is going to be Snow. In that Mayin, I do believe it was the pressure that it created to the backline that allowed Snow to be going home with that MVP.
Or production just really likes KDA because he didn't die a single time. Hmm?
But isn't KDA not important?
It's not
Ken?
important. That's why we were going for Feng Shi, right?
Wow, once again, I get uppercutted by both of my friends over here, but that's fine. An uppercut it is, and Snow really did perform and give that uppercut over to the side of Genji. Like we mentioned, I think not only that, he controlled his lane really well at the start of the game.
I agree with you guys that Fondia was very important for the team. Like you need to have someone in there, and come on, like such a difficult hero. You need to have so much accuracy. But Snow allows just for the pressure to be on the backlane, so they cannot think about just moving around. And as they just be moved to one side, they're just being sniped immediately.
Yeah, just sliced and diced at that point. Really, no chance. I mean, for me, it was more of like Genji. Like if Rock played the Arlie, and then, you know, Ray played the Flowborn, I think they would have a much better chance because I feel like Rock is just mechanically sound. He's so good on some of these heroes, and I think they need to make that change because right now the impact of Rock on the jungle, it hasn't been as when he's on the farm lane.
Agreed. I think perhaps they can try that out. And, you know, as the game changes their team tag, right, I think Genji, they could take this risk and make that switch again because they have tried it before. It has worked.
The stakes are so high that they might just be wondering what is the gamble that they need to be making in order to make it through. Well, sadly for them, the gamble did not pay. Right now, they're going to move down to the lower bracket to play against Boom Esports. Pulse Gaming is going to move into the Group Kings. That is going to be half of what we have to bring you today. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to go and we're going to come back.
Way I live life.
This land is calling.
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
All right. And we are back. Team Vitality against Alpha 7 Esports is going to be our second final of the upper bracket. Welcome back. This is the KWC 2025. I am your host, Isaac Peña. Right now, Holler and Keen, they're already back to the green room. And right now we have the carry of our team, Sagi and Blam. How are you, boys?
Well, I gotta say, after that first 2 series, things have been warming up for the entire KWC. Sadly, we got a big goodbye to Blacklist International. They put up a really good fight against Boom. But yeah, that is esports, that is Honor of Kings World Cup. You got winners, you also have losers.
Indeed. I mean, someone has to lose, but more importantly, someone is going to win. And I mean, that's going to be obviously the next narrative for this game, right? Like, this is going to be the next team that goes into the Kings group along with Pause Gaming.
Day 3 is all about that, right? It's all about like doing or dying. Like you need to come and deliver. If you are not able just to come and deliver, then you're going to have to take a ticket back home. Let's move into this game. Team Vitality already there. The 5 boys are ready to come and take this gorge.
Yep, exactly. Team Vitality, IKL's number 3, but they are right now in the upper brackets, facing A7 with Tufts in the clash lane, ZanQ, their star player in the jungle, Zan in the farm lane, Neil in the mid lane, and 19 as their roamer.
Again, yes, this is going to be their 3rd seed team, right? Like, this is, again, first day, they were playing against their compadres of the Indonesian region, obviously dominated esports, their 2nd seed, and they were able to take them all the way to a 2-1 victory, right? So is it going to be a little bit of the same thing against Alpha 7 here?
They already had a very difficult game as their first game for this KWC, right? And they were able to come victorious. Do you think that's going to be different against Alpha 7?
Well, only time will tell, right? Because Alpha 7 is also a very strong bunch. When we talk about Alpha 7, that's going to be coming up shortly. They are a strong bunch because why? Niap, very good engager. CR7, solid carry. So these 2 teams, when they come in combat with their game, their team play, their team compositions, it's going to be a fiery match.
But Bland, in terms of Team Vitality, what do they have in favor just for them to be able to take the victory?
They've got ZanQ and Zane, right? Like, those are their 2, obviously, players that stood out to me. Obviously, for day number 1, their performance on these 2 players, absolutely exceptional, and definitely with the reasons why they're able to get to this point into the upper bracket.
In order for us to understand better how Team Vitality made it all the way from home, all the way here until Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we've prepared a video for you to be able to analyze. Well, we're going to just check on that in a minute. We're going to move first into Alpha 7. You know what? Instead of just watching videos, why don't we just explain to people? Talk about Alpha 7. What was their way all the way from Brazil all the way until here? Can you explain to us?
For me, they had a pretty good run in the entire Chalk BR.
Yeah.
But I don't want to disregard that, but coming into this KWC, with the addition of CR7 in their farm lane at this graphic right now, this man is a monster in the farm lane. When everyone crumbles, he is the consistent one to bring Alpha 7 Esports the victory. But of course, when it comes to all these players together, you can consider Niap, Dani, Vilao, and also Fury as their mid lane to really provide a space for this star player CR7 to really carry the game.
So CR7 needs to carry the game. Like, he needs to be the one dealing the damage and actually being the carry of the team. Do you agree with that, Blan?
I do agree with that, because I mean, jungler Danny he's always played these like tankier jungles, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is always in the jungle, playing in that tank roam. He's never really picked up the likes of the Pei or Jing. We've yet to see it, unless is this going to be a new blend of Danny in the jungle? We're yet to see for Alpha 7.
Well, let's wait and see, man. We're gonna be able to see an amazing game. Team Vitality against Alpha 7 Esports. Again, one more time, this is going to be a lovely game because it's gonna allow us to see who's gonna move forward. Nobody wants to go to the lower bracket. If you have a chance right now for an extra day of rest, just to try to play a little bit less, you want to take it.
Exactly. Extra day of rest also means that you can also really just spectate your opponents, know what they're going to play. Getting that start to playoffs, cool. We love it. And also, spectating your future opponents, your potential playoffs contention for the big money back of KWC. That's the most important part of this rest.
most important part of the rest, but also the fact that they're going to be able to, obviously, like you say, in that rest day is going to be watching those matches that do unfold. But speaking of unfolding matches, we are going to be getting into game number 1 right now. The BP is in. Team Vitality banning out the Liang, banning out the Mai Shiranui. So obviously a lot of control, a lot of burst already off the table for the side of Alpha 7. Vice versa, those assassin picks for Zhang Q on the side of Team Vitality. The Pei and the Luna both being taken off the board.
This puts a lot of priority to this one pick called the Arlie, but instead, they put on the playmakers. When we talk about playmakers, it's Tufts and Nia. And what both of them have in common? The Dharma, the multi-man engage, the knockouts that sets you up for success with the Spell One, with the Flash, with the Truth Mantra Ultimate, multi-man knockup towards the wall. This is why this pick is so prized in this tournament.
Very prized, right? I mean, we saw it within the team matchups against the PKL teams, right? We saw that those like multi-wall knockups, the potential of this pick, the Dharma, does create a lot of CC, some crowd control for those new players at home.
And Diadea and Arlie, the picks over there on the side of Alpha 7. We've been seeing a lot of this Arlie. It's been such a strong hero. We really hope that right now it's going to allow Alpha 7 just to show us how shiny this hero can be.
Exactly, and especially, like we mentioned during pre-draft, CR7 is the star of the team. And if you give him such a high mechanical ceiling pick, he's definitely going to perform with the help of Villau on this Diadea. They're going to be such a monstrous side lane to really dominate this game.
It is such a strong pair, isn't it? Like, it's going to be a strong pair because we've been talking about the mechanics of it. You will be able to stun and attack immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it in this pairing of the Diadea and the Arlie. I mean, even in the party, right, on the side of Genji in the previous game. And like I was saying to you in the green room, Sagi, is the fact that when you have the Diadea paired with the Arlie, it makes it a little bit easier to have a few mistakes on the Arlie. It means that you are able to catch out your enemy opponent with Diadea.
So you can be a little bit more aggressive, and then just the case that you make a mistake, there's still a safety net behind you.
Yes, exactly that. I mean, then you've got obviously the sustain and the healing from the Destiny counter, her ultimate. But I mean, if we're looking at sustain, we look at Team Vitality and their latest pick, the Hue-1 here, right? Yes, it is more than likely going to be roam, what we've been seeing previously, but it can be flexed either into the jungle or the mid lane.
Exactly, a very versatile pick. This opens up Team Vitality's draft to multiple choices. Yes, can be going to the roam, can be going to the mage role. So definitely, in terms of this second phase draft, Alpha Esports have to look very wisely when they come to pick all these second-tier heroes coming to the second phase of the bans.
Yeah, I mean, DRNG here, a good counter to the Arlie as well, into the farm lane as well. We have the hybrid damage for those new players at home. DRNG doesn't only do the physical damage in the farm lane, he also gives off a little bit of magical damage as well. And every third hit, he gets that enhanced token that travels a little bit further, enables you to actually get a few hits onto those turrets when you're actually out of range. So if you play him well, position him well, you can just chip away at your enemy's T1s as well.
The laning stage is going to be so difficult in there, right? Because DRNG can just do damage to the turret without actually needing the minions.
Exactly that. Exactly that. He can basically just do a little bit of a preemptive strike onto the enemy's turrets. But we're looking at this last stage of the bans here as well. So we get banning out the Sher. We have the Orgrim being banned out as well, which seems to be a very high priority into the jungle for the KWC, as well as the Agudo, as well as the Yixing in the mid lane.
That's a lot of picks being removed here, and once again, Floorborn Tank introduced once again. Last game, it did pretty okay, but did it secure the win? It did not. But hey, it's Alpha 7 Esports here. They're going to show us how it's done, and can it net them a win? We gotta find out in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see Danny on this pick, right? I mean, we was talking about it in the introduction. Danny likes those more tankier jungle picks. Flowborn tank variant being the latest one, the latest addition within the jungle. So I'm really excited to see how Danny performs on this, because we saw that Rock was on it in the previous game. Yes, it didn't get Genji the victory, but it did put the pressure onto Paws Gaming.
I do have a question though. Now, do we have any previous experience of seeing Danny with this hero?
Nope.
This is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing him.
Debut.
Do you think that he already prepared something there that no one has ever seen before? Or is it just going to be like a normal Flowborn tank kind of performance?
Well, only Danny could tell, right? Because our information stems from the Chalk BR. So in this case, Flowborn, a recent release hero here, multiple forms, coming with the tank form here. Definitely, Danny is going to showcase what it means to be a tank jungle main.
But Blam, you know Danny from a long time. Like you've been seeing him compete for Summit for such a long time. What do you think? Do you think that he's been just like at home just cooking something in there different?
I mean, if he's been playing, obviously, the other client of the game, right, he could potentially have been practicing this. But if we look into the counter of the side of Team Vitality here, the jungle pick that we've been seeing, it's going to be the Fade. What do we think about this one, Sagi?
I love the Fade. Come on. Who doesn't love Fade?
Everyone loves Fade, man.
Everyone loves Fade. High mobility on the walls, execute, a very solid execute onto objective, kills, and even jungle monsters here. Definitely something you want to pick up when you want to really control these jungle objectives.
Exactly that. I mean, we get the double execute as well, really. So we saw it yesterday where Fade was being picked up, not using his actual smite onto the neutral objectives, just literally letting it loose with the ultimate, turning the neutral objective into Jade Crystal, smashing it, and then you've got your smite to then go and even try and take on the Azure Golem with the enemy opponents, or even go and like invade some camps and just take a little bit of resources from the gold as well.
Saki, you played Fade yesterday when we were playing rank, wasn't it?
He did.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah?
I did.
Was it like a 15-0 kind of KDA, kind of something like
crazy. And I played the floorboard tank as well, but I was up into the clash lane and I went 4-2, so that was my first time playing it. So maybe my first time on floorboard tank, maybe it'd be good as Danny's.
I hope so. I really hope that Danny's going to have a great performance, Sagi.
And you know who I learned this Fade from? Is none other than Zanq right there from Vitality.
Ooh.
So if I could play like that, imagine what Zanq could do in the Gorge after this.
I am really looking forward for this game. From up here, the players are ready. Everyone is just going. Everyone just wants to start. They want the Gorge to show up right over there, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our game 3 of today. On the blue side, you're going to have Team Vitality. And on the red side, you're going to have Alpha 7 Esports.
Yeah, I just love that new aerial view we're getting of the Gorge as well right now. I mean, it just shows you the true beauty of the Gorge onto the game, and you can experience it by playing Honor of Kings at home. But we are going to get into game number 1 here. Team Vitality against Alpha 7. This is all trying to put their best foot forward and getting into the upper bracket.
And it seems like CR7 and Alpha 7 is really just trying to look for these mid lane early start to really fasten up the tempo, make sure that early avoids the tough laning phase that we talked about against Zan's Direnjie.
It is going to be important just for that early to get online quickly. Just get that early into 4 just immediately, as fast as possible, and probably the game is going to start flowing.
Yeah, onto 4, onto getting that Doomsday. Obviously, we know that the power spike for Ali in the early game is getting that important item, the Doomsday, right?
Of course.
So exactly, when you talk about getting that Doomsday, and how do you get that? You get gold. With this rotation, they're sending Ali towards the top side, securing the priority, and then giving the river sprite immediately, using this dimensional portal to teleport back to the mid lane, and then what? Take the mid wave again.
But what about that? Like Doomsday plus a pair of boots, how much money is that? Are we talking about good 2,500, 3,000 gold?
About 3,000 gold?
It's about 3,000 gold.
Yeah. I'm no mathematic, but I believe it would be around about that number if I was a betting man. So we'll go for that figure. But like you said there, good rotation. It does mean that they're not going to suffer to the hands of obviously Zan's, Adira, and Jit in the early game. Again, because obviously the hybrid damage, hard to really block with this Paracel from the side of Alpha 7.
Exactly. When you talk about all these lanings, Direnjie is a laning monster here, but if you avoid the laning just like CR7 did and Alpha 7 did, you give him so much space to scale towards the mid game. Like you mentioned, Doomsday up, that's when CR7 button goes.
So that means that for everyone looking at home, like you do not need to just stay there on your lane. It doesn't mean that because they said that there's a laning stage, you need to go through that one. You can just immediately just make a different decision and just be a little bit more free and mobile.
Exactly, right. I mean, right here we see Tufts and Niap go 1-to-1 here. Is going to come out top for the side of Alpha 7. Forcing the flash here of Team Vitality. Gets out with a lick of life.
Amazing from Niap, just forcing that flash. That flash is not going to be available, and that's going to allow that Fatih to get bigger and bigger.
And we talk about this, right? Both these clash lanes, they are the core playmakers of both teams. Tufts on the Dharma here. You want to look for these multi-man knockups. While the side of Niap, you want to look for these backline engagements and instantly melting any backline you see. So these two clash lanes from both these two teams, they have the same mission. Just it comes down to execution.
Look at that. They might just be able to jump in. They want to come and try to take that, but they're just going to have to clean the wave and move back.
Yeah, exhausting a lot of skills here just to try and get that priority into the mid lane. You can kind of see the efforts here of Team Vitality. But right now, obviously, in terms of the gold lead, both of these teams are playing it very fine to the line. The stun does come through here, AoE from Neil on the Q1.
Well, a bit of a touchy touch here and there, nothing too crazy going on as we mentioned here. I think both teams are playing a very safe early game for this 4th minute mark because it's still game 1.
They have to. They have to play it a little bit safe. If you make a gamble right now and you do not take the win, you lose that 4-minute Tyrant fight that is coming in 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds time could be the crucial moment for that all-important team fight that we could be going on here. Obviously, we can see that John Q is with both of the buffs. He does have the XP lead as well for now. A little bit of action going down into the bot side of the map. A7 Fury uses that just unstoppableness of the side of the Lady Gem, but it's not going to be enough to pause the damage from Team Vitality.
First blood is going to go to Zan right over there. He's going to take an advantage, and he's going to start setting up his team.
Okay, we were looking at Tubbs like, why would you ulti the Flowborn here? And we thought about it, it was like, was it troll? Was it a misclick? No! He stopped him from teleporting to this mid laner, and immediately, the bunch of Vitality ganked him and got the kill. And right now, Tyrant here has been spawned.
Tyrant spawned. Again, big effort here from Alpha 7, able to clean up very quickly, so no contention here from the side of Team Vitality. They're going to need this one because obviously they're already down 1 kill.
Their rotation just put them right over there, and they were decisive. They just said, we need to stop this bleeding right now, and they just took that Tyrant to do that.
Okay, John, he's going down as well. A bit of a fight on 2 fronts here. We see that 19 taking a lot of damage, but Bilal is going to be taken down by John Q. Thanks to that execute of the ultimate. And CR7 is like, buddy, I tried to save you, but it just wasn't good enough.
We're talking about the mechanics of that fade right over there, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Like, Yuko thought that he was going to run away, but the execute at the end took his life away.
Took his life away. Speaking of taking things away, it's going to be Alpha 7 taking away the enemy's Azure Golem, so already putting a bit of a stop to John Q here.
A bit of a back and forth from both teams here, right? You see some kills running back and forth, and then on the other side, it's not over. They come for the objectives, which is the buffs. It's not just a Tyrant. Buffs are objectives as well. What else is an objective? Towers as well. That's why the gameplay revolves around fighting around objectives. That's how you cement a goal lead.
I know that what you mentioned in there is just like Tyrants, buffs. It's a matter of just understanding the times of the spawns over there in the whole map, right?
Yeah.
Like just knowing, having a timer in there as we move into the Clash. Look at that.
Yeah, speaking of timers, we do see the ultimate timer coming through here for Tufts. Is it going to be enough to lock down? It's A7. CR7 gets taken down once again, thanks to John Q on this fade. This rework has been so crazy. You are no longer slowed, you are stopped in your tracks.
It is such a cool mechanic, man. I love that hero.
I love it. Fate is literally all around the map. Zankyu is monstrous on this pick. 1 second he was top lane executing CR7 on the early. The next moment he was mid lane taking down the tower. He's everywhere.
He's here, there, and everywhere. I mean, he's on the walls as well, right? So you're not too sure where he's going to be. And when he's on the wall, Fade actually gets a ranged attack as well.
Yes.
So if you're thinking about playing him, you also get the close quarter combat kind of Fade if you're on the wall. But when you're on the wall, you can just throw your blades from a very safe distance.
So it can be just like in completely different ways depending on the terrain that you're playing in.
Exactly, yeah. So if you're on the floor, you're going to be close. If you're on the wall, you're going to be attacking from a range. And right here, 19 is just trying to get a feeler out for the side of Alpha 7, doing a bit of a phase check here. Tufts needs to get out of that brush.
Ooh. Looking at the setup here, a big fight is about to open up here at this Crimson Golem. As both teams here, they want to make this a breaking point for their team fight.
A breaking
3
point for the
seconds
team
for
fight.
that. They might want to just keep a timer. They just want to come in and check. I think that it's just a matter of just having the vision, just to never lose track of the times that he's going to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about as well in terms of objective. For those new players and thinking of starting here as well, obviously, if you do take your enemy's objective, you also do get the time down on the minimap as well, so that is good intel.
And talking about good intel, we talk about the gold chart, right? When we talk about gold chart, we talk about key players here. Both teams funneling the gold to the correct players. On Vitality, you want Zankyu to be fed. On the side of Alpha 7, you want CR7 to be fed, because both these picks, they have their own tempo here. If this Zankyu pick on the Fade does not scale over this early, it's going to be tough in the early game.
Very tough in the early game. And I mean, right now, it's looking tough for the side of Alpha 7, right? They have no real estate taken on the side of Team Vitality. However, Team Vitality have taken all those T1s. So they already have a little bit more of a banquet here. We use the Unending Sorrow. Neil is able to get out scot-free. So CR7 trying to look for some kills.
So when we analyze already the item board, Sagi, it's already CR7's moment to try to be a little bit more aggressive.
That's correct. I've already finished both these 2 items here, but this next breakpoint will be the Eternity Blade that buffs up this crit damage coming in from this early here. So, one more thing to note. Look at Yu Huan on the side of Vitality here. He has a Venomous Staff, but hang on a minute,
Hang on, Danny's looking pretty low. He gets a stun. It is going to be Fade. Execution can be once more. He loves the side of Jade. He gets the Crystal Smash.
Well, good catch here, but let's jump back to the topic, right? what is the Venomous Staff use? You have Diadea, you have Nia, high healing. So Venomous Staff reduces that healing. It's a very important item.
Very important item, especially when you got a lot of healing, especially from the likes of the Hue 1 as well, right? They definitely need some anti-heal coming through from the side of Alpha 7. But again, another fight into the Crimson Golem. I mean, we've been seeing teams make this mistake. Niap is going to be the next victim. Double kill for John Q.
John Q right now is becoming a beast. He is unstoppable. He's taking kills left and right. A double kill in this one. And right now it's looking very, very, very green for Alpha 7.
Ooh, Alpha 7's core player dropped to Vitality ZanQ here. This last pick Fate here, I gotta tell you, is making wonders for the side of Vitality.
Exactly. I mean, when you're going to be drafting something like the Fade, you really want it to be towards the latter part of the draft as well, right? Because you then don't get the counter privilege onto the side of the enemy team. So that's exactly what's going wrong here for the side of Alpha 7. And always fighting for that Crimson buff rather than saying, hey guys, yes, we let it go. We can't quite get to that.
I'm telling you, man, when you analyze that replay, that Fate, he goes, as you just mentioned, from wall to wall to wall, jumping around, just being able to deal the damage, and then completely annihilating the whole Alpha 7.
That's the thing about Fate. Fate, this hero, so much mobility, and the execute. That's why if you're playing early and you're playing the Cryptical build, you're going to be vulnerable to these assassinations here. So that's Alpha 7's primary point to really tackle this. They have to protect the early.
We're hitting the 10 minutes mark, and the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant are going to be online, Lamb.
Going to be online. I mean, if you're looking at obviously itemization as well here, we do see that obviously we're getting a little bit of defense here from the D-Ranger, but hold that flow. We are getting a bit of a fight. Fury goes down already, so a lot of CC, a lot of damage taken off the side of Alpha 7. We see Niap pays it back. Tufts gets taken down. Already a 4-1 trade. CR7 is not looking so. He is out scot-free for now.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Tufts, as we mentioned, whoever's clash lane gets the engage first will nail the game for their team. And who got the engage? Tufts, although he fell down. No problem. He got crucial engage there, and immediately, the bunch of Vitality immediately emerges victorious in the team fight.
I'm thinking that Vitality might want just to seal the deal before the 15-minute mark. And look at that. It's already 11 minutes. They've already got the mid path completely open for the super minions.
Yeah, it's exactly, I mean, it's very surgical here for the side of Team Vitality, right? They were able to, obviously, every team fight, they get something more. But speaking of team fights, we get another one come through here. 19 already started a great engage, but he does get taken down. It's going to be a fight, a turnaround here for Team Vitality as they take down 3. And then John Q is looking here, and it is going to be a team wipe.
It is a wipe, it is an ace, and right now they're parading to the high ground.
Going into the high ground with only 2 singular ducklings, and that is the minions, and that is going to be game number 1. 15 kills to 3 is Team Vitality.
Super clean execution coming in from the Vitality bunch. The follow-up engage thanks to 19's Lianpo was just immaculate. One engage led to the whole team. This is what we're talking about. Yes, if you can five-man engage, but no one follows up, it's not a good engage. This is the spectacular engage coming in from Vitality and Co. One engage leads to the whole team collapsing onto the side of Alpha 7.
They come in, they see a target, they take 1, 2, 3, and even at the end, they took 4 and 5 as well.
Exactly, they don't mind dropping like 1 death onto the side of Team Vitality. If they mean they can pick up a surplus, a positive net outcome, it means that that team fight was well worth it. And many times within this game number 1, Team Vitality was just on the pulse.
They were just on the pulse. Vitality, all the engages, they were on the active front. It was either Tufts, it was either 19, or it was on ZanQ's duty to catch out CR7's position. Every pick mattered. Look at this.
Look at that one.
Immediately.
Exactly. From one wall to the other wall, comes in, takes that just like little jumpy around.
Exactly, and the best thing is, when you're jumping, you can still attack. And if I'm not mistaken, you attack faster.
You attack faster, you can land an extra auto attack while you're jumping over a wall. So that's a mechanic that you have to master as a Fade. So definitely, look at ZanQ's masterclass of Fade. You know what? He's rank 1 Fade in the global server.
Oh, that is insane. Those are some insane stats. And we need to go on. You know what? I think I'm gonna go on to talk to Tranq, and I'm gonna ask him just to teach me how to play this Fade.
I think he might need his hands. at that point, you know what
I might need like the whole Tranky to play with me, man.
yeah, a whole body transfer. I mean, technology's not quite there yet, but we'll get there at one point in this history. But again, fantastic game number 1 victory there for Team Vitality. It's looking quite shaky here for Alpha 7. I mean, they're going to need to do some shake-up, some rework within that draft, right?
Yeah, talking about draft, exactly right. Yes, you pick the RLE onto CR7, you're star of your team. But when you're talking about putting so much focus and so much carry potential onto one player, that's a lot of pressure and stress. Because if this player goes down, which we see multiple times in team fights, that just spells disaster for your team all around.
Disaster all around. I mean, the fact that they are able to actually take the early in the draft and actually not be that impactful in game number 1 is very scary for the side of Alpha 7, because now they've got to kind of try and fall back onto potentially trying to get the pick up of the Lung, maybe even go for the D-Ranger themselves, or even lock in something like the Lady Soon.
That is very costly. I think that it's
I feel like if it wasn't for these 2 picks, the Liempo and the Dharma, it wouldn't have been as crazy.
And that's why I feel like Vitality played beautiful Honor of Kings this game.
Yes.
Game 1 was so clean. Yeah, you can argue that it wasn't like a 15-0 type of game.
Yeah.
But every execution was followed up perfectly. Regardless of who engaged first, everybody played an important part.
I am wondering right now. I don't think that we got to see Alpha 7's best performance, but I don't think that it was because they didn't play well. I think that it was because Vitality played an amazing game, and it was like their decisions in terms of the itemization, in terms of the resources, whom to give the gold, that allowed them to take that big victory.
Yeah, it was also in terms of the like little micro decisions as well, right? Like as we saw, the denial of the teleportation in top side of the map as well really stopped Alpha 7's Danny going down and helping that takedown into the bot side of the map. It was kind of just like, what's going on?
Exactly. I agree with you. What is going on?
I mean, if you talk about draft, right, I gotta say, if you play a single carry draft, like I mentioned, if the carry just pops from ZanQ's engage or Tuff's engage,
yeah,
that's so little room for Alpha 7 to actually fight back. Because think about it, you got one early, and if the early cannot dodge engage coming in from the Dharma, the Fade, the Liempo, that's a lot of things to dodge.
So many areas that you need to defend. I know Arlie is very mobile. We always talk about just how versatile it is. But you cannot just be running around all the time. It's going to be like impossible for you to survive.
Yeah, I mean, one of the good indicators there as well is obviously Azan on the D-Ranger is itemization towards the end. Typically, we go for the defensive kind of itemizations like your Blood Rage, your Succubus Cloak if you need that magic resistance. But he goes and builds a Daybreaker. He's like, I'm fine, I haven't taken any damage. I just want to do more damage, and that's exactly what he was able to do.
Tranky was gigantic in this game, and I'm telling you that he is going to be our MVP. Tranky from Team Vitality, amazing performance. I'm not even going to talk about the KDA because then we get into the conversation if it is important or not. But if for everyone who's got eyes and just watched the game, they know that he was unstoppable.
He was unstoppable indeed. Like every moment was involved with a ZanQ ultimate. Hardened, Seal, Jane. Immediately you see that. Immediately they executed flawlessly. Kills after kills after kills. Money in the bank. That's ZanQ.
Money in the bank, exactly. I mean, that's ultimately what Honor of Kings comes down to, right? Like, if you've got the resources, it depends on obviously what you do with the resources, but in that game number 1 with Team Vitality, they got the bag, they got the victory.
Team Vitality, such a strong performance over here in day 3. It was amazing to see them. You know what? We promised you a video explaining how Team Vitality made it from all the way from home, all the way to Riyadh. What about if we give it a second chance?
我是 ZanQ， 我是来自 Vitality 的。就是我们在 IKL 就小组赛的时候打出11-2的成绩，其实是没有想象中这么好，因为我们打出是就是全胜的嘛，但是输对我们来说也不是一件坏事，让自己就是大家都精神都紧绷，然后会进步的比 赢的时候快一点，就是输的时候大家都会找自己问题在哪里。现在进这个 AWC 肯定是很开心的嘛，因为去年我之前在之前的队伍就差一把，我就也是来这个 AWC 了，但是就差一步嘛，就是那一把输了，然后就没来了。今年来到就很开心嘛，就把握好这次的機會吧，在這邊留下好成績，也不讓自己留下遺憾嘛，就做好自己的，就發揮自己最好吧的實力了。感受一開始肯定是很難過的，畢竟我們當天是決定就是先把那個 KG 打贏了，然後再進決賽復仇那個 DMT， 但是我們沒有做到，但是還好我們已經拿到了 EWC 的門票，所以來說也傷心肯定是傷心，但是剛好還好我們有這個門票可以讓我們這個隊伍繼續走下去，就是現在到這個 EWC 了，我們第一把也遇到這個 DMT 了，先復仇他再說，然後我們繼續就是在這邊留下我們最好的成績。We are here to win.
Sometimes the best energy that you can get is just the energy that comes from something that happened in the past. And for Trankyu, it was a matter of not making it to the previous EWC and just being able just to make it this year that fueled him just to be able to have the performances that he's having right now.
This is what we talk about, esports. If you don't make it last year, you can make it next year. And just like making it to next year, Open Series as well allows everybody to make it to KWC with these pros, with your idols. It's an open stage for everybody to qualify. So maybe for Zankyu, last year wasn't a trick. Maybe this year, there's magic for him.
Magic indeed. I mean, this is one of the magical stages of our Honor of Kings circuit, right? The KWC. It's been so grand. I mean, last year it was great. This year, it's even shaping up to be greater. And we're not even like halfway through yet. It's day 3 of the groups. We're saying goodbye to a few teams, but we're saying hello to some future kings.
And I know that people that is right over there on your screen, they want to just come in and take it a clean sweep at 2-0. But the boys over there in orange, they don't want to allow that. They are right now the hope for Brazil, for the Chuck BR, just to be able to move it forward. They want to do this. They know that they have the ability, and hopefully they're going to have a little bit more space in this game number 2.
Space in game number 2. And speaking of such, we are getting into the BP of game number 2. A little bit of a familiar story here onto the side of Team Vitality. They've picked the Dharma in game number 1, but they keep the Liang ban as well. So they really don't want this really control-centric mage to get onto the Gorge.
Of course, especially when Zankyu is playing these assassin types, you kind of don't want this Liang to really stop Zankyu's spree, right? But anyways, another assassin that we're talking about is up for grabs. It's going to be pay all the Mai Shiranui. That's going to be locked in for the side of Vitality's Neo.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage already coming through for all this first pick within the draft. We've already seen Mai Shiranui today. On some players, it's done great. On other players, it's not done as well. So if you look at the statistics and you're at home and you're thinking, why are these guys hyping it up?
I know, and that's one of the big questions that I always have. Is it down to the hero? Is it down to the player? Sagi, what is your take?
Here's the thing, guys. We talk about Mai Shiranui. It's flashy. It has a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
Knockups, pokes, you got it all. But when it comes down to that, you gotta talk about execution here. It's not easy.
And it's hard, man.
It's hard,
it's
exactly.
Just so tough.
So much of these mobilities that you need to use, you have to think prior. You have to think like, okay, enemy has mobility here. How am I gonna go in? Do they have vision on me? How do I want to go in for the flank? Through the front, through the back? So that's how you want to play Mai Shiranui. You gotta figure out how do you want to go in as an assassin.
I mean, if there's anybody who's going to tell you how to go in as an assassin, it's going to be Jung Hyu, right? I mean, and he goes and pick that assassin pick, the pay. But pairing it rather than being with the Byron, they're going to go with the Sunset. Again, that set sail ultimate for those at home means that you get to ride a boat. You can pick up a passenger if you want to. And be like, hey guys, I'm going to go and gank down back in farm lane, and we're going to set up a great team fight.
What I have seen in these 3 days from that Sun Tzu is not that much of the initiation, but just the pressure that he can put to the flank. Just the presence of Sun Tzu on the flank already makes people just to start running away. And when they start running away, that's the moment for the team to actually jump in. And that's where Mai Shiranui could actually have an advantage.
Oh, yeah. Talking about that, how many U-turns that we've seen? Take a first turn, doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Take another turn, There we go. That's the spot I want. So definitely, when we talk about Sunce, that's the capability of the re-engage. But I want to put focus on the Maestro Nui and Pei.
Go ahead.
Extremely high tempo here, coming in from the side of Time Vitality here. Riding that game win that they had just now, this is going to be deadly.
Very deadly indeed. I mean, a lot of damage. I mean, but we also got to obviously acknowledge the game time as well for these heroes. It's a very early to mid-game orientated hero set with the Pei, right? So they need to make sure they're making this game potentially a little bit quicker than game number 1.
Can Alpha 7 just kind of like stand on that storm? Because I'm telling you, it's going to start raining in their parade like immediately. At the beginning of the game, it's just going to be thunders just coming in right at them.
Oh, we gotta see, right? We gotta see. All these comes down to execution here. And I kind of like the color scheme from both teams here. On Vitality side, it's kind of looking a bit of the red and orange kind of team. On the side of Alpha 7, it's kind of blue and white-ish, don't you think?
I love the aesthetics of this.
Teams that match together, stay together, right? So already we're seeing here blue, very color paletted hero selection so far within these two teams. But last little bit of the selection here, we do get the banner of the Consort U. Obviously a good counter to the Lung, obviously being able to mitigate the damage from those flaming palms of the protective winds, her second ability, but also the poke from her oak bolts.
That allows the Hou Yi pick on the Team Vitality, right?
Potentially.
Potentially, Hou Yi pick coming in, setting up the plays that your team needs on the side of Vitality, also serving as a lone counter if you go for the semi-tank Arcana. So that is one of the few picks that Zan can look for here. Or there is also the fact that the Marco Polo and Diadea is still up for grabs.
Marco Polo, Diadea. I mean, Marco Polo and Yaria, like we saw from the last game,
Yes.
right? With Pause. I mean, that was its first debut of seeing those duos down into the farm lane. But obviously, Yixing here is going to offer a lot of control over to the side of Alpha 7, which is what they were lacking. Obviously, Lung gives that late game potential. Dolia not only gives the ult refresh, she gives over sustain. Orgren gives that great front line. So what is the last little key component you think we're missing here on the side of Alpha 7?
Ooh, if we talk about Alpha 7 here, Clash Lane does seem to be open here. Maybe look for a Mayin here that we can really talk about. Look, the Mayin here to really lock down the Marco Polo or Maestro Nui. Mayin's high burst damage is the key to really solving these issues here. But yet again, Marco Polo and Mozi being locked in for Team Vitality here, they're coming in one thing. Hey, I'm not completely friendly with you. I want to win your lane here. Mozi, one Cannon Blast goes in, the whole team goes in.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. It is going to be a very interesting game to watch. We're going to have to stay there just since minute 1. The activity, everything, all the energy is going to drop down over there on the lanes. This is going to be do or die for Alpha 7. If they want to stay there and move and keep the hopes, they need to win this one for Team Vitality. They hope to take that early game and just start pushing since the beginning.
Start pushing since the beginning. I mean, like you were saying there, Isaac, the early game potential for Team Vitality is there, but the late game potential is where they start to suffer, right?
Exactly. When we talk about late game potential here, right? Ooh, just look at the interesting start coming in from ZanQ here. He chooses to start from the farm lane immediately, securing the Fire Beak, and further just starting to jungle from that point onwards. But yet again, with that approach, his boar has been stolen from the side of A7's Danny.
Yeah, so Danny knows what the game is, right? So he's just paying back the dues that, hey, you steal my camp, I steal yours. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
It's got to be like that. It needs to be not only trying to stay to your plan, but reading the other team's movements. And after you read your movements, immediate action.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between a great team and a good team, right? Like, if a great team is obviously helping themselves to your jungle early game, a good team isn't necessarily going to be reacting to that. They're just going to allow and not react to it. But now, speaking of that, we're getting a bit of a brawl into the mid lane. Danny is just taking a little bit of damage there. He's able to because he is Orgren after all.
And I love what is Vitality doing here, right? They are just sharing all these resources, making sure that ZanQ makes it out of jungle even faster, right? And for Neil, he did a good job along with 19. They both secured these side lane objectives here, making sure that they secure whatever they need to push the 600 goal lead at the start of the game.
Danny being a little bit faster over there on that farming, and I think that he is just pacing right now. It's been actually really quick.
Very quick pacing, right? Like, he's just making sure he's able to get as much resources out of those 4 minions into the mid lane. But we are seeing a bit of a teleportation down to the bot side of the map. He knows that Danny is down there, potentially waiting for that Crimson buff to come back up, right?
Exactly, and look at this. 10 men strong going to the bot side. Set sail has been casted though. Will we see an engage here? Seems like both teams are still pondering around as they are not sure if they want to fight or not, as there are no objectives to be fighting about.
There's no objectives to fight. They just need to come clean the wave and then just go back to their jungle. Protect their resources because that Crimson Golem and that Azure Golem are going to be vital.
Going to be vital. I mean, we are able to get the steal away for those boars onto the side of Team Vitality. But honestly, I feel like Tufts was just using that set sail as a little bit of a warning sign, right? Like we saw that Team Vitality was gathered around this bush. As soon as that horn came out, they was like, guys, we got to dip. We cannot be stuck together because we will get hit together.
Exactly right. When you talk about the Sun Ce ultimate set sail, the boat, you got to listen for audio cues because the whole map will listen to it and you can hear that, oh, the boat is coming. We got to dip. We got to back off.
Exactly. Backing off is probably the best call there for obviously Alpha 7 at this point in the game. You don't really want to be losing anybody at this point. We're getting into about a minute mark before those Tyrants and those Overlords are coming online.
The rotations right now are just perfect from both of the junglers. The teams are just immediately understanding how this game is. Like the stakes are extremely high and there's going to be Team Vitality, the one that is going to be pushed out of that brush.
Push out of that brush, I mean, we're seeing the XP lead already for Alpha 7. Danny, right, he's level 7. Jungkyo's only just attained that, so he's already getting a little bit of a lead within that regards. But is it going to be enough to topple the power, the damage from Pei?
Right now, it's just a very little advantage. But that little advantage in terms of
Snowball
being facing a Pei that is supposed to have the lead right now, that is actually gigantic.
It is gigantic. It's just 4 minutes short, and right now we are slowly but surely collapsing onto this Tyrant here. And all this lead will funnel into your first item that you're about to be getting. Look at Zankyu. He's almost completing his Axe of Torment. If he gets it right here, he's going to be a force to be dominant with at this Tyrant.
Yeah, Axe of Torment, always a great answer to the squishier heroes onto the side of the enemy team, right? But also, we're looking at the Marco Polo. He has one of those key items, right? He has the Spark Forge Dagger. Next is going to be the Doomsday to get that more attack speed.
The priority is going to come for Alpha 7. They're going to take that Tyrant. It's going to be uncontested. And how is Vitality going to answer to that?
Answering to that, it's okay. Vitality, you can play it chill because one thing's for sure, Zan, this Marco Polo, and Zankyu, the double Zans here, they only start being activated towards the mid game when Zankyu gets the Doomsday plus Axe of Torment. When Zan gets the Spark Switch and Doomsday as well. At that point, Danny's gonna have a tough time tanking damage.
And we speak about the Axe of Torment, it has just been built on Zankyu, right? So he's now going to have that great amount of damage, a little bit of armor piercing come through as well. But right now, if we look at the goal difference, it's still, like Isaac was saying a moment ago, it's still very small, but it's not really came into any kind of fruition, right? We haven't had a team fight.
I think that we need to understand that even though it was small, it allowed the 10 seconds advantage that they needed. Look at that. They want to box. Can they actually take this one? It's going to be a first blood. Zankyu comes in and he's going to take that one.
And this is what I'm talking about. Axe of Torment. This is what you need to melt down squishies. Gives you cooldown reduction, gives you damage, gives you armor piercing. So this item is so perfect here. The damage was so high that CR7 could not react at all.
Yeah, great setup down there to the bottom side of the map as well, right? Obviously, not only first blood, but they're able to actually take Zan into the middle side of that and freeze the wave. The boat does miss, but he's able to get out of there. Alpha 7 Fury is pretty much counting his chickens at this point, hoping that he doesn't die, but it is going to be the T1 takedown into the mid lane right now. A bit of an impressive start here from Team Vitality.
Such an important tower being taken down on the side of Alpha 7 here.
Be careful. Then he goes in with the Conductor of Souls. He gets out with the board help as well. So thanks to Fury in the mid lane, he's able to get out scot-free.
You were talking about the tier 1 turret, right? Like, it's such an important piece of ground. Like, you want to keep that one always alive, isn't it?
Exactly. If you look at the map, right, if this tier 1 goes down, you have free access towards the jungle here. If anyone steps above the tower that was down, they are accessible towards the flank from the red side or the blue side here. So this tower being down, your jungle objectives will be in danger.
Yeah, a lot of real estate opening up there for the side of Team Vitality onto the side of Alpha 7's jungle, right? They can kind of be a little bit more cheeky with it, trying to get these boars, but they know on the side of Alpha 7 is that if they see an opportunity to take these small camps, they have to take it there.
Exactly, because all these small camps contribute to big goal leads, right? Because look at this now. It was just a 500 goal lead short of both teams here, but look at this. One kill 2 towers, resulting in almost a 2,000 gold
Yes.
for South Vitality right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like kind of like a pinnacle, right? There was just waiting to get to that peak and get that gold lead. But right now, Niap may be in a little bit of a trouble here. We do see that Zahn used his ultimate, the Fever Barrage, and it wasn't enough to even claim the kill onto Niap.
That Mayin just being so mobile, being able just to take a 1v3, loses the turret, but is able to go back home with its life.
But that's what you want from Vitality, right? Yes, the kill is extra. As long as you get the turret, the objective is what they're coming for. Once that's secured, we did. We're going back to our farm. We're going to look at all these camps. And right now, once again, they're setting the tempo again. Look at Zahn. Further taking away the wolf camps.
Yeah, that's it. This is what the T1 takedown is the direct consequence of as well, right? Like, you can have access to those little parts of those camps into the jungle, as well as now we're seeing the T2 takedown into the clash lane as well. CR7, Danny on the scissor side. We're looking at a bit of a pincer movement right now, trying to get a takedown onto Team Vitality. Danny is just soaking up the damage from Neil at this point.
They are trying their very best just to try to turn things around. Alpha 7 just playing a lot better than they did in game 1, but Team Vitality controlling all of the resources and making that gold just become bigger and bigger and bigger, the gap.
Man, Vitality is so clean today. This is even cleaner from their performance against Dominator Esports. Right now, Vitality, just by making all these small plays, all these objective plays, tower after tower, camp after camp, that goal lead that we talked about 1 minute ago, look at it now, 3,000 already.
That's what I'm speaking about, though, right? Like, into the green room, I was talking about these teams that played on day 1 seem to have a bit of pre-show jitters, but now we get into day 3. They're getting their second chance on their glory stage there, and they seem like a different unit.
They're having already like the performance that we're used to, right?
Yes.
Like always in day 1 and day 2, everyone is a little bit too stiff, but right now, as if after everyone has loosened up, Team Vitality looks to be a lot stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they've had quite a bit of catering from the hotel, no doubt. I mean, it's been some good food, so it's kept us going, and it's going to keep keeping the players going right now. But if we're speaking about food, we look about resources. The 28.1k here for Team Vitality is almost around about that 3k gold lead. So the one that you pointed out earlier, Sagi, that 2k is slowly getting away from Alpha 7. They need to take a team fight here. Danny maybe getting taken out, though. Yes, used the Conductor of Souls. The set sail did not hit one bit, which is a little bit unfortunate there for the side of Team Vitality.
Ooh, once again, another awkward engage from both teams here. It's like, okay, we want to fight, but it's not a full commit here because yet once again, no objective to come in. So they took a handshake, but coming in 10 minutes will be the first big team fight that we're going to see this game.
You analyze this game and you compare it to the games that we've had before today, and this one is different. In the games before, we had a lot of fights, a lot of kills, and in this one, it's been already 10 minutes and only 1 kill in the whole game.
I think there's a difference in playstyle, right? In the PKL Grand Finals that we saw just now, at the lower bracket, they love to fight. They love these 5v5s around objectives. But for this, they're like, okay, if we can do it, we will do it. If we cannot defend it, we will give it for free and we will look for resources elsewhere. So it's a different type of playstyle, a more safe and reserved playstyle for this team.
Yeah, I mean, if teams play like this, how Team Vitality are, and you aren't getting a very reactive team, which fortunately for the side of Alpha 7, they're playing very reactive. They're kind of mirroring their playstyle. Unfortunately, it's not keeping up in terms of obviously the real estate of the turrets, but they are not dropping meaningless lives, right? It's only 1 kill for the side of Team Vitality, and that's a good thing.
We're getting to the 10-minute mark, and for Pei, this is the moment that needs to really get online. He's got like 2 or 3 more minutes where he still has an advantage, and then right after that, he's just gonna become 1 more marksman.
Exactly. Pei this hero, as we mentioned, tempo hero with the Maestro Nui. As the Succubus Claw, as the armor comes up for the side of A7, it's going to be even more difficult for these 2 tempo heroes to really escalate towards a team fight in the later on stage.
I think this is where obviously John comes in with the Marco Polo though, right? Like he is going to be needing to step up once he gets to that point in the game. Obviously we'll probably see a lot more Crimson Golems going over to the side of Zahn on Team Vitality so he can do a lot more damage. That true damage that you can get from the Marco Polo's procs of his stacks is going to be fatal in these team fights.
As the game is just moving forward and we get later and later and later, Marco Polo is going to become a lot more important, and I don't know if Alpha 7 has the composition just to be able to face a gigantic Marco Polo.
Facing Marco Polo, he wants to go with the Fever Barrage, right?
Yes.
Who is there to burst him? CR7 with this long. Once he gets that Siege Breaker, he's gonna hit like a truck.
like a truck. And I mean, if they're able to secure this Shadow Tyrant, which is obviously the yellow objective on the map for those at home, they are going to get that increased damage and movement speed. But Tufts into the back line here. It forces out the infinite fastness. The board has been laid down. Is this the runway strip for Alpha 7? It is looking like Tufts gets caught out. That is a double kill for Alpha 7. And this neutral objective is looking like a clean sweep.
A 3-0 trade for Alpha 7. They are going to take this Dark Tyrant for free. And this is looking better. Right now, they might be able to turn things around, isn't it, Sagi?
This is the composure that we want for our top-tier team. They know, okay, ZanQ and Neil, these two picks, insanely strong in the early to mid-game. We are avoiding you at all costs. Once a 10-minute click, like you mentioned, they're scaling off. They're desperately looking for a team fight. They fumbled, we got it, and that is the lead that they got back.
Amazing moment for Alpha 7, Blam.
Yeah, actions get consequence, and consequences here is going to be that T1 takedown into the mid lane. We've seen the Alpha 7 really respectively been able to hold off any further kind of advancements from the side of Team Vitality in that mid lane for a very long time. Because that T1 in the mid lane takedown for Team Vitality seems like years ago.
Has destroyed a tower.
Okay. Let's give a breather for Team Vitality fans, right? Okay, let's analyze a bit. How do they want to come back from this situation? Yes, the goalie does seem in favor for Alpha 7 for only 1,000 goalie. But if you look at the team composition from Vitality, they have a lot of setup coming in from who? 19 on the Moses Cannon Blast spell 2. Neil on the multiple knockoffs of this hero, Maestro Nui, and Tufts on the set sail. So they need to find an angle to CC lock CR7 on this long to really secure the win.
Look at that. Maestro Nui just over there, trying to wait and see what's going to be the rotation from Alpha 7. He says that he's not going to capitalize out of anything by standing right over there and just TPs back home.
He's still lurking. Observers, he's still lurking. He might find the load that is slowly but surely heading towards the Azure Golem here.
Look at that.
Yeah, if he's able to get that takedown of the CR7 on the Lung, it could be trouble for the side of Alpha 7. But right now, 19 is just phase checking with the Cannon Blast, with the dashes from the Motsu at this point, making sure he doesn't get caught out. It's going to be vital here. The think inside the box could really overturn these team fights. But speaking of overturn, it was actually ZanQ was able to maintain that Azure Golem from that barrage of attacks by Alpha 7.
I just love how Neil right now has been camping there for such a long time. Like really just being an assassin, waiting for the right moment. Doesn't need to be there all the time, just needs to be there in the right time.
Patience is a virtue, right? I mean, this is exactly what Neil needs to be keep in mind in his mind. But right now, we do see a little bit of a move, a lot of movement, potentially going to go and contest the Crimson Golem, maybe trying to keep a bit of an eye here, but Danny is able to secure the second neutral objective, and it's not just any neutral objective, it's the Shadow Overlord. And for those at home, that's going to give them the pressure that they've been ever so missing in this game number 2.
Right now, we're at the end stage, right?
Yes.
A7 fully scaled towards their expectations here. The more time you give them, look at that. 2 Storm Sword being completed into a Siege Breaker here. The moment this CR7 on long, he presses 2 spells and 1 auto attack with the 3 Flaming Palms, you're gone if you're a Squishy.
Oh, this is looking like it could go anywhere. We thought that it was going to be for Team Vitality. It looked like they were doing a pretty good game. But then that fight over there, that Alpha 7 turnaround, it was so good. Look at that, Lab.
2v1 takedown, and potentially here, it's going to be a gank from ZanQ as well. Takedown onto the Mayin. We have a set sail. Is this going to be coordinated, or is this going to miss?
Just like that. Set sail, rip the boat, I'm out of here. Mayin gets caught out on Niap, but for the side of Tufts, he gets out clean. But right now, it's a 5v4 situation that's going to be breaking out.
They're able to get the Azure Golem for the side of Alpha 7 from Team Vitality's camps there as well. ZanQ waiting in the wings there, maybe trying to get a pick up onto Bilal on the Dolia, and that could be enough on the sustain that the side of Team Vitality needs. But Danny on this Ogryn is a beast. He is able to take those balls. He's able to just get out of there and sustain and soak that damage from the Marco Polo. Have to be careful here. ZanQ maybe get caught out with a 3v1. That is unfortunate for Team Vitality, and even a Brucey bonus there for Alpha 7. The high ground turret goes.
He wanted to 1v3 them, and what is going on? He did not take it, and right now they pay with the turret.
It's a hype of a moment kind of thing. If he succeeded, it would be a 1v3 cool outplay here. But ladies and gentlemen, That was crazy stuff coming from A7 and Danny. Look at that, 100,000 damage tank as an all-round here. Wow, what a number.
Absolute huge number, but I mean the fact that is they're able to stave off that early game, that mid-game power spike from the Pei, and obviously the Maisha and Lee, he's able to soak that damage, right? Because he wasn't taking those team fights, he wasn't taking those L's.
At the beginning of the whole VP, we just said that we wanted to see if Alpha 7 was able just to push it to the late game, and right now look at that, it's already 16 minutes and they look stronger than ever.
They look stronger than ever. Shadow Tyrant being secured once again for the side of Alpha 7, further buffing any sort of damage that Alpha 7 needs and requires. And right now, they're knocking onto another tier 3 on the backside of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they don't want to do, right? This high ground turret for a takedown is going to be a bit of an issue here for the side of Team Vitality. Those side lanes are definitely opening up at this point. Those flaming bombs are hitting a lot harder now, like you were saying, Sagi, thanks to the itemization.
The itemization, Siegebreaker, cool stuff, 50% lower health immediately does a lot of damage when you're low. And also, with the fact of he has a hammer, it also does you a lot of work when it comes to the armor piercing reduction. So definitely these two items combat well, and right now, the last tier 3 has fallen.
Alpha 7 wants to come in, it's gonna have to be Sunsa coming back just to try its very best to be able to stand there. Thank you!
Oh, he gets a takedown onto CR7, does a lot of damage for the side of Alpha 7 being taken down. He's trying to take that Fury into the backline. He has been captured by the board. The Sage's Sanctuary has been procced. He goes straight into the damage of Team Vitality, and Bilal is looking pretty low. That is a 3-2 trade for Team Vitality. They were on their back legs. They're now on their fours.
Another epic comeback coming in from Vitality's team by Zankyu and Neil. Got the perfect flank onto CR7, the crucial carry and member of the side of Alpha 7 here. They got that, and now they have more hope coming into this game as they have their eyes on the Shadow Overlord.
In the moment that Alpha 7 looked like they had it already there, like they wanted to push into the high ground, as they retreat, they were unable to be able to go back home.
Unable to go back home, but the pressure that Alpha 7 has created by the takedown of all those high ground turrets is going to be something that Team Vitality is always having to keep check right now. Not only in trying to take the neutral objectives, but farming the farm.
Exactly as you mentioned, Blam. With 3 of these towers going down, imagine how much pressure it is when Tempest Dragon spawns. By Alpha 7 right now, they can just play patient and wait for the wave, but they don't want to be patient as they are starting on the objective.
The Overlord, that Shadow Overlord needs to be the next objective. We are 70 seconds away from the Tempest Dragon, and the fight might start right over here.
Fight might start right over here, but they do have to go back. I mean, here, could we see a backdoor here from John Q? We see that Alpha 7 is looking to rotate from the mid lane and obviously spare the expense of Alpha 7 CR7. Right now, again, Bilal gets phase checked by 19, but it is going to be aided by Danny, who gets it. It is going to be Tubbs. He's able to outsmite Alpha 7 Danny.
And 40 seconds on the clock. With this Shadow Overlord, they have more room to play on this Tempest Dragon. With the Shadow Overlord, they can summon Vanguards, Dragons to really clear out these super minions that's clashing towards all 3 lanes here. So that gives them a bit of hope when they want to tackle or set up on this Tempest Dragon. But for Alpha 7, they just have to wait it off. They just have to clear these waves and recuperate. Once the timer is up, that's when Alpha 7 strikes back.
The problem right over here is the Overlords, right? I do believe that those Vanguards, as they push forward, they're going to put so much pressure on Alpha 7 that they will not have priority for the Tempest Dragon.
It's a potential, right? It is a potential, but they are holding on to that Shadow Vanguard as well. They do drop it into one of the lanes as well, dropping it into the mid to clear them off. Obviously, a bit of a team fight going to go hard here, hoping that Alpha 7 is able to come out on top. We see that Neil gets taken down. It is the Vanguards keeping that crystal alive. Zad, he has the Sage's Sanctuary. We have John Q going, rotating to the mid, trying to stop those minions. Alpha 7, Danny, CR, and Bilal are looking for the run. Nia as well. It seems like a little bit of a 2-man 70s cop chase at this point.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Right now it's going to be the minions over there in mid lane. It's going to be only Tranquil, the last hope. But I don't think that there's going to be any hope in there.
No, unfortunately not. We have one man on this. It is not one man in the dream. It is Alpha 7 with the dream of game number 2.
It's such a high-stake game. One more game towards the lower bracket. Alpha 7 comes on top once again, tying the series score to a 1-1, making sure that they still have hope towards the road to playoffs.
Team Vitality thought that they had it in the bag, and Alpha 7 came in and shut that door. It's going to be 1-1, and we're going to have one more game of this.
Woo! I mean, an upper bracket final, finally, that actually has a full best of 3, right? I mean, the last one we had was Pause gaming against Genji. Unfortunately, that was a 2-0 for Genji, but right now, we have Alpha 7 going down, swinging. It's like, Captain, I'm not tapping out yet. I'm going to keep going until I potentially get that victory for the Chuck BR region.
Are you not entertained? A full best of 3 back and forth from such high quality teams. I am definitely intrigued, and I'm excited to see what they have next for this game 3.
I mean, it's all on the cards, right? This is the only last thing between them and the upper bracket, them and the Kings group stage. I mean, that would be somewhere you want to be rather than going at the chance of the last chance with a best of 5, whereas these best of 3s have already been challenging enough.
If you think about it, this one, if you win, yes, like we mentioned during the broadcast.
Yes.
Before this game even started, you get to rest, you get to qualify to the playoff. So much mental stress being elevated just by winning this last game here. The stakes is not just going to playoffs. It's about resting. It's about more scrim time. It's about being able to observe your opponents in future games. So right now, who will come on top? That's the question.
That's the question for everybody at home, right? That is what they're all going to be thinking in this game number 3. I mean, it's 2 regions going head-to-head, the IKL and the Chuck BR. These are 2 feisty regions, and they've already proven this within this best of 3.
Man, this game was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
For Alpha 7, they really played to a full round circle. They tanked the early game so well, mitigating any form of aggression coming in from the Maestro Nui and Pei combo that Vitality drafted. They waited, and waited. Once Organ was tanky enough, once CR7 on the lane was fed enough,
yes,
that was the moment it clicked. We won the Tyrant, and they just scaled from there.
I think that one of the moments in there that actually turned things around was in that last fight when Alpha 7 really wanted to win it, and then it was Tranky just waiting in the brush. And then just comes in, engages, gets the kill, but after that, they were not able just to push it to the Tempest Dragon. Alpha 7 knew that if they made it to that Tempest Dragon, it was not gonna be a tomorrow.
Exactly. Like, imagine 3 towers, all towers being wiped off of Vitality's base. For the side of Alpha 7, if they don't never fight, the minions are just going to grow stronger every minute by minute to a point where the minion will be so strong that Vitality can never clear, and that will be game ending for the side of Alpha 7 towards Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of strong though, right? I mean, the damage dealt by John here on the side of Team Vitality, 141k damage. 36% seems to be a bit of a magic number because last game, John Q got 36% as well, but nowhere near that number. But speaking of that, the more impressively, the 165k damage taken by none other than Alpha 7 Danny on the Orgren. This is exactly the whole part of the Orgren pick, right? Is to make sure that you are able to sustain that damage.
You just come in, soak in all the damage, and allow your teammates just to deal. Just allow CR7, allow Niap, allow Fury just to come in and try to poke down the health bars.
Exactly that.
And something interesting to note out, Vitality's 19 here on the Moses pick. He actually went for a full magic damage utility build, building the Frozen Breath, building the Venomous Staff, trying to provide all these spells to provide healing reduction, to provide slow. But one thing's for sure, you're lacking an actual front line to be in the front to really check out these bushes, to look for these cannon blasts, because this style is like a mage. While playing a mage, you can't be providing vision, you can't be opening up the map for your team. So maybe that's something that they have to go back to the drawing board about after this.
Yeah, I mean, they was just looking to try and obviously do a lot of damage onto the likes of CR7 and Fury, right? Like, trying to get those big damage outputs for the side of Alpha 7 taken off the board. So the Motsu with the AP build seems to be a little bit of a reasonable one, but at the same time, to your credit there, Sagi, it definitely needed a little bit more of a front line within that draft. But again, like we were saying in draft game number 2, is they needed to finish off early. Team Vitality was running to a timer, and unfortunately, Alpha 7 knew exactly that.
They did not have an answer for that Ogren. That Ogren was just too gigantic. It came in, it soaked in damage, and it allowed Danny to take the MVP of this game. Look at that. He came in. Let's not even talk about his KDA, just the damage taken, almost 42%. That is crazy, knowing that he's the jungler, he's just gonna jump in, and he's gonna come and just let everyone hit him.
Everyone hit him, but at the same time, I mean, even impressive though, the 33.9%, right? That's 34% almost of the damage dealt by the entire of the enemy team. Orgarin not only can tank, he can deal the damage as well.
This is a narrative I want to talk about, right? Dani being the tank jungle mercenary,
Yep.
Zanq being the assassin jungle mercenary. So right now, these two philosophy, these two styles are clashing.
They are.
And in Game 3, we'll be finding out shortly who really comes out on top with both of their primary styles.
Exactly that.
What are we going to do about this? We're going to come into Game 3. We need to know exactly what to do in order just to break this tie. Like what needs to be done? What does Alpha 7 need to do? What does Team Vitality need to do? Alpha 7, Sagi.
Alpha 7, right now, your late game composition proves to be working out. You can really absorb all these pressure coming in from the side of Vitality's early game. But do note, it's global ban pick. So whatever they have picked here, Dani's favorite Ogren or Zanq's favorite Fate, everything's gone now. So right now, back to the drawing board. For Vitality, they want these crazy team fights. They want to be on the upper hand because Game 1, they had all the tools to really engage and look for these proactive plays. But Game 2, it's not the case, right? You only have a Mozi, you have like a Sun Ce, not to say like it's very consistent compared to the Dharma or the other engaged characters, so that's for Vitality. Okay, but for Alpha 7 here, another defensive team composition here. So another tag that Dani can play, maybe Dun, maybe Monkey, and CR7. Probably the lady suit for this ultra late game team composition.
Lam, do you agree?
I agree, but I mean, the fact is they lost the Loong, they lost the Ali onto the side of Alpha 7. I mean, we saw there, if CR7 wasn't on the Loong, there would be many a times he would have got caught out, right? He was really banking on that infinite fastness, and thanks to Valau, he didn't only get one, he got two. So really, I feel like Valau there was the real reason he was able to kind of set up and have such a great game on the Loong. So right now, he's kind of like looking at the likes, like you said, Lady Soon. He could potentially go for even maybe like the likes of the D-Ranger, depending on obviously what that draft's going to entail in game number 3.
Well, let's wait and see. We know that CR7 is going to have to just take a little bit more of the core. Dani already took the core. He already took the spotlight in that first game, and it was actually amazing. Now, Team Vitality, they need to try to recover that morale that they had from Game 1 because they were superior by a lot in that Game 1. And Alpha 7 in here just shutting the door to victory on their faces might be a little bit too much for them to take.
Well, I'm definitely really stoked for the upcoming draft. I want to see once again, potentially the final time that we see both these two teams come together in this best of 3, right? The Assassin Master, Zanq, versus the Tank Mercenary, Dani. Who will come on top and whose team will back them up to really succeed in this storyline? Man, this is an exciting matchup we're talking about.
I'm telling you right now, based on the meta that we've been watching in this day 1, day 2, and half of this day 3, it's not been that many strong tank junglers. I think it has been a lot more for the assassins. Is that going to be an advantage for Blam?
It may be, right? I mean, he still has quite a few of the assassins he could pull from, right? He has the like of the Jing. I mean, yes, Luna has been getting banned out quite frequently as well. So there is still avenues for Zanq to actually go off onto these assassins. But I mean, we got to remember that last interview, right? After his first victory in the KWC, he was saying, yes, it is a clash of these two disciplines, the tank or the assassins. But he was like saying, hey, Dani, I love you. I love you.
I love you. Let me
so
win, bro.
There's nothing but love on the Gorge, right? And that's exactly what Honor of Kings is all about. Everybody loves each other on the Gorge. Whether you're opponents, whether you're teammates, there's so much love there.
I think that one of the main ideas of this whole game, and one of the reasons why I personally started playing, it was because it was a great opportunity just to make friends, man.
Yeah.
It was an amazing opportunity just to kind of like just go around and just ask people like, oh, do you play? Yeah. Do you want to go online? Yeah, let's go online. And then you would just play games. At the end of the day, they might be opponents today, but I know that deep down there, like, they are friends.
Yeah, I mean, when you see all the interactions around onto like the hotels and stuff like that, right? When we see these players out and about, yes, they kind of keep it up the hysteria for the media days, but once that camera goes off, they are all sitting down, they're playing games together. So it's nothing but respect, really. And speaking of respect, we're getting some respect bans for game number 3. The BP's coming through already. Luna is not going to be allowed onto the Gorge within this best of 3.
And once again, Liang as well. The Zanq focus draft has once again emerged for Vitality. Right now, Alpha 7. Pay is still up for grabs.
Yes.
You still have to tank the early ban, but they decide to give out the early towards Team Vitality here. Zan is also a very good early user as we've seen from the past few days here. So right now, Alpha 7, with your bans here, with your setup right here, what is your pick and ban going to look like for your first pick?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to ban out the Olix. Obviously, they banned out the Dolia here, so they don't really want to give that over. Potentially, the likes of, obviously, maybe Dolia into something into the mid lane, potentially like the Ganamo maybe for Neil here, but they are going to ban out the Dharma. So putting a little bit of respect once again onto Niap on the side of Alpha 7, because we know that Niap is definitely one of the core players, right? Like before CR7 came along, you were looking at Danny and Niap. I mean, you're still looking at Danny in terms of obviously front lane, that tank kind of oriented gameplay, but Niap has always been that silent assassin up into the clash lane, right? Like he makes the playmakers.
May I just mention that Tramfe has been the first pick for me is the best way to open in any very difficult game.
Yes.
Because that Tramfe as their first pick can be paired with so many other things. It's such a versatile pick that it allows you just to kind of like hide your cards a little bit closer to your chest and not showing them to them.
And the beauty of Zhang Fei is that he's one of the only Romans that's capable of bringing Smite.
Yeah.
What does it do? What does it contribute? Fire Beat now only spawns once in the farm lane. You secure that, you quickly rotate towards the clash lane for the River Sprite, and you start controlling all these neutral objectives. That's how you stack your goal lead towards the mid to late stages of the game. And we talked about the early being locked in by Zan here. So what is the thing, the hero that Alpha 7 wants to prioritize on the side of CR7?
More than likely going to be the D-Ranger, right? Like, obviously, a good counter towards the early like we saw in game number 1. Obviously, pay for Danny here coming through. So, a little bit of a switch up like we were kind of alluding to into the introduction. Is this going to be a change of pace for Danny? And it looks like it's a new dawn, a new day. But I just want to pay back to respects about the Zhang Fei as well, right? We've been seeing him run stun quite frequently as well. And stun would be a really great way to lock down Zhang Q if he looks to go for another assassin.
Ooh. What if the storyline is just Alpha 7 picking up the assassins and Zhang Q picking up the Organ that's still available up for grab if this second phase of ban does not include that? But let's see what is up for grabs first. Okay, on the side of Vitality, you have the Mage on the Yixing, very staple pick. Board, as we've seen from Alpha 7 just now, crucial. And Byron, super strong early game to allow this early to scale towards the mid game. Okay, now we talk about Alpha 7. Do you remember these two picks with a Zhang Fei? Extreme tempo here. They are swapping grounds now.
Swapping grounds may be the potential that they need, and already pointed out is that ban of the Organ, right? So they were already thinking about it. Alpha 7 was like, right, okay, so if you do want to go for the tank, we're going to make sure you don't get one of the best tank jungles, which is going to be the Organ. But vice versa, Team Vitality do ban out the D-Ranger.
There are so many options in there for Tranquil in terms of assassins that he could take in there that I don't think that Ogre would have been a very good pick. I do believe that for me, if you ask me, I would say a Jing would be a better pick in there.
Ooh, but gotta think though,
Go ahead.
There's not a lot of frontline available left if Zhang Q does go for the assassin here. We're talking about roams here. Roams, we practically have nothing right now that can be the front line. So if Zhang Q goes for the assassin, it's a super greedy team composition that they have to survive against D7.
But let's talk about that. It might be greedy, but don't you need to be greedy in these moments whenever that it's just such a marginal difference between you and your opponent?
For me, yes, you gotta be greedy, but you gotta be realistic as well.
Agree.
If you really put this Jing onto Zhang Q right here, you're sacrificing the pick onto Zan's early. Without the tank, this early is insanely hard to play. You're gonna be pounced on by the pay. Random engages coming from Maestro Nui. We're going back to the same issue of Game 2 Vitality. You do not have a front line to open up the map.
Without a frontliner, then what you're doing is just all in since the beginning. You're just saying everything needs to go my way for it to actually work out. One thing goes the other way and then you're done. High risk, high reward.
High risk, high reward, but the denial of these...
Blank, what's your take on that? Come on.
What's my take on that? I mean, the idea of being locked in here as well is going to be good at obviously shutting down and stopping the likes of the engages from the Mai Shiranui and the Pei, right? So maybe they don't need as much of a heavy front line. Maybe they just need somebody to stop those the opposite playmakers onto Alpha 7 and just allow that Jing to come through shining. But speaking of dictating games and dictating those team fights, we're getting Guan Yu with the Razel Cavalry. This this is one of Niap's not most kind of like big picks within international competitions, but it's definitely maybe what they need here.
Man, what a crazy team composition coming from Alpha 7. You have so much engage here. It's like I'm looking at Nova Esports here, right? It's like Guan Yu, Mai Xianrui, Zhang Fei. Man, who are they right now? Alpha 7, you're going nuts with this draft. They're literally just going to pull all engage. It's like, we get ZanQ, we get Zan, we get the ticket to playoffs.
They have both a core for the early game and a core for the late game. It's going to be Pei for the early game and it's going to be Concert U for the late game. And on the other side, just to finish the conversation and that, they're going to decide to go for the twin. You were right on that one.
Of course I'm right. Why would I be right? Okay, I'm just kidding,
Go
of
ahead.
course, this duel makes a lot more sense because they have to survive the early game coming in here.
True.
Because if you do draft a Jing in this team competition, you're going to get run through by the Mai Xianrui and Pei and Zhang Fei. So definitely, both team comps are 50-50. It comes down to this final game's execution.
Game execution for game number 3. Team Vitality against Alpha 7. Who will be going into the Kings group and who will be falling to the lower brackets, to waiting their opponents, which is either going to be Dominator Esports or Loops.
So an interesting lane swap here being set up by the side of Vitality here. If you notice towards the Clash lane, the Marksman has rotated towards the top side because why? Yes, you fight the Concert U, you might win, but it's a tough matchup. So we swap over there so we can at least secure one winning lane.
And just securing that one winning lane is going to allow them just for the early game not to be that difficult for them, right?
Exactly, if you secure one winning lane, at least ZanQ gets to breathe against this Dani's pace tempo here.
Yes, exactly.
And at least you get to share the Fire Beak. Yeah, you can get the Fire Beak, no problem. I can still secure the River Sprite on the top side. So we get a 50-50 change.
50-50 change. You're just looking at a bit of a mirror play here, but with no Jing onto the Gorge, right? Like, they're definitely just trying to match the pace of the resources with both of these teams, with what they have right now, right? Like, obviously, Concert U doesn't quite damage those takes the damage for the protective wins.
Exactly, and right now they're doing something so smart. They're zoning Tufts away so hard by freezing this wave and making sure that, hey, you want to take this wave, you are going to pay your life for it.
Exactly. That is a very interesting mechanic for everyone just watching at home, right? Like, it doesn't mean that you need to clean the wave immediately. Just by stopping the wave like that, you're allowing just yourself a little bit of an opening.
And that's what we call freezing, right? You freeze like this, you open up the map like this. Look, if Tufts were to come up, Fury was just immediately punish him. So come on, I dare you, Tufts. Walk up to take this wave.
Walk up to potentially take this wave. Danny and Niap just doing a little bit of jiving with ZanQ in the mid lane, right? They're just making sure that he doesn't try and go in with the Unruly Blade. He's like, guys, this could be a 2v1. This could be deadly for you. Dune really needs those items to be very sustainable, especially using that Gale's Benediction as well.
Gale's Benediction, so much healing, so much tankiness, but still, it's still the early game. He needs to rack the items like you talked about. Once he gets that Ominous Premonition, the Eye of the Phoenix here, buffing up the physical defense, buffing up the magical defense, he's going to be a monster against all these team compositions.
That is so much gold that we're talking about in there. It's just like they need to be able just, as every time that we said, every single second must count. As they roam around, they need to be taking resources. As they roam around, they need just to keep putting money in their pockets.
Yeah, I mean, you can't aimlessly just roam around like headless chickens, right? Because at that point, you're just wasting time. You're wasting those precious resources, like you were saying there, Isaac. But right now, obviously, Alpha 7 are just a little bit of ahead in terms of that gold lead. But again, for those at home, obviously CR7 onto the Concert U, using Protective Winds not only protects you from damage, if you time it correctly, you activate the Blessing of the Dryad, which stops you getting that CC from the likes of the Yixing as well.
But that's so difficult. That's gotta make sure that you hit the pixel perfect. Immediately reacting to that will take so much skill. Can CR7 do that? He might be the candidate to do so, but right now, let's look. Let's calm down a bit and look at the overall map phase here. A lot of pressure has been put towards the bottom side. Pressuring this early, making sure that he does not have a good early game.
One more time, Alpha 7 and Vitality just showing us how this game is supposed to be played. Not tossing fist around, they're just trying to take the resources, try to take the turrets. That bottom turret right over there, already half HP.
Man, if that goes down and they secure the Tyrant, A7 is going to have a blast of an early game. But right now, mid priority goes over to the hands of Vitality. They have control of the mid river. They just need to assist Zan here in securing this wave. And also, Smite has been expanded by Dani, so he's not so open for this Tyrant.
rotations coming down, and the Tyrant is going to be taken to half of the HP. It's only Vitality in here. Guan Yu is still very far away, and he's going to be free for the red team.
3 for the tech team, but obviously we're looking at Valeu as well, right? We did say that obviously Zhang Fei can take the smite, but he's gone for the heal instead, so they couldn't even really go and contest that Tyrant. They would have to be basically waiting on a dream with that last hit, right? But like you were saying, that Isaac, he was just trying to basically say and give the intel to the side of Alpha 7. Danny saying, hey, look, Crimson Golem is up literally soon, but it was the quick rotation from Zhang Q.
Vitality is going to have to let that turret go, and they're going to have to rotate around. They do not have an answer to what's happening over there in the farm lane.
The console you right now is serving such a big person to actually fight Zan on this early here. This pick actually scales immensely well against the early, especially with the Wind of Blessing, being able to block up physical damage. You negate the potential of the likes of Tufts, of the likes of Zan actually flanking you with these picks. So definitely a smart pick up here coming in from Alpha 7.
That's actually that. So far, I mean, it's not actually been called out just yet, right? Alpha 7 are definitely looking for a means here onto Zhang Q. We do hear the Unbridled Outburst being put through as well. The damage has come through. The board has been laid down, and his grave has been made for the first time within game number 3. But it's not only that. Zhang comes through and gets the reverse takedown onto Niab. So already paying back that 1-1 trade.
1-1 trade. It was supposed to be for Alpha 7, but at the end of the day, Vitality can't take one whack.
But yet again, guys, you gotta remember, when you talk about kills, Alpha 7 in the end, they came what they wanted. 1 kill, first blood, extra goal into a tower. Yes. They traded more, and they are escalating the goalie here. But still, you gotta remember one more thing. This goalie was not enough to beat the Alpha 17 composition that they had just now. Right now, they're on opposite ends. The Pei, the Mines Runner. So, do they have the early game tempo to really solidify themselves in the mid to late stages?
It is already 6 minutes of the game, and right now we can start already seeing what the Alpha 7 strat is going to be. The quick rotations around is not gonna be a 3-1-1, it's gonna be a 4-1 going around.
And I mean, that's definitely numbers you don't want to be seeing, right? Like, you don't want to be going into a brush and seeing 4 of the enemy teams in there. It's going to be scary for the side of Team Vitality. They're just having to kind of just do and tend a little bit more pressure into these side lanes, because it seems like Alpha 7 are definitely dictating the pace of this game number 3.
They have full control of the pace of the game, right? Like the whole rhythm is just being directed by the blue team.
This is the expertise of the Pei, right? We thought Danny wouldn't be a master, but imagine this. He's making the side lane so comfortable for everyone to play. Every time that they was out, Vitality sends someone to defend top side, so much people had to follow him, and he takes teleport back to the bottom side and pull more people here. Look at this, 10 men strong at the bottom segment of the map.
It's just so difficult to start fighting in here. Like, the rotations are so tight, but this might be an opening.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vitality right now are definitely playing more of the reactive playstyle. They aren't kind of dictating the pace. Alpha 7, like you were saying there, Sagi, they're sending people up to the top side of the map. Then we see that Team Vitality have to send people up as well, and then vice versa down to it's like a bit of a switcheroo here happening on the Gorge.
I just love how this game is keeping us on the edge of our seats. It's just in any moment a fight could happen, because you can see everyone just moving around the map so much. The rotations are so quick that a moment of mistake, it might be just a direct fight.
A moment of mistake towards a direct fight, and look at 10 seconds here. If no one is here to defend his Crimson, Alpha 7 is going for the call right now. Look, everybody is looking at this buff. A fight might break out here.
Fight might break out. We're obviously seeing a little bit of damage going over to the 19. The Destiny counter already being used as well to try and wipe out these minions into the top side of the map. It is going to go over the side of Team Vitality. So no stealing of the Crimson Golem within this fight. But it still means there is going to be a little bit of jabs, a little bit of jives coming here from Alpha 7. But no deaths so far.
Yeah, boxed in there, but no one for Vitality was able just to have the courage to jump in and to try to initiate in there.
I mean, they shouldn't have that courage, right? Because, I mean, they don't want to make the mistake that if they were Alpha 7 in the last game, if Alpha 7 made that mistake, they wouldn't be in this game number 3.
For me, guys, I'm starting to look at Zhang Q. He's starting to rack up the tank items, and he's starting to be a very beefy frontliner. Once Zhang Q, once Zan gets these items, maybe at the 10-minute mark, we might see a full-fledged dive being blown up by both teams here.
Zan right now on 6,000 gold, only 2 big items. He might need 1 more in there for his damage to be online.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got the Doomsday, right? So early game power spike is coming through. He's going for the Shadow Ripper as well. A little bit more attack speed, a little bit more crit as well. But Obviously, looking at that Dark Daybreaker towards the end of that itemization. But right now, taking a lot of damage is Neil into the mid lane, forcing the recall here. So he's going to be out of commission for a few seconds.
Ooh, the map state is getting more and more serious right now. You gotta need a hero right now. We keep talking about these two teams. 1-2-1. Goal lead, it's whatever. It's 50-50 right now. 1,000 goal lead, it's like, it's okay. It's not too big. So who is the hero? Is it Niap on the Guan Yu's Razor Cavalry? Is it Zhang Q fighting these backlines? But hang on a moment though, as they're still looking for an engage here on this Crimson.
Are they really looking for engages, or are they just trying to capitalize on that T2 takedown, right? They're able to get the T2, they're able to get that Crimson Golem. Now they rotate into the mid lane. Now they might be able to get that catch-up that you were talking about there, Sagi. Alpha 7 are being zoned out by Yixing's ultimate. World is my board. They may be able to get this T1 down to the bot lane. It's not looking hopeful here for the Team Vitality.
We're always talking about just how this game needs to be played and how it needs to advance. And the way that Alpha 7 is playing right now, I'm telling you, is one of the most mature ways that I've seen them play in a long time.
And Tufts is so far away from this objective. Unbridled Alpha's being committed, but no fight breaks out as Vitality pulls away here. But still, Tufts was so far away and Niap can single-handedly zone the entire roster of Vitality there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic Unbridled Outburst, right? Just completely denying any kind of access onto that Shadow Tyrant. Because, I mean, that definitely could have switched things up because, like we were saying previously, the gold lead is nothing to scream and shout about, right? It's only around about that 2k gold lead if we're being charitable to the side of Team Vitality. So they could still take team fights if they really were able to just make sure they compose it correctly.
Oh, talking about composition, right? I'm still thinking about the late game, right? I love the Construct U. Physical damage mitigation, and then you don't really have a magical assassin to really capitalize on this Construct U. So he's practically untouchable. Once he finishes Daybreaker that he's about to be finishing, Zhang Q and Tufts is going to have a tough time tanking this damage dealer.
I mean, vice versa, though. I mean, you can see here that John is looking to go for the Daybreak as well. He has the Cloud Piercer, the second tier item, but what they don't have anymore is that T1 into the mid lane, which is at the detriment of Team Vitality. They're already scared to go around in their own jungle. This is going to make them even more scarce. We can see Tufts maybe getting poured out here. Niap is just giving over intel to the side of Alpha 7, and right now, we could potentially see a takedown of the Shadow Overlord, but also they need to reclaim this if they want to reclaim those lanes.
They're gonna take that tier 2 turret and then you're just gonna let that Overlord just go for free.
Yes.
Uncontested is totally fine because right now they do have an advantage, but that means that for the next 1 minute of the game, they will not have priority for the fight.
I agree. Next 1 minute, Vitality will have all lanes pushed out and Alpha 7 will be busy attending these waves here. Just look at Danny. So fed, so much protection. He's at enemy lines. Farming so far away. And right now though, they seem to be collapsing. They're looking for Danny. But Danny, a pace, so much mobility here. He can jump, he can leap, he can escape freely.
Yes, being the tiger of the Chuck BR team is Danny on this pay, and he's definitely playing it very well, right? Considering that he doesn't normally play this pick, he's actually doing okay. Like, he's like, okay, I can do the damage. I've only got 0 kills. I've done the assist. But the fact is that there hasn't really been much of a team fight, but that's to the favor of Team Vitality, right?
That's
like,
why I'm telling you that this game is right now just a completely different level of competition. As someone is being already stunned and immune, is going to have to proc his ulti in order to run away from that jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Valau getting caught out there. I mean, is that going to be a good cause and good use of the Unbridled Outburst?
Well, he did overextend there trying to open up vision for the map. However, if you don't have the Unbridled Outburst, that's 30 seconds to 1 minute that you have to regain it from attacking creeps, attacking jungle camps, to regain your fury to be able to cast his ultimate, right? So right now, the map pressure is still really low for South Vitality. And we have to see regarding the final marksman, the Arlie versus the Construct U, who comes out on top in team fighting.
If this game keeps going like this, we might end up seeing a Tempest Dragon because I don't feel like any of the two teams is really willing just to make that one movement that might end up in a big fight.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, one movement is great consequence, right?
Yeah,
if
of
it
course.
doesn't go in your favor, then that's it. You could be beating your head for the rest of the night thinking, if I didn't make that bad move, I could have won this game. And you can see right now how they're just stalking brushes. They are just waiting for Alpha 7 to make the wrong move. And I feel like I get the jive. I get the vibe that you're talking about here, Isaac. There's a lot of stalemates happening on this gorge right now.
Look at that. They're going to catch Niap over there. He's just going to jump away and he's not going to be boarded in. Now it's going to be the tire that is going to be free for Alpha 7 one more time.
I love the map play here coming in from Alpha 7 here. They deliberately, 20 seconds before the objective, send in the Clash Lane wave. Every time. It's not a coincidence. It happened twice already. Two of these Shadow Tyrants, every time they force Tough to clear the wave. If not, they'll be losing a tier 3 Clash Lane tower.
Yeah, some key vital itemizations being built there as well. We got the Sun Chaser onto CR7, so some more range, a lot more attack speed for the Consort U, as well as obviously the Ominous Premonition there for Niap onto the Guan Yu. So once he's in there, he's going to slow down the movements of those enemies and make it harder to escape.
The last thing that Team Vitality wants in here is just one of those high ground turrets just to fall. If that one of those high ground turrets is falling, that's going to open a Niap a way of coming right from behind.
Oh yeah, flanking angle from a Guan Yu's Razor Cavalry. That's not what you're going to be seeing for the final game right here, especially if you're a Vitality fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Mama Bird just feeding all the chicks. She's just pushing all the worms into the side of Alpha 7 at that point. And to be honest, when you are so close with that gold lead, giving over a whole team to the side of Alpha 7 could definitely make that gold lead a lot more stellar for your team.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Alpha 7 just needs to control the wave so they can come in all at the same time. They do not think about the minions at the moment because they're going to start the Shadow Overlord.
Shadow Overlord going maybe potentially into the hands of Alpha 7 here. I mean, there's nobody around by the side of Team Vitality. They cannot contest this. They have no long range like from the likes of a Newer or anything like that, so they have to give it over, which at this point in the game, can Team Vitality really take this loss?
Well, one thing's for sure, we still haven't got a full-fledged 5v5.
Yeah.
That upcoming 5v5 will cement the game. I believe in Vitality, I believe in A7. They wouldn't go down, they wouldn't win the game without going for such a big fight.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Right now, the whole hope of Team Vitality comes into Zan. Zan and that Arlie, they need to be a perfect engage for them to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, you're even sensing it here as well, right? He's gone for defensive, offensive last item, Cuirass of Savagery as well. So not typically the item you go for an early last item, but it's the defense that they need. They're like, if they're going to come to us, I want to have that safety net. I want to have that defense for myself, but also deal a little bit of damage thanks to the item as well.
Exactly, I do agree with him because look at Dani. He's full slotted with the Seedbreaker. Look at Fury. He's going to come and jump onto you. And CR7, he's full slot on the console you, so definitely you have to find something. But look at mid lane
Oh, I mean, the fight on two fronts though. Into the bot side of the map as well. We see Niap. He brings John Q to his mates. But at the same time, we're having that team fight into the mid lane. John, thanks to that defense, is able to get it alive as well as thanks to 19. So we have the Vanguard pushing into the Crystal. Higher ground turrets are starting to fall for Team Vitality.
Thank you over there, just falling down at the same as the turret. And look at that, they want to keep just throwing punches over there, pushing 19 back so low, and he won't survive. CR7 is going to back that one.
Oh, this is what I was saying about the Diadema pick. If you go for that empowered basic attack, it swings you into your enemy and basically gives them the 3 kill, but Tufts into the backline as well. He's trying his best to keep Alpha 7 off of his Crystal. There is no minions at this point, but there is only 2 of Team Vitality as the minion wave comes through into the mid lane. This could be hairy.
This could be hairy as, look at it, they are looking for the win. Bridal Alpha hits the early kill. Power goes down.
It is going to be Alpha 7 coming into the Kings group stage.
Congratulations to Alpha 7. What a master class of a performance. Losing out game 1 immediately with the 2-game comeback, securing themselves for the playoffs. Now they are welcome to the King stage.
Yes, the second King has been crowned, and they will go obviously into the next bracket, which will be a best of 3 to decide where they go into the playoffs, but they have qualified for the playoffs. Let that settle in at home. Chuck BR, once again, at EWC, will be in the playoffs.
They will be minimally secured for top 8 as they progress to the playoffs. Right now, for Vitality fans, for IKL fans at home, Vitality still has a second shot. They will progress down to the lower bracket as they will face the winner between Dominator Esports and Loops.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these highlights though, right? Like, Alpha 7 from game number 1 looked like a different Alpha 7 from 2 and 3. They matured in such a small space of time, and it's exactly what they needed to bring their victory home and secure their place within the playoffs. But the two alternatives right now is that they go back and fight Loops once again, or will they be another gatekeeping team for the IKL?
Oh my god, that's gonna be a storyline. Imagine Vitality were to fight another IKL team for a shot to the last chance stage, or fight another Chalk BR team. Both of these options is definitely gonna be interesting and definitely gonna be a banger.
Absolute banger indeed. I mean, definitely either one of those matchups or even one of those potentials is going to be great.
I just love the way that the game developed.
Wow.
I loved it a lot because sometimes it's not a matter of just coming in and they're just providing us with the most intense, the most fightful kind of game. Sometimes it's just a chess game. Sometimes it's not just boxing. Sometimes it's just about playing chess, about making the moves, trying to be measured, trying to know when to push, when to go back. Alpha 7 in no moment looked like they had a very big advantage, but they just slowly just chipped away the way to the victory.
As you mentioned, it's like playing chess.
Yes.
The correct steps will bring forth you the victory. And look at CR7. During the pregame, we talked about the star player being Donnie, the most consistent player on A7 being none other than CR7. 42% damage there on this consort U, styling on Vitality in this crucial game.
Styling and profiling. I mean, definitely after that game number 1 loss is definitely what they needed right now, right? Alpha 7. And I mean, such a minimum kill game as well. Really showed how well these teams both played around the Gorge. 5-1. That just shows you that it's not about the KDA.
Yes.
We look at always about the KDA for the players, but speak of it within that team's regards, right? 5-1. It's just how you convert that resources into objectives.
It was an amazing performance. All of them just did exactly what they needed to do. The coaches gave them the lines. The coaches gave them a plan, and they came, executed perfectly, and again, amazing performance. One of them is going to go home with an MVP, and that is going to be CR7. On that consort U, CR7 had an amazing performance, stood up when we knew that he needed to stand up in the late game, and took those 3 kills at the last.
Man, this man is a legend. Doing that his signature cheer and winning the series with a reverse sweep. I gotta say, he definitely deserves MVP. He has such a consistent performance here. I would love to give props to the coaching staff as well, coming in for the side of Alpha 7, trusting Danny, knowing for the fact that, hey Danny, I know you're not just a tank mercenary. You can do this. You are the best jungler, one of the best junglers from Chalk BR. Come on. Do me good on this pay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the whole trump card that they had, right? Is the fact that Danny not actually showing any of those kind of assassin picks within the jungle up until this point. He was just like, you know what? I'm holding off for that last little hurdle for this competition. He was like, I need to do something new. I need to reinvent myself.
What about we go and listen from him directly? I know that Mara is ready there with Danny, and hopefully she's going to ask and get us some of these answers. Mara?
Here with me is Danny. Danny, a lot of people are wondering and they're asking, because normally we see you using the more tank jungler type of heroes, but today you used one of the most aggressive assassin jungler there is with Pei. What was the reasoning behind this, and why now of all the times?
Yeah, actually there is this joke in Brazil, like normally they said Danny just can play tank or something like this, but yeah, after the first game, I think Zankyo deserved my, play one matchup carry against carry, because after that game, he was losing Fade and he was losing so good, and I think he deserved I play carry too against him. I'm really confident with these picks too. Normally I just play tank because my team is better for our team, principally now with Bobby, with CR7 actually, so yeah, I think it's just because it's better for our team, but I can play with everything.
Now, that makes you even more unpredictable. But let's predict the future, okay? So, congratulations for making it to the playoffs, to the Group Kings. Now you saw the rest of the teams. If you can give me one team that you're so excited to face and why, and one team that you really don't want to face and why.
So I will start with I don't want to play against KPL teams in that moment because everyone know it's really hard to play against them. Principally against AG, AG won many KPLs in sequence. I think 3 or 4, so it's really hard to play against them. I don't want to play in this moment, and I think I want to play against. I can say Genji too. Genji lost today, right? No, so I like to play against Pulse because normally we play against them, and I mean trainings. So I think can be a really good match, and there is one in part 2 in ADC, right? So will be a really good match on bot lane. So yeah, I think it's a good team for play against playoff.
Let's see what's going to happen. But you know what? With what you've shown today, the unpredictability, now there's something really to watch out for with you. Congratulations once again on making it to the playoffs. Now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
I am very proud to see Danny's evolution. I was very lucky just to interview Danny at the beginning of his HOK career, and I remember that his English just wasn't as fluent as it was right now. And right now, just seeing him, not only language has improved, skills have improved. I can see that Danny is one of those signature players from our HOK tournaments, getting better day by day by day by day.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one of the players that I've really liked his progression up. Obviously, you've maybe progressed him a little bit, known him a little bit longer, but definitely as we've gone into the inception of the Season 1 Invitational last year, it's been fantastic to see him grow.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an amazing game, but we have still one more in there saved for you. We're going to go for a little break, and we'll be back with that.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle some butt. Rotate butt to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate bot to low HP. Victory!
We are back. This is going to be our last game of today. Is going to be the lower bracket game. Semifinals. Dominator Esports against Loops is going to be the last ticket that they're going to have in order to move forward or in order just to get a ticket back home.
Yes, unfortunately, I mean, either one of these teams are going to obviously have their keys crushed later on. Obviously, neither of these teams want that, right? They want to progress just a little bit further and obviously go up against Team Vitality. But like I said prior to the break, is it going to be Indonesia region against each other again? Or is it going to be another Brazil team?
What do you think, Sagi?
From that region just now, from that best of 3 to the max just now, I can't comment because right now, I do want to put my money on the Dominator because damn, they look good in the regular season.
Yes, they did.
But we can't count out Chalk BR. They are so good when it comes to these big experience type of situations.
Of course, come on, man. Dominator Esports, they're strong. There are names in there that we have seen already for a while. Things that have been amazing. Dominator Esports, hopefully, they're going to come and they're going to show to us the amazing performances that they have had during the season.
Yeah, this is Goayu. We have Jill, L, G Banks, and TNX in the jungle. I mean, this is going to be a guy that has been obviously with us since Season 2 Invitational. A lot of difference in terms of the teams as well that he's been part of. But now he represents Dominator Esports. Yes, he's obviously in the lower bracket right now. Can't feel too great, but I'm pretty sure this team is definitely going to get rock steady against Loops.
For me, TNX, he has such an amazing personality.
Yes.
Every time you watch him play a tournament, winning or losing, he's always there full of energy, taunting, showing up, and always giving a crowd what they want to see.
Yes, he's definitely a crowd pleaser, but I mean, he's definitely been great within the IKL, right? I mean, for those that have obviously been with us since the leagues as well, they've all been doing like little like chatters between the games, and he says some of the most funniest things. He's definitely a character to look out for.
Of course, on the other hand, Loops, right? Loops yesterday, the day before yesterday, showing us against Alpha 7 that they are a team that needs to be respected, right? Like they're very strong. They have a good composition. They have great pace. They just need to be a little bit better just in closing the deal.
For me, Loops, Clash Name Freaks, mid introducing one Vento. This man, he stole a Tempest Dragon the last few days. I remember him. ABH in the jungle and Mano Freezer as their roamer here. They went full 7 games with Alpha 7, so you cannot count them out even if it's against Dominator Esports, a powerhouse from the IKL.
Exactly that. I mean, these were the #1 seed from Chuck BR. Loops looking to represent the Chuck BR region once again. And I mean, I hope Danny's going to be obviously supporting this team also, because one was their previous teammate, right? Like within VKS, they were buddies for a very long time. It was the trio, it was Niap, it was Danny, and it was One. Those were the names that you remember from Chuck BR.
You know that One is the only player that has always won like 3 Brazilian international championships.
Wow.
Wow.
Like 3 of them. One has been the only person that has had that.
That's why he's called One, the one and only.
Ah, look at you. The one and only. I agree with that. And I like him a lot because he was one of the first players out there in Chuck BR that actually stood up in there. Like, right? Like, remember, it was 3 of them. It was Niap, Danny, and One. And right now, One wants to take the position of the main person over there at Loops.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes, right? For development, you need to break away from obviously either your friends or your teammates that you've been known with since day one and look to kind of just broaden yourself out and champion a new team.
Well, let's wait and see. Loops against Dominator. This is going to be our last game for today. Hopefully, they're going to come in with their A game. They must come and try their very best to show us that they deserve to keep surviving in this tournament.
Right now, it's do or die, like you mentioned. If you don't show up now, when will you show up? If you don't show up now,
there's no
you're going
moment
to the
for you to
airport.
show up. That's
You're going to the airport if you don't show up now.
I mean, you might show up at the airport.
Wonk, wonk, wonk. It was good, Blam. It was good, buddy. It was good. It's all right. Your jokes are not anything compared to your farmer.
All right. Okay, guys. Let's get it back a bit and focus on our current match today, right? Dominator versus Loops.
Yeah.
Dominator, we know they thrive onto one thing. Team fights. They love to fight. And especially with the introduction of TNX into their team composition, into their lineup, teams have been fearing this assassin-heavy jungler just like ZanQ. Because this man, my goodness, he's so damn good on these heroes that he's picked.
But for example, like right now, Dominator, they like to fight. We saw in the game between Loops and Alpha 7 that Alpha 7 loves throwing punches as well. Who's gonna have the heavier fist?
I mean, we have to find out, right? I mean, honestly, we saw the Alpha 7 we saw in day #1. I feel like it's completely different to the Alpha 7 we've just saw in that best of 3, right? They were able to play reactive, which honestly, for the first time, especially within their own kind of tournaments and even in international tournaments, they've never been able to play reactive. And now, against Team Vitality, when it meant the most, they were able to do it. So it's something they've either been holding back or honing to this stage.
Sagi, what do you think? You need to choose one. You need to tell me. Who do you think got the heavier punch? Come on.
Ooh.
Go.
Okay, statistic-wise.
You see? Like a professional.
Statistic-wise.
I like that.
Dominator dominated the entire IKL for the entire regular season. Only to lose short of 1 game against Kagendra. But let's disregard the fact. If we look at numbers, they beat Vitality 3-0. So if we compare that, maybe they take it for Loops. Maybe.
I've always been a fan of direct comparisons. I mean, you know, like, that's what works the most. And if you're going to lose those games when it means the most, I don't care about stats. It's like you need to take those opportunities, right? You've got to have that one shot. You've got to prove yourself onto the gorge. This is going to be the BP of game #1. And Liang is going to be, again, gracing the bands.
Seems like the IKL coaches here do reach like a certain approval. It's like, okay, we don't want this Liang. We don't want it to really focus on our jungle carry. And what's the jungle carry? It's Luna. TNX, one of his signature picks, being picked up on the side of Dominator Esports. But, Blam, Pay is still open.
Pay is still open, but also the Ali and the Diadea. A great counter into the Luna, stopping her within her tracks, because we know Luna, for those players at home, really need to look out for those marks, right? They need to make sure that you're catching the marks onto the enemy team to get that max potential from this hero.
So how do you make marks on this hero? Simple, 3 ways. Your third basic attack on your passive, your spell 1 landing onto the enemy, your spell 2 landing onto the enemy, and Now, when your Luna lands the ultimate on these mark units, your ultimate refreshes. But why is it so good for Arlie and Diadea to be countering this Luna? 1. Diadea, spell 2, immediately locks off Luna from dashing. Arlie, spell 2, Maple Dance, blocks off any projectiles. And the ultimate, Autumn, coming in from Arlie, pushes away Luna's advances. So these two are perfect in countering this pick.
They're perfectly encountering this pick, but it's all within the situation, right? The heat of the moment creates a lot of mistakes sometimes, and these aren't mistakes that you can really make, right? I mean, like you were saying, this is one of TNX's biggest picks, and do you think he's really going to be open up to trying to allow the enemy team to really find in and make sure that they are going to block and counter every move of this Luna? Probably not, but Dominator Esports draft is finally getting rounded out here. They have some front line, they have the Zhang Fei, and they also have the Chano down into the bot side of the map. I mean, Game 1 Chano, we don't really normally see that within the KWC.
Specifically speaking, right, if you want to fight the Arlie in lane, you have a few options. You have the Direnjie, yes, and also you have the Lady Sun if you pair it with a decent support. But right now, if you wanted to win a 1v1, Chano is a pretty decent pick as your Wolves really put so much pressure on this Arlie pick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're getting that damage over time. I mean, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure the Parasol doesn't actually negate those Wolves either because they're not really a projectile. So, again, that really puts a little bit of a stop there because most times out of 10, we always get to go for that second skill onto the Chano, right? As in that first part of the game to maybe put some pressure more so onto the enemy team. But looking at the ban phase here, very heavy up into the clash lane orientated. Byron and Fatih being both banned off here. We've seen a little bit of a domination. I feel like Fatih was actually around about 50% win rate up until this point. So it's a good job they banned him off because it can be great or it can be not so great.
Well, and for me, I think Fatih this pick is a Chalk BR favorite.
Yes.
They have had this pick for so long and they love it to a maximum extent. Every game we see Chalk BR play, they always prioritize the Fatih. It's such an amazing pick coming out from their region. And right now, Dominator Esports, rounding up the team composition with Yu Huan and Charlotte. As we know, Charlotte, an amazing side lane pick, very strong if she's able to scale towards the mid to late game stages.
Yeah, again, it's just a great ticket into the mid to late game, as you were saying there, Sagi, but also the catch potential of the team, right? Using her ultimate, getting that bit of a knockup could be the great leeway between TNX and Guayu into the synergy, into those team fights, right? Like, how can you get rid of those marks if you're currently CC'd and then all of a sudden TNX is on top of you, getting that quick refresh onto the ultimate. But speaking of which, a little bit more control, the shirt coming through here with the Silken Beauties is going to be an interesting one here. Are we going to see some heavy rotations down to the bot side of the map, you think?
I love this shirt. Like you mentioned, yes, she can be this sort of utility mage who gives up the midway for the Ogren, making sure that she provides help towards the side lane here. But I want to give focus a bit. This shirt, once she hits that Silken Print, and you get pulled by the Silken Print, picks like the Yu Huan, picks like a Zhang Fei, if you get melted during the pull, you can't cast your ultimate, you can't bail out.
You can't bail out, you can't do anything, you have to just hope that you aren't going to get run down, right? Because, I mean, that is the only realistic outcome within that interaction between that hero. But there is the BP has been put into stone for game number 1, but who is going to come out on top of that stone? Whose name is going to be etched into that? Is it going to be Dominator Esports for the first victory or Loops Esports after seeing their Chuck BR brothers just go through to the playoffs?
It's a battle between Chalk BR and IKL, a second time today at the last match. Right now, Blam, we have Dominator on the blue team, Loops on the red team as they duke out in game 1 of this last series of the day.
Last series of the day, so this is about as the much action as you're going to get for today, but don't worry, obviously we'll be back tomorrow for some more. But right now, eyes are on the prize here. Dominator Esports against Loops.
Right now, same thing that we saw just now. They are prioritizing, they clear onto the Arlie immediately, looking for the invade towards TNX jungle here. ABH steals away the boar, but all is good as long as you have the buff. Hang on though, they're countering this blue buff.
Yeah, countering the blue buff could be troublesome here, as obviously Luna is very dependent onto the Azure Golem. They're able to get it, it goes over the Vento, so already venting some frustration onto the side of Dominator Esports.
That is very painful for Luna's tempo, as we mentioned from time to time. If you're a Luna, your assassin jungle, you gotta get these Azure Golems for the CD, for the mana. But now, you lose out the Azure Golem, you lose out the level 4 as well. You are nothing compared to a minion as of this point.
Exactly, I mean, that's an unfortunate part of Luna's kit, right? She can be dominant, but if you don't give over the Azure Golem, it can cause some issues for you.
And this is what we talk about pre-game plan, right? This means Loops came in prepared like, hey, we know TNX loves the Luna here, so we play around this pick, we plan around this game plan, and that immediately spawning out Luna in the Crimson, making sure that he stays at the Crimson, and the Loops entirely getting mid-wave and countering this blue buff immediately.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this time and time again, right? When a team puts pressure onto their enemies, it depends on how they react. If they don't answer to it or don't react in kindly, it can be an unfortunate turn of events for their enemies. Whereas Loops right now seem to be dictating the pace, right? Like you were saying, they're looking for the intel onto the Luna. They're looking to keep her locked into place.
For now, like you mentioned, they're looking for intel. What intel do they have? They know the respawn timer of this Crimson Golem. Yes. Look at the positioning. They're looking to get this mid priority once again. Crash this wave. Immediately look to invade either of this buff. Right now, they choose a rather safe attempt as they return back to the jungle and let this Ogre safely farm towards his item power spike.
Item power spike indeed, right? I mean, to be honest, I'm really shocked that obviously Loops didn't really react onto the Azure Golem. Obviously, they did steal it. They knew the timer. So once you steal your enemy's camps, you also see that timer onto the minimap, which can be very useful intel on your own ranked games. But right now, Loops is just going to make sure they claim their own Azure Golem, right? Because it is very detrimental to Orgrin as well, right? Like, you don't want to be going into a team fight with very low mana.
Oh, there's no mana, no spells. You know, it's kind of tough, but for TNX, he's happy. He secures first Azure Golem, and look at him. Already playing with the New Moon and dashing across the Gorge.
Dashing across the Gorge, actually maintaining the goal lead over to ABH as well, right? Like, it's not too much ahead, but it's definitely going to be something that could surmise into some trouble right now. Already getting the intel onto ABH. He is at the Crimson Golem. He has to be careful. They're just like making sure they know where he is so they can just go and farm a little bit more. They don't need to be aggressive at this point.
Yep, they don't need to be aggressive. There's no real objective to play, and this is what we're talking about, right? Okay, you play the jungle assassin. You want to funnel as much gold towards this Luna as possible. So she hits a power spike ASAP, and she gets to dominate the mid to late stages. But for now, this Luna will get outskilled and will be countered by the Arlie, so she needs to be able to secure her own tempo as long as this upcoming 10 minutes.
Secure her own tempo, secure her own buffs is the name of the game right now for the side of Dominate Esports, but we are going to get into that 4-minute mark very soon. Obviously, we've not seen many clashes so far, Sagi, so I can imagine we are about to see some. I can feel it brewing, I can feel it in my bones. We're just looking for priority in the mid and to the bot side of the map here. Obviously, a little bit of rotation from Sher to the Arlie, trying to get a little bit of a easier way within these matchups.
So this is like a usual SOP that we've seen so far from these jungle assassins, right? For jungle assassins, it's never about these neutral objectives. It's always about securing your own buff like the Luna. Imagine if they fail a fight here and they don't get the tyrant and they lose the fight. The entire jungle will be loose out. So this is a smart attempt here, a smart gameplay here coming in from Dominator. Notice the fact that, hey, we're weaker now, so give us some time. Let TNX on this Luna scale up first.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be ignoring these fights, but I mean, there it is, the Unbridled Outburst means that the first blood is going to be first served to Aham in the DMT, as well as that T1 takedown. This is already that pop-up moment I was feeling in my bones, Sagi.
That was beautiful engage coming in from Gerald and L here. Immediately notice the fact that, hey, we can catch them, but right now, Freaks gets tapped out.
Just doing a little bit of damage, making sure they just go back to their base while they just claim priority into this mid lane, top lane.
Ooh, so much pressure coming in from one Luna and Charlotte here. As we mentioned again, right, Guiyu on this Charlotte, it scales extremely well, but hang on, L gets caught out.
Well, obviously he doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst. Doesn't mean that he can have that second wind, an extra bit of health and shield come through for the Zhang Fei.
A little bit over misstep here, but still healthy gold lead towards the side of Dominator here. Let's look at the gold chart real quick. As look at TNX. Losing that Azure Golem, no problem. He still rocks at 1,000 gold lead over ABH onto the Ogre here as they look for engage towards the mid lane.
Yeah, a bit of a bash. I mean, ABH looking pretty low there, thanks to obviously Chano's damage as well as TNX onto the Luna. He's got to be careful though. One has to expand the flash. Oh, soaring shot from Aham. Gets the kill. Takedown once more for DMT.
Aham sees it. Aham shoots it. He gets it. And right now, Dominator, Clash Lane gets the priority. They move strong as they look at this mid tower. Because, Loops, you have no wave quick.
So you've got no wave clear and you've got no T1s. That is a T1 takedown into the mid lane. This is going to cause some trouble here for Loops Esports. We were saying earlier they were being a little bit of aggressive by taking the enemy's minor jungle camps, trying to check out where TNX was, but they didn't really do anything with that intel. They weren't really punishing DMT. They couldn't actually do anything because they needed to wait for obviously Doomsday to come through for Vento, and at that point it's already showing that DMT's like, right, okay, we need to bring the pain to them.
And look at the format engage coming from the side of DMT here. The Upright Uppers lands onto 2. Luna immediately dashes in, gets the kill, and immediately evacuates right now. They don't secure the red buff, but they get a kill and they retreat.
They retreat as well. I mean, the Upright Uppers actually landed onto about 3 of the side of Loops Esports there, so they're able to actually stun a lot and actually dictate the pace of that team fight for themselves, which is definitely troublesome for them. The damage dealt coming through here. Crucial kill theft for the Overlord in this game number 1. So Loops is saying, hey, throw the punches. We're still not going down.
Vento coming in clean with that steal here. Okay, TNX, you saved the smite, but hey, Vento comes in, swoops it, and he gets out cleanly. But hey, 2.5k goal lead here on the side of Dominator Esports here. We still have yet to see Vento scale into fruition onto this early.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's all down to Freaks and One as they try to put a bit of a defense here into the T2 up into the Clash lane. However, they're able to do so, right? They're not too far behind in terms of the gold, around about that 2k goal behind, which isn't going to be a problem for them as long as they play a little bit more reactive here, try and get some more pickups. Vento into the brush here. He's trying to use the Power Assault to be a little bit aggressive. We are getting the pull. TNX goes down, and there's still going to be a few more trades here. Jill also going down, but they get a 3-1 for Loops at this point. This could spell trouble.
That was trouble indeed because TNX made a crucial mistake. One with the Silk Imprint landed perfectly on TNX New Moon Dash. Right now, the jungle of Dominator is on fire as the side of Loops, they steal wave camps, they look for the mid tower right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to do, right? When you've got a positive trade going into your team, you want to make sure that you're not just running away saying, hey guys, we got 3 of the enemy team. You want to make sure you get in their buffs. You want to be making sure you get any kind of resources that are up in the moment and just putting yourself ahead, right? So, I mean, we were talking about 2k gold ahead just a few moments ago. We're now looking around about 1k.
Ooh, this is the beauty of early, right, Blam? Like, imagine. This pick, so good in countering the likes of Illuna. So much peel, so much mobility, and hang on, though, Gui here might be caught up by the early.
Gotta be careful. I mean, he's able to dash out of there, so very high mobile, but it is going to be the lockdown of Mano Fraser onto the Dire Deer. 2v1 is not the situation you want to be in when ABH is funneling the rest of DMT. It's keeping them away from Vento, from Mano Fraser, but they're looking to get some more. TNX gets taken down. Loops are hyped from A7's recent victory, and they're looking to go for more.
Man, once again, this man lands the Silk Imprint onto TNX, the crucial member of Dominator's lineup, immediately making him invalid in this team. And hang on, though, Vento once again goes for the engage onto Gerald.
Go for the engage onto Joel, just making sure he put in a little bit of a stop in their tracks, right? He's making sure that his presence being felt, but honestly, they're getting the kills, but in terms of obviously the lane priority, they haven't really paid back Dominator just yet, so that's what I'm worried about here, Sagi.
That will take a bit of time, but just look at the damage dealt here. Vento on that early. 52,000 damage dealt already here. This draft onto Vento onto this early pick, he's paying dividends.
He's paying dividends indeed. I mean, look at that, like 7.1k. He's only ahead by about 600 gold, but it's definitely the difference maker he's having right now. He has the Doomsday, which is the early game spike for the early. Eternity Blade, the Blood, the Shadow Ripper as well. A lot of crit coming through already. The Bright Light Burst only hitting onto Mana Freezer, but it's going to be enough here for the side of DMT. The setup for TNX wasn't the greatest, but Vento going in, doing a lot of damage onto the Chano. He gets the takedown. Once again, a Loop setting up the first Shadow objective within this best of 3. More damage, more resources, funneling over to Vento.
Vento is slick on this early. So much pressure. Look at him, another kill onto
He's not
Gerald.
scared at all. He's just like, you know what? I'm in the brush. I'm going to go for it. He sees that gold in sight, and he just takes them down. He's just looking for everything that he can get.
This man is so slick on this early, man. He single-handedly took down Alhem in that team by securing the lead for the Tyrant. Immediately goes for the assassination onto Joe, knowing for the fact that he has no ultimate. And look at that.
Bit of a fight on two fronts here. Obviously, we do see Freaks into the backlines to get the denial onto TNX. We saw a little bit of a 1v1 there. Conductor of Souls was enough to keep ABH alive. I don't even think ABH has fallen yet at this point in the game.
Dominator, you gotta chill a bit first because TNX here, he's kind of ruining his own rhythm here. Just look at the gold lead that's being built by this early 9.4 thousand here. Whatever the Luna or the Alhem had in the early game, it has been mitigated already, and right now, Vento is on top in the gold board.
Vento's on top. I mean, it seems moments ago we was only talking about 600 gold lead, right? But now he's definitely getting ahead with about 1k. Still doing a lot of damage onto L. This Zhangfei is chunking the damage, but they are making sure work of him on the side of Loops.
Exactly, and look at it right now. Like you mentioned, momentarily it was a goalie towards Dominator, but hang on, another pull!
The unending sorrow is going to be the thing that keeps Gel alive this time.
Yeah, burning the unending sorrow, but that's an ultimate. One on this Shi. It's just another spell that he has to wait for a cooldown. Vento here picking up the Daybreaker already. There is no time to realistically absorb the damage from Vento.
Not realistically, I mean, we obviously got the Zhangfei. We really are hoping that the Unbridled Outburst comes through. He's able to time it correctly, but honestly, in terms of control of Loops within this game, he's not had the brightest in terms of Unbridled Outbursts.
I gotta agree, he has to step up to really find an opportunity here. Flash being forced out on the side of one. Both teams wants to control this river.
Oh no, TNX gets a little bit too deep. He's not able to do enough damage and actually pays with his life. Guan Yu going in.
Vento!
CT Immunity, but Vento into the backline thanks to the Metal Freezer setup. Gets the kill onto him. Gets the kill onto Guan Yu and are looking to get some turrets in this game.
Beautiful play and flank coming in out of Vento. Autumn Storm to leave behind the battlefield. Immediately, Lifesteal comes in, full HP, blinks in, cleans up all the members of Dominator Esports.
Absolutely cleans up, right? I mean, bringing it down, we are going to be looking at the takedowns within these turrets as well. T2 gets taken down here. T1 making sure work. So we were on about Loops. Yes, they're getting these team fights, but they're not doing anything with it. But it was just all the right time, as now Loops take the T1 in the mid lane, take the T2 as well.
Monstrous early coming in from Chalk BR's Loops Vento here. This man is coming up huge in this important series, this game one. If they win this, what a momentum shift.
What a momentum shift indeed, right? I mean, DMT, I don't feel like they've had the strongest foot in yet, right? I mean, yes, they're able to get those early turrets, but look, the T2s have been standing for at least a good 7 to 8 minutes, so they haven't actually done anything or progressed any further within this fight.
For me, Loops really did a very good job. They controlled TNX, making sure that if they respect this Luna, it was out of ignorance of so much counters available in the pool, right? Yeah. Right now, TNX goes in once again, gets locked down once again!
Yep, TNX does get run down. I mean, this is the problem, right? He picked it in the ultimate battle within the IKL, and it did not give him the resources he needed and the results. And right now in this game number one, it's looking like it's not doing him any favors, unfortunately, because Loops have their number. They have such a strong front line on ABH, not contested on the Ogre.
4v5 right now, Vanguards are crashing onto the turrets. 2 tier 3 goes down, and right now an Overlord is slowly marching.
Slowly marching onto the minions right now. We do have a last defense here for the side of DMT. The Unbridled Outburst is going to add a bit of a flavor onto that as well. Vento looking pretty low. He doesn't want to be the first to fall. L goes down. T and X is also down. And game number one goes to Loops.
Loops plays so darn well in game one. The execution on that game one, the level 1 planning, top side getting priority, mid side getting priority, invading the jungle, making sure that TNX loses the tempo for level 4.
This is an amazing performance by Loops. They come in, take game one. Dominator Esports did not have an answer. The Luna tried to fly and it fell on the ground.
Yes, it tried to swoop in. It tried to take the prey early on with Loops, and it did get a little bit of a glimmer of gold, but it wasn't gold. It was the sweet bitter sting of Loops Esports.
I gotta give props as well. Yes, Vento played a fantastic game, but this man on Shi is diabolical with the Silk Imprint.
Yes.
He was hitting Silk Imprints after Silk Imprints on crucial targets like TNX, like Gerald, making them impossible to play in these team fights. Just look at this.
Yeah, I mean, what you do with Silk, right? It threads, it brings you in, and it's very comfortable, it's very silky, it gets you where you need to be. It's great touch on the skin. Unfortunately, it's not a great touch for Loops.
He is the one, man. Like today, he just acted like his name, the one and only.
Yes, the one and only.
Yeah, just look at Loops here. Okay, let's break out this fight. Okay, Vento goes for the poke. Gets chunked down immediately, pops the Fury here immediately. Okay, gets hit by the Umbrella Opus. It's okay, Fury. Check out the Auto Storm at the back line. Immediately blinks in, kills Ahem, blinks back, destroys Guiyu, and that, ladies and gentlemen, was a fantastic flank coming in from the early.
Very fantastic. I mean, the pickup here into the draft all had us kind of scratch and go ahead, saying you giving over Arlie in game number 1 to Vento, who seems to be like one of the prized marksman farm lane players within Chalk BR, and showed it in that game number 1 right there and then.
For me, I gotta say, the ignorance in picking Luna here, there's no bashing, but did you not learn your lesson back in IKL Game 7?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. IKL, Ultimate Battle, it did not bear the fruits, and it did not bear the fruits in this game number 1, unfortunately.
You know what? Let's take things the way they are. They come in, they take the Luna, does not pay, and then they give the early out there. I'm so sorry. I think that it was a game that in the BP, it was already going the other way.
It indeed was, because we know for a fact that if you want to play the Luna, you gotta protect her from the early. But still, BP-wise, it was a good stuff done by the side of Loops, and I especially want to give props to Loops, the coaching staff, for planning that level 1 rotation, making sure that, okay, Luna, you starting Crimson buff, right? Okay, we get the Clash Lane prio, we get the mid prio immediately. Whoever gets the blue buff, it doesn't matter as long as the Luna don't get it.
Yep, it's all about intel, right? I mean, that intel into the early game really fed over the victory to Loops towards that late game. We were worried about those team fights not bearing much fruit, but towards the end, it was just Loops basically saying, look, let me do what I need to do, coach. And that's exactly what Vento did here, right? 140k damage overall. Nobody was even close onto the side of DMT. They were all sub below 100k.
It was the Loops show, and it was the Vento that really stood up as the main character of this game. Just look at that. That's nuts.
Vento came in, and just as his name, like the wind, the one that you cannot see, the one that you can only feel. And he let his presence hit everyone in the face.
Hit everyone in the face. I mean, 628 KDA for Vento alone, as well as ABH. ABH didn't drop a single life, and he was that front line, right? If it wasn't ABH, it was Freaks going into the back line, setting it up, denying the access, denying the motion of the ocean for DMT. And then we had one. We can't stop singing his praises. Just like we always say, KDA doesn't always matter, but those assists, thanks to the Silky Beauty, just made him just such a present onto the Gorge in that game number 1.
It was indeed super on point, making sure that all these silk imprints contributed to the mid-late success of Vento on this early. Look at that, 6-2 and 8, 13,000 gold. He's already full slotted before the game even ended here.
Full slotted indeed. I mean, definitely the damage came through. I mean, we saw the squishier heroes onto the side of DMT. They were there a moment and then they were gone the next. So definitely being 6 slotted really helped Vento get that lead that he needed.
Man, this game 1, we thought it was going to be close. Everyone thought that based on statistics, Dominator was going to come out on top, right? But no, it's KWC. It's been a month since the playoffs here. Loops here, they clearly came out on top in game 1. It was not close. It was so clean from Loops.
It was very clean, not only from Loops, but specifically from Vento. Vento came in and just made his presence be felt, and he's gonna take the MVP. The MVP for Loops is going to be that early Vento.
Yeah, 41% damage dealt. Like you say, Isaac, we're not looking at the KDA. It's all about the statistics and what was dealt onto the Gorge. And obviously what wasn't dealt was the damage onto Vento as well, right? 19% only felt by him, using those parasols to perfection.
For me, I think this is one of the most dominant early performance that we've seen from a while, especially in KW 2025. Yes, every region has the best earlies that they coin, but today in KW 2025 in day 3, man, this man stood up.
I'm telling you, maybe right now in day 3, what we're seeing right now is just the Brazilian buff. They're just right now, they have the Carioca kind of buff. They're just going around, and they might just take double dubs right over here in the second half.
Let's be patient here, okay?
Why not?
When we saw Zankyu in game 1 of the series, he was popping off too.
I agree.
But look at what happened. So calm down a bit. Let's not do a caster curse on them. Let's give them a breathing room. Let's check the BP later before we get too cocky of ourselves.
Is it really a caster curse, or is he just celebrating, you know? I mean, whenever we get a Malaysian team on the stage, I feel like you're reflecting the same kind of behavior. So let him have his moment.
You are putting words in my mouth, but yes, let him have his moment.
I am having the moment of my life, not because of the region, not because of anything, just because the fact that Honor of Kings, this game is bringing us so much fun. It is the game designed for playing with friends, designed to play with family. You can come in here, you can watch, you can go to the stream, you can go to the chat, and you can see that the difference in the community in here, man, everyone is just supportive of each other.
Very supportive of each other. No matter the level of skill, knowledge, or anything like that, we are here for you to lean onto and make friends with, right? We are here all to learn this lovely game of Honor of Kings, and we've been blessed with it within Global since last year. So it is definitely coming in with this new wave of surge of hype, and definitely deserving. If this is your first time watching it, if this is your first time downloading it, and you're seeing an esports tab in game, and you're like, wow, this esports is being supported in game, I'm here to support this game.
Maybe it's the friends we made along the way, Blam. Maybe it's never about winning. It's the friends we made along the way, just like how the chemistry, like,
you're gonna make me cry,
like Dani with Zankyu, right?
I'm
nah,
sorry.
Who cares? It's about the win.
I'm sorry, Sagi. That's a $750,000 US bag, man. I want to win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, no matter who's friends with who off the court, it's all about, obviously, the prize pool within this one. I mean, yes, you want to get the victory. Yes, you want to get the honor. And yes, you want to be the top king within Honor of Kings KWC. But thinking of Kings, we've got 10 of them on the stage with this BP of game number 2. Loops on the blue, Dominator on the red, and we lock in the Dune as Prio Blue.
Ooh, these bans are looking spicy here. There's no Arlie ban, there's no Maestro Nui ban, and look at that, the DMT favorite. We saw this before, KC24. They managed to get one game from BSE, and what comp was that? Hyper engaged team composition. Maestro Nui Dharma locked in.
Maestro Nui Dharma locked in. That's a lot of burst, a lot of control already going over to the side of Dominator Esports, but we are getting that beautiful pairing combo of the Dolia and the Dune. But locking it in with the Lady Chen here, we could be seeing multiple destructive delusions come through.
Can we talk a little bit about that Dolia and Dune kind of combo, man? Because we've seen it already these 3 days, and we haven't actually just spotlighted the combo itself.
The combo itself, I mean, I'll take this one. I was a Dune main when I started this within Honor of King's journey. I've advanced a little bit more, but with the Dolia, the good thing about Dune is obviously with Gale's Benediction, he's also be able to soak a lot of damage. But the thing about Dolia, what she does is offer sustain. She also offers you a refresh with your ultimate. So yes, Unruly Blade has a very low cooldown, but if you can get in, soak the damage, your team collapses on top of you, the enemy team, they do the damage, and then you can still get out of jail as well, and then your team just goes in, collapses, and just deals the damage on that, just bearing the fruits for the enemy team.
So to make it simple, Blam, I go in with Unruly Blade, the ultimate of Dune.
Yes.
Dolia gives me a refresh. I pop back out.
You pop back out.
That's it.
That's it.
That sounds so cool and so much mobility for Dune. Making sure that, okay, it's like an immobile tank, but with the addition of Dolia, it makes it so much more mobile.
It's a get in, get out, isn't it, kind of job? It's a switcheroo. It's the kind of thing, it's the ease and breeze that you want with a tank.
Okay. That's definitely interesting about this Dune pick, but let's check back our draft real quick. As Dominator Esports, they have picked one of the best marksmen as a blind pick here, being Direnjie DRJ. This pick, the tokens, as we know, strong laning, insane early to mid game, a tower pusher, extremely good with the Agudo here. If Loops does decide to pick a late game scaling marksman, they gotta figure out how to deal with this Direnjie Agudo combo.
Yeah, I really like obviously Dominator Esports so far with this drafting game number 2, because I mean they displayed already that they had such an aggressive, fast-paced early game, but they just didn't quite have the draft for it. Whereas the Agudo, the Maestro Nui, you're looking for those fast rotations, those fast turret takedowns, thanks to the critters that you are given for the skill number 1 of Agudo. But we're looking at a little bit more of a late game potential here for Loops. They need a ticket into the late game, and Lady Soon is that ticket.
I'm having a question right over here. We already talked about the Dolly and Dune kind of combo, right? But then right now, Lady Soon in here, wouldn't that just put a little bit too much pressure on the roamer just to decide whom should I just be following through?
Okay, let me explain this part, right? Okay, so for Dolia, before level 4, it's always good to look at what side you want to play.
Yeah.
It's about the game plan. Is it about invading the jungle? Is it about assisting which side lane that has priority to secure the neutral objective, be it the fire beat, be it the dimensional sprite?
Yeah.
So that's the game plan of the Dolia. So later on the stage, we look at the ultimates. It's either the Lady Xin or the Dun.
Yeah, like I said, double destructive deluge is going to be crazy because a lot of misconceptions as well for this mid lane pick here, the Lady Jen, is that she doesn't do a lot of damage and she always is the scapegoat like we saw with Wen on OG Esports. But when you look at the after game results, thanks to the ultimate, the AoE destructiveness of the deluge is crazy. And having 2 of those bad boys, woo, it's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, a lot of AoE cover. And ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2.
Look at that. Freaks just taking extremely low. He's got to go back to turret, but they want to go and take the kill.
They want to try to take the kill. He misses the Morbury power as well, which would have been crucial for the side of Loops. Definitely would have been the takedown of Freaks, but he was able to get out alive.
Man, this early game is looking spicy for Dominated Esports. A bit of a mix-up, but it's okay.
I mean, the thing is, what I was talking about earlier in the green room is like, hey, we've not really seen any Sakir within KWC. This is 2 series in a row Sakir has come through, and I'm here for it. Sakir is a great pick.
Sakir was a great pick. Paul SG, Xingling played to a superb. And can L repeat that success? We got to find out right now in this series. Game 2. Let's check it out because right now we gotta focus. Okay, the game plan for Loops. They want to make sure that Vento gets to scale towards the late game, and ABH and 1 will be the facilitators of that to make sure that he farms well and he fights well. On the side of DMT, it's the opposite. They want to amp up the early game tempo. They want to find engage on the Dharma, on the Maestro, looking for these big engages onto Lady Sun. It's a fight between team compositions here.
Fight between the team compositions. Is it the patience for the side of Loops, or is it going to be the speed and ferocity from DMT, which we saw? Obviously, game number 1, they showed a glimmer of it, but they were just kind of held back by the way Loops played in that game number 1. But right now, definitely playing a little bit more kind of like coy here. They need to with the draft of Loops, and DMT, they need to make sure they are setting the tempo.
DMT needs to control the times of everything, and they cannot control it without the vision. So it's going to be very important for Sakir not only to help DMT over here in the farm lane, but to be able to understand exactly the rotations around stunned. And look at that.
These brush catches for the Sakir is why I love this pick, right? Morbury power is such a impressive knock-up, but also does so much damage in the early game as well, right? But also offers healing over to your teammates. So it's double constructed. Like, you get damage, you do healing. It's crazy.
It's crazy indeed, and look at how much resources is being invested towards side of both teams here. They know the win condition of both teams here. This bot lane tower, TNX will eventually calm down after this jungle rotation, and they will try to tear this down.
Yeah, I mean, definitely focus onto the sidelines, like you were saying earlier. It's like with Vento is crazy. It's making sure that obviously they don't get that late game potential that we could potentially see here for Vento onto the lady soon, and we know that he has the chops for it. But here again, L is just giving over the vision, making sure he's catching the rotations of the Dolia and the lady soon.
Those Fireflies be hitting hard, but thanks to Vento and Man of Freezer, they're trying to sustain this lane into a very good style right now. And look at mid lane right now, 2v2 strong. The Tyrant is being spawned in just short of 30 seconds here. So both junglers, they're utility junglers, they're tank junglers here. They will want to look for these big engages to fight for this Tyrant.
Should DMT just go for the Tyrant immediately? They know that they were gonna clean blue and then they might have the priority to move. Do they have the power right now to take that fight?
This will depend on whether Loops, ABH, whether he wants to continue his jungle pathing here, or does he want to give up the jungle pathing and come for this Tyrant. There's also another option where both of them just come and fight for this Azure God, but no. All of them, they want to fight for this Tyrant right now.
Look at that.
Getting that damage earlier online for the Lady Sun. Vento here could be crazy, but I mean, DMT, they have the kit. Is it going to be Skull here? No, it's going to be DMT that gets the kill. There we go, Loops. He gets stuck into the thick of it. Guayu into the backline, overcommitted and pays with his life. Freaks gets first blood.
Guayu flashes in, comes, and then just misses, and then he's gonna pay with his life. It's gonna be first blood for Loops.
That was actually a very good angle here coming in from Guayu, but he managed to miss on so many important targets here. But I gotta say, one, immediately flashing away, reaction time was crucial, was on time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with the Lady Gem, right? I mean, yes, she does the damage, but she is very easy to catch out unless she use that knock-up to turn you a little bit more of a status splendid effect with her skill set. But sometimes you just are under pressure and aren't able to get that. L, using the Ride the Wind, is able to get into the brush here, another unique thing for the pick of Sakia, but still a lot of pressure being put into the top side of the map.
That's a lot of pushing power and healing coming in from the side of Dominator here. Just look at how much L and TNX is providing in terms of the healing here. But still, Loops, hold on strong. The tier 3 over to the top side of Loops is still standing.
Even though they just lost that fight over there, but I still feel like DMT has a little bit more control of the map. They decided just to make that quick rotation right now, sending Guiyu over there to the farm lane, and right now it's going to be free for him.
For me, okay, let's break it down a bit. Let's go back to the drafts, right? Loops, if they can make it a 50-50 until 12 minutes, they have more chance of winning the game because this Lady Sun will scale into a monster. Dominator, they're playing on a tracker, a clock right now. They need to make sure that they find these crucial engages, these early objectives, and make sure they have a lead to really close out the game during the big Tyrant fight.
And that timer is going to start running out of time in any second. You know that they need to start making moves, and they need to make those moves count.
Make them all count. I mean, they are doing that exactly right. Like, they are countering and at least mirroring the efforts here of DMT, especially down to the bottom side of the map. However, they could lose this T1 into the mid lane. That big dive there, the Joel, he gets taken down, but he does get ABH with him. So 1-1 trade for now. Guiyu, they have to be careful on side of Loops. He's looking for those lone stranglers.
Ooh, the jungle is on fire. Yes, it's a 1-4-1, but they come up on top, securing the entire Azure side for the side of Loops here. DMT comes out on top with this win here right now. They're knocking onto this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, gotta be careful though. I mean, this is gonna be crucial for the side of Loops if they lose this T1. They're just doing everything to take the critters down, take the minions down so they don't have to face the inevitable. But we've seen a bit of a great macro here from Guiyu, right? He's putting a lot of pressure down to that side lane because then Vento has no safe space to go back to farm.
Exactly, and look at this. For the past 3 minutes here, the Dominator Waves clear has been doing much of a better lane priority compared to Loops. It's always Loops having to travel, losing priority, and clean the waves after them.
As they need to start this traveling, they lose time, and that time over there just starts snowballing into a bigger advantage.
It does snowball. I mean, it's time lost gathering resources, right? We were saying that in game number 1, but right now, obviously, Loops are behind into the gold, which is a bit unfortunate for them, but they are still playing to that late game China for Vento, right?
I think right now, the main focus is this mid-tier 1. If this thing goes down, there's so much map control that's going to be the hands of Dominator Esports. Look at how much resources being invested right now. 8 players strong standing in mid tower.
Joel just waiting in the wings here. Obviously, his teammates are taking a lot of damage. TNX looking pretty low, may be able to stay alive thanks to the Gorge mobilization. But again, just these macro plays from Guiyu. Just once more, he's getting his presence felt down to the bot side of the map.
The Dharma rotations, the split pushing in there, just almost taking down that tier 2 turret, putting a lot of pressure on Loops as well.
But with all that resources, Loops Freaks still comes out on top in terms of the level lead. So definitely, Freaks is also doing a decent job in making sure that he gets sufficient resource to beat this backline threat that can be so devastating in the later stages of the game.
Very devastating, but what could be more devastating is another Tyrant for the side of DMT. I mean, they're already displaying they can do a lot of damage, and this is just going to give them that increase that necessarily they don't need at this point. They are taking kills from Loops. They are doing a lot of damage onto the enemy team as well.
Loops cannot contest that in any way right now. There might not be a very big gap in gold, but the gap in damage right now at this moment is just too big. Loops cannot jump into a big fight.
But guys, the clock is ticking. Lady Sun is slowly ramping up. Once she gets that Daybreaker, it will spell a lot of pressure coming in from the side of Dominator's draft. So Dominator, your win condition, Guiyu, Jero on these hyper engages will have to look for the angle on this Lady Sun later on.
I mean, now that they've obviously taken the T1 into the mid lane, I feel like there's definitely a little bit more access to the side of DMT to get on top of Vento. I mean, they don't have a Paracel this time. They only have the Rolling Raid to get out of jail if you are in a sticky situation. And Guiyu, his presence hasn't been felt for that first little slip up within those team fights, right? The flash in, overextended, he died. He's just trying to make sure that his presence is felt onto the Gorge. He's doing a bit of a macro play because his micro wasn't quite as good in the early game.
it's all about these small engages, right? All these small exchanges. But that one big team fight, that will cement the lead that all these teams are looking for.
15 seconds for the Dark Tyrant and Dark Overlord just to come in, and then that's going to be the cue to see if Loops can turn things around, because that Lady Sun is almost at that moment.
Getting to that point, right? I mean, we're seeing obviously the minion wave being fed through up the top side of the map, and now we're getting into that mid-game status, that 10-minute mark where Loops is yet to find their footing within these neutral objectives. But here we are, Jill always in onto the back line. We see the Guayu looking to get into this fight as well, looking to prove himself within this next team fight, and ABH, one of both down. Unfortunately, not going to be able to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
This is DMT's comfort zone, their comfort draft. They come in prepared with the Maestro Nui, with the Guiyu's Dharma here, and that wasn't even with the Dharma at all. It was just one Maestro Nui, and that Vento on the Lady Sun couldn't do damage at all.
Didn't take damage at all. He was kind of just making sure his positioning was in a safe space, because even though he may not actually get to perform onto this Lady soon, he's definitely playing the positioning very well. But DMT, like I said, into the draft, have to play this very aggressive. They need to make sure they're getting the gates into these lanes and not just stopping at those T2s like game one.
The only way that they can turn things around is Lady Sun not falling. As long as Lady Sun can just continue, just keep getting all the gold possible, Loops will still have a little bit of hope. But in the moment that that Lady Sun is going to fall, I don't know what could do the Dominator to lose this match.
Yeah, I mean, Vento there, we just saw with the gold chart, the right side of the map, we saw that it was actually Vento who's at top of that gold lead right now. So I suppose if they keep funneling that in, if they keep Vento alive, we may be seeing a bit of a turnaround here for Loops. But right now, looking to try and contest this Shadow Overlord. Who is he going to go for? ABH gets the stun, but Guayu into the backline is going to make them pay. Vento down, one down, no damage for the side of Loops.
This is what we're talking about. You were saying, where was Guiyu on this Dharma? He was nowhere for the entire 11 minutes. But that was the crucial that I was talking about. One team fight, the biggest team fight that he needed. 4-man crucial crowd control on this Dharma.
And it's gonna be an ace, and they're gonna come in, they're gonna take that high ground turret and blam. Is this going to be the end of it?
5 seconds for one, 5 seconds for Vento. I don't think it's gonna be long enough. The minion waves coming through. We see Furball being detached, thrown into the enemies, but they do have the vanguards. Is it gonna be enough to keep the base alive?
There's no wave, there's no wave.
They did it!
Oh, look at that! There is no wave and there's still hope. Loops still standing, and right now they still want to play this game.
And let's look at the replay real quick. Oh, hold on. Okay, back to square one, okay? 5,000 gold lead being secured by DMT right now. Guiyu with that amazing engage onto 4, securing themselves. That big win that they desperately needed to break the game apart. That's the crucial engage that we talked about the crucial Dharma crowd control.
The crucial crowd control from Dharma was pretty crazy. I mean, like you were saying, his presence wasn't felt in that first team fight. He made a mistake. He got his head into the game, making pressure into these macro plays, and then he felt the time was right, and that was definitely it. But Loops able to come back from a miracle of that rush onto the top side of the map here from DMT, but they're still not looking to let Loops get a bit of a comeback.
Guiyu is just a force to be reckoned, and like right now they need to keep their eyes on his rotations, because they almost closed the game in there with just one Guiyu's move.
And just look at this replay. Immediate Guiyu 4-man knockup onto the wall with this truth mantra. That was nasty. Immediately deleting Vento 1 and ABH from the map.
Nasty, but I mean, we have to give props to Jill as well, right? Jill was the real kind of like backline access into the side of Loops Esports within that team fight. But again, L with these Mulberry players is really putting a stop into the motion of Loops as they try and capitalize on these team fights.
14 minutes, Dominator needs to be smart in when they want to engage. They do not want to take this fight. They might want to go for the Dark Time. Guiyu jumps in!
Russian once again, he gets one, he gets Vento! Looking for Metal Freezer is the side of DMT. They're looking for more. They lose Jill, but they're looking to bring those minion waves in to get that high ground turret.
Guiyu, Guiyu, Guiyu. Another fantastic true mantra. Look at that. Are you not amazed by this?
I am amazed, but can they keep it up for once more? LABH and Freaks are doing their best, but he cannot soak that much damage into this late game. Dude is not as tanky as he should be. We have the minion waves just right now coming in slowly for the side of DMT.
They need to calm down right now because right now Loops is going to have all of their people back. They have 4 players back. The rotation from Dominator is going to be for that Dark Tyrant.
Okay, they gotta play slow. We've seen before teams faltering at the high ground several times.
Yeah.
So now they pick the Shadow Tyrant, they recuperate, they collect the buffs, and they will look for another push, and they will look for the game-winning play right now. They have the timer set on the timer.
90 seconds right now is going to be that buff that they will have. Can they finish this game in 1.5 minutes to don't push it to the Tempest Dragon?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen many teams in this situation, right, where they get a little bit too frustrated. They get to the crystal, they don't focus on the enemy team, they try and rush the crystal, and it is a detrimental play to them. But right now, DMT with the minion waves in mid into the farm lane. Can Loops keep these alive?
ABH takes a lot of damage, gets nuked down, that's 1 tank down.
1 tank down for sure, definitely for the side of Loops. I mean, already looking like 5 men to fall. YU into the mid lane, just making sure that that package is coming in securely for those minions.
Both the mid and the farm lane waves are coming in at the same time. This might be the last fight. It's going to be a 5 against 4. Dominator has the priority right over here.
For you have flash.
Yes, we have obviously Gerald trying to just keep Freaks in line, but right now we have the critters, we have the minions, but we have the destructive deluge just keeping them knocked down. But right now is Vento, pretty much low health. He's doing the damage, but is it going to be enough? Mano Freezer using the wave breaker to keep this base alive.
Man, this is what I'm talking about. Vento playing on timer here. Look at that damage. They couldn't touch Vento, and he was consistently staying alive, dishing out so much DPS around the sideline.
They got to watch out for it, right? I mean, they are able to catch AVH in the early part of the team fights, which isn't an issue because they have the denial of the Dolia, they have the denial of the Byron as well.
Okay, just check it out. Like the DPS, usually we see Lady Sun, yep, a lot of damage here, but look at the Siege Breaker here. He's going full damage, 0 defensive. If he dies once, the game is over here.
That's it, that's it. He's just going, we're gonna start throwing hands, and then I'm gonna put you down immediately as I see you.
Yeah, as soon as Vento falls, it's an issue. 1 has been falling quite frequently, 0-4, but he's been doing enough to keep the base alive for now.
And Vento right now, he does not have flash. On the side of Dominator, Guiyu has flash on this Dharma here. If they look to play on the timer of Vento's flash, this might be the game-winning push.
Game-winning push? I mean, this time around, the Loops do not have the Vanguards, right? So it is going to be a force against them. Speaking of forces, we have the minions rolling through into the bot side of the map. We're going to see a little bit of Loops just detract from that, the Wind Slash, keeping them from that crystal. A steady advance from Dominator.
This is going to be the last push. It's going to be the first opportunity the Dominator is going to have. The Vanguards are coming in. They're all on the high ground. Stunned is Freaks, and he's trying to run away.
Yeah, Freaks is on the run, but we do get the Wind Slash there. He's going to keep him awake. YU actually misses, but he gets into the back line with the crystal. It's going to be DMT with game number 2.
Once again, Guiyu finds it with the Dharma, with the Truth Mantra. He finds Vento. Vento is out, and the game series 1-1.
1-1. I mean, is there any other way to play a low bracket finals, right? They need to make sure they are doing everything within this game to stay in this KWC.
Dominator stood on business, came in and put us into a game 3. If you thought that was going to be a 2-0 sweep, that you were wrong.
And I mean, I predicted the 2-0 sweep, so I am wrong. And you don't hear that often.
Oh man, I mean, come on man, just look at this replay real quick, okay? All these fights, it was kind of okay. Gerald going in, 1 for 1. We were talking about where is Guiyu along the map? Where is this man? Okay, check out this real quick. Still a good fight, but look at Guiyu here. This man, he doesn't do anything. Vento immediately knows, I cannot go for it. If I go for it, I'm going to get sent to the wall.
It's not even the fact that he is around. It's just the knowing of his existence just puts in your brain a message of like, I need to walk carefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's like walking on eggshells, right? I mean, the fact is that the Loops has the Lady Chen. If that Destructive Deluge is going to be put into the path of where YU is looking to go, it's going to be enough to deter them away because it's going to do a lot of damage, and he might not even get out of that Destructive Deluge alive, but he was able to calculate his way into these team fights. The last part was fantastic.
Just look at this. Man, the synchronizations on Guiyu and Gerald on these engages are just on point today.
Definitely on point. But I mean, to be props to Loops, obviously they did not want to go down without a fight. They kept that crystal alive with at least 3 advances from the side of DMT. So props to Loops. They didn't just think, the crystals lay bare. We're just going to lay down and go for a game number 3. It was like, no. We can try and come back. And they almost did.
They almost did, but Guoyu came out on top. Look at that.
Yep.
Max range, sending him a signal. It's not about killing him or winning the game. It's about sending a message here.
Sending the message that the truth hurts, right?
The
truth
truth
mantra,
hurts.
the truth hurts. And Dharma, Guayu, this combo is a scary one.
It was an amazing game in between Loops and Dominator Esports. Dominator Esports right now just pushing it 1-1, and we're going to have one more game today. That game is going to define who's moving forward and who's going to be sent back home. Right after this performance, I can tell you, it is in the air for any of these 2 teams, isn't there?
Exactly. It's all up in the air, but this is the way you want it to be, right? We don't want to be getting to the knockout stages within these group stages, and they're just taking these L's, which is 2-0. We want these teams fighting tooth and nail with everything they got, with all the glory within these players' hearts.
Okay. Stats. We get stats. Last game, Vento was like a DPS machine because there was no threat. This game, when there's a lot of threat coming from Dominator's comfort composition, the Dharma, the Maestro Nui, he doesn't get such a good game compared to before. Rather, one, with the Lady Zen, with the control mage, with the long range spells, he held a lot of ground actually for the side of Loops to delay the game to an 18-minute mark.
18-minute mark. I mean, it was only because of Loops that they were able to do that, right? The fact that they were able to hold off the side of DMT means that the way they mastered their team fights wasn't the greatest. It still had some cracks within it because Loops obviously had ABH on the Dune. Dune, towards the end, getting that 5 deaths, but it was enough. It was basically a sacrificial lamb, keeping the small pieces off the board to keep the king alive.
That's the thing about Honor of Kings. It's never about a solo carry performances. Yes, you can have 1 or 2 of these performances on a good day. When it comes to a 5v5 escalated team fight, everybody has to do their job. For Loops, what could have been done better? Scouting out the Maestro Nui, scouting out the Dharma before the fight commences, making it a 3v3 head-on, making it a 2v2 on the sidelines. That's how you actually tackle this issue. But for this, Dominator definitely came out on top playing this comfort comp that they actually pulled off.
Guoyu played such a good game in terms of the positioning. He came around, he tried to flank, found the openings, and immediately just initiated the fights, always putting pressure on the back lane that we knew it was the only option for Loops to turn things around.
The only option. The only option. We saw one mistake from this player, and that was in the early game. And honestly, if you're going to make a mistake on something like the Dharma, you want to make it early rather than make it late at that detrimental moment. You want to make sure that what you are going to be doing is going to be the right time and right play.
He was just sharpening his pencil on the first engage, right?
That's it.
Pencil was sharpened. He was like, okay, good enough. Let's go for big engages.
Big engages, and that's what got them to the win, right? That's what they got them opening up the team like a nutcracker.
Well, right now, I hope that we can see even a better game than for Game 3. Game 1 and Game 2, they were top level. I am really interested in seeing what the teams are going to bring to us. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back.
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Dominator Esports against Loops. Right now it's a 1-1 draw. Let's see who's going to take the victory right now and move forward in this tournament. This is the KWC 2025 Honor of Kings. Boys, what have you seen in these two games that makes this such an interesting match? What do you think has been the factor that has made it so entertaining?
The fact that it hasn't been fight after fight after fight, which is what we saw in the morning, right? Like, it was just a morning of fights, whereas this afternoon, it's just been basically a session of the fact that these teams know how to play reactively. They know what kind of play style their enemy team's going to bring. They know how to be reacting to that as well. So I think that's been the most interesting thing for me.
For me, really, it comes down to the point where how Dominator wants to play that draft, right? It's like, okay, game 1, they lock in the Luna, they were limit testing themselves. Game 2, they come on strong with picks like their comfort, like the Arlie, no, not the Arlie, sorry, like the Maishira Nui, like the Dharma, which proven much results as we've seen. This composition, they have used it, they have practiced it, they have applied it since KC 2024. And right now, towards game 3, do they still have the similar hero pool to pull this off?
It is going to come down to the hero options, right? We've seen that the performance from both teams has been like really good. Like all the players have had like a very good afternoon. What's going to come down right now is just what kind of heroes can we give them and what kind of we can go and grab.
I mean, it's a best of 3, so there's still things on the board that we can go for. It's not like we're kind of like towards the end of a best of 5. Things start to get a little bit shaky in terms of what they can go in terms of heroes. I mean, we've seen that, obviously, we've seen an assassin pick from TNX. We've seen a tank pick from TNX as well. It's kind of like they can still go for so much more.
Exactly. Like right now, the draft is still wide open for both teams. Like you mentioned, it's just a BO3. Picks are still up for grabs. You might just be losing out for like maybe 30 heroes in this game. 4 Taurus bans, 8 bans, and then like 20 heroes picked out, right? So right now, the coach's focus will be formulating a game-winning solution on whether or not who has to be the core carry of either this team. For Loops, it might be Vento. For the side of Dominator, it might be for the side of Guiyu or Ahem.
It might just be that. I mean, right now we're looking at a potential of a Liu Bang up into the Clash lane here with the Liampo as well. That's a lot of engaged potential here from DMT, right? Really sacrificing and trying to substitute that Dharma engage.
For me, this composition, these two drafts, there doesn't seem to be much of a priority on the pay compared to the series we've seen before. So maybe that will come through in the second stage of the draft because both teams have yet to pick their jungle as of this point.
Boys, that user interface that you can see right now over there on your screens is just the same one that people can use whenever that they go on to Honor of Kings and they're trying to play rank. This is an amazing way of just how to demonstrate how the actual game looks like in the game.
Exactly, and also if you want to make a custom match, you want to play scrims, you want to play practice matches with your friends or your scrim partners, you can also go to custom mode and make your own custom lobby, a tournament lobby, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it just gives you a little bit more of an overview, right? So when you are looking at this, when you're getting into the lobby, it just makes a little bit more sense. You can see the puzzle pieces falling into place, but right now, let's look at things that fall into place. We're seeing the Fade ban being taken off, we're seeing the Alarm being taken off as well, but that may result to TNX with this potential Jing pick.
This potential Jing pick has been locked in by TNX, as we've seen from the last few days of KWC 2025. This pick, insane amount of burst, insane amount of mobility, but yes, it is still a jungle assassin pick. And what is it weak to? High tempo picks like the Maestro Nui, like the Pei.
Like the pay, but I mean, I want to give obviously props to what they've gone for so far and what they've drafted so far. I mean, Liampo, if you can get the right engage here for Al, that can really upset the tempo here for high frame picks, very aggressive picks like the Mai Shiranui, right? I mean, all you need to do is get the Liampo into the back line. We get Lu Bang go in as well with his battleground command, and then you've got two big, audacious tanks in your back line. What are you going to do at that point?
Ooh, that is also a very interesting team fight direction that Dominator can take, because as you mentioned, Jing can carry the Liu Bang towards the backline and try to find these backline accesses. But look at the side of Loops. They have a ton of engage freaks on the Fatigue, Loops 1 on the Maestro Nui, and also the Unbridled Outburst coming in from the Zhang Fei.
Unbridled Outburst. I mean, they definitely needed a little bit of front line there, right? Like they had the secondary engage, right? They have the likes of the Vati here that's going to do a lot of damage, trying to get the pick off of any of the squishy heroes onto the side of DMT, and obviously they have the burst potential from the Mai Shiranui, whereas the D-Ranger obviously starts to activate towards the late game, but that hybrid damage that we get from this hero is definitely going to pay dividends for the side of Loops. I feel like it's all down to the execution of these team fights once again. I feel like this game 3 could be scrappy.
Talking about execution, I want to talk about pulling the trigger.
Yes.
Whoever gets the successful engage first, be it Loops, the Mai Shiranui, or the Fatih, be it Dominator, TNX fighting these flanks, or L fighting these multi-man Tremor Smashes, that will be the game changer for either of these teams.
That will be the game changer, and this is going to be the life changer. This is game number 3 between Dominator Esports and Loops. The last time these two teams will see each other eye to eye.
One will make it to the upper stage where they continue their last hope against Vitality in the conquest towards the last chance, while one will lose their hopes and be sent towards the airport.
They'll be sent home, and that will be unfortunate for either of these teams, right? Especially after what they displayed within this best of 3. It feels like neither of these teams should go home, and they have definitely played their hearts out to this point. We can already see here Vento using the coverage of the brush here to try and secure this Phoenix down to the bot side of the map that only spawns once.
Exactly, so that Fire Beak, that Phoenix goes over to the hands of Vento. That neutral objective has been secured for DRNG. That will be winning this lane in the early game, thanks to the token and thanks to the laning prowess of this strong pick.
Yeah, winning that early game could be the potential here for Loops. Obviously, we need as many resources into Vento as possible, because if he gets there a little bit earlier, he needs his Spark Forge Dagger to make that wave clear a little bit better for the pick of the D-Ranger. His range isn't necessarily as good as some other marksmen.
And looking at Loop's team comp, it's such a bounce house team composition.
Yes.
So many knockups, so many setup here. We gotta look at DMT. Can they protect their core carries here? But hang on, a 2v2 might be breaking out here.
Yep, the Dream Roller does come through, but obviously we see Guai Yu use the Battlefield command to get back into the top side of the map to make those odds even.
Oh man, very safe approach from both teams here, as Vento here already triggering the first layer of the shielding plate coming in from the farming tower of Dominators Ahem.
Yeah, they've already pushed for quite far ahead, right? I mean, they got to watch out for any kind of rotations here. We do see that L on the Liampo is looking to try and find his way back onto the farm lane, because you can see right now, Ahem is not having the greatest time down there. Constantly pushed under his T1, and nobody is trying to get a gank onto Vento.
But that's the thing about this long pick, this Alwyn pick. You gotta make sure that he gets a safe farming spot. Although, yes, he gets to survive the lane, but once that bot lane tower goes down, he will lose his farming ground, and he will be losing behind on this farm.
It'll be behind on this farm, and that could be a real big problem here for the side of those teams, right? I mean, right now, we're seeing that Loops is lucky to put a bit more pressure into the top side of the map, but trying to get that teleportation mechanic come through as well. But right now, we are seeing TNX get dived straight onto Freaks, and that is going to be first blood for Dominator.
Beautiful combo coming in from TNX mirror domain into the engage with Guoyu coming in with the battlefield command, the ultimate executing the damage, but Unbridled Outburst goes through.
A little bit unnecessary there, right? The Unbridled Outburst baited, a little bit trigger happy on that ultimate.
Exactly. That is a big cooldown expended, just 40 seconds short before the first Tyrant to be spawned in this game tree.
Yeah, I mean, that's intel you don't want your team to have, your enemy team to have, right? Like, hey guys, he doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst, and more importantly, Mano Frieza doesn't have the Smite either, so he has the heal. It's all going down to ABH to get himself down to this side of the map, which we can see here if they want to contest this Tyrant.
And usually you will want to look for these creeps, these minions, or these jungle monsters to stack your Fury. Right now, there is a jungle camp available for Loop's Mano Frieza to stack up the Fury bar, hoping for this ultimate to come back in 5 seconds of this Tyrant.
5 seconds of the Tyrant. I mean, looking at the kind of like wave pressure here, we are seeing it go into the favor of DMT. They have the minions down there, whereas Loops has none. Now neutralizing any lead they had down to the bottom side of the map. The Flaming Palms landing onto ABH level 7 as well. Unbridled Outburst is going to be enough to keep DMT away from the Tyrant, and all that damage coming from this 4-minute objective is coming through here for Dominator thick and fast.
Remember what we said? Whoever pulls the trigger first will win the team fight. And as of now, TNX is consistently finding these backline engage with the mirror swap into the mirror domain engage along with Guoyu. Immediate, no questions asked, follow up to explode them in the face.
Yeah, I mean, with this draft of DMT, they cannot be any hesitation, right? They have to pull the trigger, like you said, Sagi, and they have to commit with that push. And that's exactly what they did down into the Tyrant. They are 3 kills up, and they are ahead in the gold. That's 2k gold at around about the 5-minute mark.
And that 2k gold, half of it, or full of it, contributes towards Guoyu and TNX goal lead here. Just look at the items real quick. 4.2k goal lead for the side of TNX here. Already working towards the Hunter Grip or the Master Sword.
Exactly. These are items that are definitely going to hurt those more tankier heroes onto the side of Loops, right? So they got to make sure they are building the respective items to make sure they can keep themselves alive and give themselves a little bit more sustain into these fights. But right now, we can obviously see that Loops just need to get a little bit more motion in these lanes, right? They need to get a bit more pressure going for them in the side lanes.
I'm still waiting for one on this Maestro Nui to show us some hope for Loops, man, because he needs to find these crucial engages to make these engages, but Mirror Domain goes in!
Crucial engages are the name of the game, and here it is, the Unbridled Outburst. We waited for it to catch, and it did. The Tremor Smash, however, was going to negate that engage for the side of Loops. This is what I was saying in the draft. Liempo here, L, is definitely going to be the difference maker in these team fights.
I love Mano Frieza's ultimate there. He really pushed TNX out of the ultimate, making sure that he does not progress even further. But Mano Frieza gets caught out by the excessive damage from Ahem.
Yeah, I mean, Ahem's only level 9, but he's doing so much damage already to arguably the most tankiest person onto the side of Loops. Bar Monkey. Speaking of Monkey, a Dream Road cannot get you out of that board, and those Magma Slams are going to keep you in place.
Dream Roll does not get you out of the board. You are stuck in there once it gets set in stone in Hero Score. Once again, if you lose a member, your buff gets invaded by the Jing. Why? Because this Jing, the Reflect, the Mirror, increases the smite damage. The further it is, the easier it is for TNX to smite away from the likes of the jungle, ABH.
Yeah, and not only that, obviously, the reflections from the mirrors as well reflects the damage from the enemy team, so that's also going to be a big survivability here. But Flaming Palms doesn't only hurt your enemy heroes, it hurts their turrets as well. This is a great siege potential here for the side of the MT. Infinite Vastness being used. Very clever play here from Aham. He knew his limits, he got out of jail.
Infinite Vastness being cast on. Still, it's okay. Things look super healthy on the side of Dominator as they are dominating the battlefield. The hero scores with a healthy 4,000 gold lead as of this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely... I mean, there was 2,000 gold ahead by around about 2 minutes ago. They have now made that another 2k gold ahead as well. You can see here a bit of engage, though. Dream Roam does get ABH out of this one alive, but Mana Frieza is into the corner, keeping himself in the safety of that T1. A very good play, a very good knowledge of positioning here for Mana Frieza.
TNX here playing with his food. The Mirror Domain is getting faster and faster. TNX is locked in as of this point.
He needs to be, because I mean, he has no more rounds after this, right? He has to make sure he's playing his best performance on this Jing. And right now, the level difference between TNX and ABH is a whole 3 levels. And speaking of levels, we are putting in the levels here. Freaks 40 at the upper hand. We see that TNX came in, but he may escape just by the nick of time here. But El Ahab come through as well. The burst ram locks him into place, and the Flaming Palms gets his grave sealed.
But it's still a good play coming in from Freaks. He stopped so much time coming in from the Dominator crew, making space for Loops to pick up this Tyrant that they desperately need to call back into the game.
They do need to turn it back into the game, right? They need to try and find some kind of footing here. Loops are just always overextended, especially into these side lanes that have already lost their T1, so you've definitely got to play a little bit more careful, but you can't play careful when you can't see that mirror image, and right now, they can't see any T1s for the side of Loop Esports. They may see a little bit of a way out here. A bit of a team fight is ensuing into the mid lane. Metal Frieza back into the team fight. He pounces onto 2, gets a kill onto 1, but Guan Yu does go down. That is currently a 1-1 trade. Freaks looking pretty low, but gets out.
Freaks is so crucial with these engages. That looks so bad coming in from Loops, but the moment Freaks entered the fight, it turned 360 and it went back to Freaks.
Yeah, definitely went 180, right? Like
180, yes.
360 would have been like, hey, it looked bad, it looked good, it went back to bad. But 180 was definitely the call there. We'll go over geometry after the broadcast.
Okay, a breather. 15 seconds on the clock. Tyrant Shadow variant. Tyrant is about to be spawned onto the map. Both teams here, they look to plan around this specific objective. Whoever gets it will get a lot of combat power for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, 90 seconds is a long time with an Honor of Kings, right? But right now, they're not looking to keep that alive, and the Dream Roam has been expanded for the side of Loops, which could be trouble here, because normally, on a pick like Monkey, you use the Dream Roam, you use the Smite, you get out. But right now, they can't do that. They don't have that within their grasp, but they are going to still go for this. It's a bit ballsy. The Unbridled Outburst gets none, but it is going to be going over to DMT. L goes down. L gets 1, sorry, and Freaks goes down as well. Currently with no kills going off the side of DMT. Dream Roam used defensively as well. Vento going to be the hope here to try and keep him alive. Vento gets ganked by L. The burst rank comes through, and it's a double kill for Aham.
That's 3 down coming in from the side of Loops. They failed the steal on the Tyrant here. TNX played the Mirror Domain to a perfection here. And now they are knocking onto the tier 3 here. They collect the tier 3 towards the mid lane. They look to collect more kills towards the clash phase.
Collecting kills like the Taxman here. It is TNX getting the kill onto Mana Frieza. So front line is heavily dependent on ABH, on Freaks at this point. But that is going to be the second high ground turret taken from the side of Loops.
In a span of 1 minute and 20 seconds, the entire goalie burst into a 7,000 full-fledged goalie. And look at the damage dealt. TNX with the Mirror Domain, with this Jing, this assassin confidence pick, showing up crucial.
Showing up crucial, but it needs to show up at the right time, and this is exactly why TNX got this within the draft, right? He needed to get this, he needed this kind of performance, because from day one, it looked kind of lacking. It wasn't the TNX we know, but right now, he's displaying the man that we knew from Season 2 and all the way till this point.
Exactly, and right now, they're looking at the Shadow Overlord right now, but look at Freaks. He's looking for a cap, he's looking for an angle to look for these backline catches.
Looking for backline catches here. I mean, right now, we're just kind of seeing that Loops are just trying to formulate, get as much kind of resources as possible here. They're able to get that Crimson Golem towards the end as well. Give it over to Bento.
And look at this map state right now. If they commit too much time onto this Vanguard, your bot lane is just gonna be entered by Guiyu with this new bot because the Battlefield command can come in anytime and the fight might be breaking through the bot lock tree.
We thought we was going to get a potential good on Bright Lambers, but the welcome is on board is coming through as well. It's going to lock down Loops into the space that they need, but TNX goes down for the first time as well. Vento is online. Loops having to go to the bot side of the map. They don't want to lose their only higher ground turret, but this could be a glimmer of hope for the Chuck BR.
Exactly, Vento lives on strong. This Direnjie pick is so consistent on this marksman coming in from Loops. He is doing so much DPS.
So much DPS. I mean, this is where we needed Vento to be right now, and this is the Vento that we saw in the previous games as well. So his Harley was great. Direnjie slowly starting to live up to that pace, and they now have the Overlord to put a bit of pressure on here.
Exactly, especially while losing 2 tier 3 so early on towards the game. Having this Overlord relieves so much pressure for the next upcoming 1.5 minutes here. Right now, if you're a Dominator, you have to find a way to stop this goalie from slowly bleeding back to the side of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, we thought with the Bright Light Burst was going to get negated there by that World is my board, but it was just the dive in. A little bit too overzealous here for the side of DMT, and right now, they've got to be questioning it. Why did we go for that play?
Exactly. For TNX, he has to find another angle here. For Ahem, he's slowly scaling towards his late game high damage burst long here. So both teams, they're entering the late game. 5,000 goalie, it's fine. It's still fightable for both teams here as the side of Dominator, they secure the Tyrant.
Yeah, DMT does get his damage elsewhere, and it is going to be in the form of the Shadow Tyrant. But right now, the Dream Roam coming through as well as the Battlefield Command is going to be enough to keep TNX alive. AM getting a lot of damage onto one. Crucial crowd control thanks to L on the Liege pole. But unfortunately, he does fall short here. Still 2-1 trade. The Vanguard into the top. We still have Loops with a little bit of pressure here. Freaks takes down Jill.
2-for-2 exchange while Dominator comes out on top, securing the Shadow Tyrant. That fight looked horrible at the start, but Gerald saved the day, savaging whatever he can and making sure that they lose what they don't have to.
I mean, they're going to lose this T1 however, right? I mean, this is the problem. This could be the leeway that they need on the side of Loops. We did see, obviously, the token land there. The Imperial Order from Vento is enough to keep TNX out of this one.
Vento is hitting so hard on this DRJ. He is showing up huge right now. Look at the damage dealt. You have Ahem, you have Gerald doing 95,000 damage each. Vento creeping up as the sole damage dealer for the side of Loops.
Yeah, so I mean, this is already showing. If Loops could see that damage graph, they would know they have to go for Vento, but they have to get past the Zhang Fei. They have to get past One, and One is dying aimlessly here just to keep Vento alive because he knows that is the key to victory.
Exactly, but right now we have to put a focus here. Vento, he went for the full physical defense build as his last few items. The Ominous Premonition, and currently going for the Curious of Savagery. You look at Dominator Guiyu here. He's a full burst mage on this Liu Bang here. If for any reason TNX finds an angle towards Vento here, that could spell doom for Loops.
Could spell doom, but I mean, once he gets a Curious of Savagery, he could go for the Boots of Resistance, right? He could just lock in, get a limit magic resistance just from those boots from a switch up. But that it will be said and set in stone in a few times. But the thing to me here is that Loops is always having to be away from the team fight thanks to this push into the bot side.
That's the beauty of Liu Bang. You get to control this side lane, but you have to be careful as well. If you get collapsed, you're gonna be in deep trouble. And look at this goalie here. As of this point, 3,000 goalie, it's whatever. It's 50-50 at this point. It's whoever that wins the upcoming fight. But look at TNX, he's looking for a flank.
Yeah, looking for a flank at the same time is obviously ABH. I mean, we've seen here, Ahem has not died yet once. He is currently on 5-0-2. It's the takedown of the marksman that really is going to shape up these next few team fights.
Look at the map state right now. Everyone is converging on this Shadow Vanguard. Everybody knows that this is the crucial objective to be securing right now. A fight is not the breakthrough.
We do see, obviously, trying to get out there. It's going to be TNX. They get the board with perfection. Vento goes down. We were saying moments ago, the marksman is going to be the key into these next few team fights. ABH now, one down. Vento down. We see a wipe, and it is going to be DMT with this minion main going in the mid lane. Quadra kill secure, looking to cement their place in the Group King stage. Maybe just one step away. They're looking to fight another day within the KWC, and it is the IKL second place, DMT.
DMT Dominator Esports comes out clutch in the most important fight of this series. If that didn't go through, they would be in so much trouble, but they came out on top.
They came out on top and representing the IKL. We haven't had yet any of the IKL teams get knocked out just yet, so this is looking like it's still strong for the region.
Man, but all three IKL teams went down to the last chance.
Oh yes.
And right now, if you look at the IKL teams, you have Vitality versus Dominator, a repeat of the PKL. But this is the IKL version of it.
Yes, I mean, it's like a repeat of the PKL knockout we just had today, right? And unfortunately for these regions, when you send so many representatives, unfortunately, this is sometimes the consequence.
Whew, what a game here, but let's break it down a bit. I just want to talk about this. The early game was so perfect coming in from Dominator Esports here. Every play was so methodical up until a certain point where you see Vento here. He was untouched. He was doing so much DPS. And look at this. Yes, you get the Shadow Tyrant here. The board is perfect here. But all these fights, it came so close and so clutch for both these teams here. Okay. Look at Vento. Look at Vento. Even though he's dying here, he's still getting so much value out of these fights. This is the fight. Jing went in, TNX went in, Vento was untouched. He was doing so much DPS, and look at this as well. If it wasn't for Gerald landing this 3-man knockout, it would spell disaster for the Dominator bunch.
Exactly. I want to put some value on this Liampo pick, right? Like, honestly, the engage, the team fight potential, the upset of the tempo of your enemy team is the problem of this Liampo, and it just displayed it beautifully within these highlights. But there it is, into the backline. The Splendor actually stopped the impact there, but it was just delaying the inevitable thanks to Ahab getting that kill, double kill, triple kill, then quadra kill onto Mano Freezer in the end there. Unfortunately for Loops, this is the end.
This is the end for them, and they will have to bid goodbye of their hopes towards the KWC playoffs here. We congratulate Dominator Esports for putting up such a magnificent comeback into the series.
Exactly that. I mean, we can see there the boys over on Dominator, they are happy and they are cheery, and they should be. They get to fight for another day.
I love this match. Congratulations to Dominator Esports, just moving forward, staying over there alive. It's not going to make it easier because their opponents are actually really strong.
Very strong, and they've already beaten them once.
They beat them once, but that was 1 month ago. And if you talk about beating them once, Vitality was the one who sent them first down to the lower.
Yep. Are they going to be the ones to send them home, or is Dominator going to be the ones to seek revenge?
Let's wait and see. Dominator Esports with an amazing performance. Let's hear from the players. Mara.
Here we are with Gerald. Congratulations. Now we're going to go back to game number 2 because a lot of people are talking about this. There are about 3 moments where your team was at the opponent's base, and you had about 3 times there was an opportunity to destroy the crystal. You were so close, except everybody made a careful choice to back out. What was the reasoning behind that?
Ya, jadi balik ke game 2, tadi kan kalian sebenarnya punya chance gitu untuk bisa ngancurin kristal musuh. Bahkan sampai 3 kali. Caster juga udah bilang kayak ini bisa nge-end di sini. Tetapi kenapa kok kalian nggak nge-end sama sekali gitu? Dan kenapa kalian lebih memilih untuk bermain lebih aman gitu?
Kalau soal yang nggak bisa nge-end 3 kali, emang kita terlalu ini sih. Takutan kali, karena kita tadi habis nonton Blacklist gamenya kan, udah menang 10k gold tapi tetap kalah. Jadi kita udah terlalu berhati-hati sih, jadi takut open fight gitu, jadi susah nge-endnya. Karena terlalu nggak komit sih lebih tepatnya.
So I think we are a little bit too afraid because we just watched the Blacklist series and Blacklist lost even though they have like a 10k gold lead and they cannot close the game. So it's our game 2, it's our also elimination game, right? So we're trying a little bit like to scared to play, and we're not committing fully enough. But thankfully, we still win.
There are a lot of lessons to learn even from the other games and other matches. Tomorrow, though, you're going to be facing Vitality. What about your lessons from today's performance? What are some of the takeaways that you guys are going to be using to make sure that you get a win against Vitality for tomorrow?
Tentunya di turnamen ini kalian udah belajar banyak, tetapi besok kalian bakal bertemu dengan Vitality gitu. Dan kira-kira apa sih pelajaran yang kalian dapat hari ini yang bisa kalian pakai tentunya untuk melawan Vitality besok?
Kalau buat lawan Vitality lebih berani aja sih kita mainnya, soalnya kemarin kita lawan Vitality lumayan takut open fight, terus takut buka bus, jadi kayak gak ada pressure-nya sama sekali buat tim mereka. Terus buat Vitality kita bakal balas dendam sih buat kalian. Hati-hati aja, tunggu besok.
So I think one of the things that we learn, of course, that we cannot be afraid to play this game. Like against Vitality yesterday, I think we are too afraid to do anything. So we're a little bit passive. We're not opening bushes. We're not opening fights. So of course tomorrow, I think we are a little bit gonna be braver, of course. And for Vitality, please wait. We will come for you for revenge.
For revenge, and there's no need to fear because you have what it takes. Congratulations, and we'll see you again on the next one. Now we're gonna head back to the desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Dominator Esports, bringing us an amazing performance. But at the same time, thank you to Loops for being an amazing opponent. It was because the opponents are so strong that Dominator Esports needed to bring their A game and really come up with that victory.
They needed that victory, right? I mean, this is for both of these teams was their last game. So the real reason within this Gorge was how Dominator played this game number 3.
And how they played it, it was very beautiful, Honor of Kings, to be honest. But Loops, you gotta give them props.
Oh, yeah.
They fought back as hard as possible. Just
They
look
did.
at Vento. He was doing whatever he can to pull whatever hopes that his team needs to stay alive. But too little too late, Dominator really came out on top with their execution and game plan.
Exactly. I mean, the contestant of DMT on the lung didn't seem to be enough pressure for my liking, to be honest, from Loops. But then again, they're the pros. They know what they're doing, right? But as we can see here, 10-0-5 for this fellow. We say KDA doesn't matter, but that's still impressive.
I'm telling you, 10-0-5, if that does not impress you, I don't know what it can impress you as well. Like, that long is a top pick, and hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more of it tomorrow.
Oh, yes. I mean, I'm counting on a lot more Lung. I mean, we've seen a lot of Lung within the KWC already. And I mean, it's just thanks to obviously the escapability of the hero, thanks to his ultimate infinite vastness, but also the second skill, Flaming Palms, can do so much damage.
But I want to talk about one thing. Aren't you guys interested in like the delivery service that Jing was doing? TNX was sending in Guiyu in every fight, exploding Guiyu's damage across the gorge of Loop's teammates. So that was also very interesting. The last fight especially, even though they got hit by the Unbridled Outburst, they were locked by the board, and Guiyu was there with the full magic damage Liu Bang build, exploding the full physical defense. Birenjie.
Being able just to find the right moments to jump in and being able to find the right moments to deal the damage are some of the factors that we take into account when we want to give that MVP. And the MVP for this match is going to be Gerald on that easing. Being able to box in people in the right places allowed him to go home with this measure.
Yeah, I mean, just the control of this hero was crazy. I mean, we saw the Unbridled Outburst come from Mano Freezer, and without this kind of like counter control, it could have been a different story here for DMT. Loops could have really set the pace of these team fights and just kept that momentum going, but it was these boards that Joel was landing that was saving DMT and even giving TNX a playground to have fun.
I definitely agree with you because Gerald had an amazing Yixing game. As you guys mentioned, the boxes, the boards laid up in perfection. When his team needed him the most, he landed the crucial crowd control to actually save his team from further losing the lead that they actually harnessed.
Well, amazing games, amazing performances. I am very happy, extremely satisfied.
Oh, yes.
What about if you look at the brackets? The brackets for today, they have already been set on stone. Group A sending Pulse Gaming straight to the Group of Kings. And on the other hand, Genji Esports still has one more chance to keep alive against Boom Esports.
Yep, rematch of day number uno. We are getting Genji up against Boom Esports in another best of 3. Will it be that 2-1 scoreline once again, or will it be a difference change? Will it be Boom taking the 2-1, or will Genji still come out on top of this one, improving what they've already done to Boom and taking them out with a 2-0 fashion this time?
Oh, we definitely gotta see, but let's check out Group B bracket as we are sending Alpha 7 Esports. They won 2-1 against Vitality, and they now qualify to the King stage. On the bottom end, it's the IKL fight. Whoever goes through this goes through the lower bracket, the last chance.
Again, another rematch of the first day. It seems to be a little bit more of the same story. But honestly, I think these rematches within the same bracket are so exciting because they've played each other before.
Yep.
It's not just a scrim, it's on stage. They have the intel. It's all about the improvement into this lower bracket.
Do you think those rematches are going to have a different story just in these 3-4 days? Are they going to be able just to change things around?
Maybe with the pressure that Boom Esports has been elevated, because right now, their brothers Blacklist has been sent out of the tournament early. Are they going to be more motivated to be the PKL's representative towards the last chance? Or are they stressed out based on the fact that they have additional stress as the PKL's best team? So I can't be putting in much thoughts onto this, but Vitality versus Dominator, it's another rematch.
Another rematch, and like I said already, I'm very excited for these day 1, day 2 rematches because into the lower bracket, there is so much more to play for. It's not like they're like, we can drop to the lower bracket and see who we fight. Do we get an easier opponent, or do we just get the same person? Because now they're kind of like, we're against the same opponent. We have to make sure we're pulling out all the stops.
Day 3 is done. What about if we keep an eye on day 4? Tomorrow, we're going to bring you amazing matches. We're going to start right over there with Group C, and then we're going to move to Group D.
Okay, guys, come on. Group C, I'm casting Nova versus BSC, man. Come on!
You gotta choose. You gotta choose. No more, oh, MKL the best. MKL the best. You've gotta choose. They're both MKL teams. It's a rematch of the MKL finals. And this is gonna be fun to watch you just like squirm into like fetal position.
But hey, at least one of them goes to the group stage, right?
One of them goes to the group stage. So yeah, you get one of your representatives, but then they go down to potentially face my boys or Kagendra in the lower bracket.
Well, we gotta see how it goes, but Group D, APG versus OG, and Group D once again, ACT versus Nongshim Red Forest. A fully packed day, and I want to say that I want to see more of ACT after what Flukeo did back in the last 2 days.
Yes.
Damn, that guy is a monster.
He's no longer a fluke, he is a Flukeo.
Okay.
I don't know where I was going with that one, but that one just went through. It's
You're
late
kinda
now,
tired.
okay.
It's totally fine, Vlad. It's totally fine, Sagi. I know that everyone has had an amazing day. I have had an amazing day. You know that the sudden death matches brought in here. Everyone brought the temperature up. Tomorrow it's gonna get even hotter and hotter and hotter. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, at the same place. But before we leave you, remember to stay with the Kidia top place of the day. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy your break.